To die like this? You played like this? To die like this? You played 2 hours, 2 hours. You played 2 hours to die like this. You played 2 hours, 2 hours. You played 2 hours to die like this.
Don't resign, don't resign, don't resign, don't resign, don't resign. 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 Don't. You can resign again. You can resign again. You can resign again. You can resign. You can resign. You can resign. You can resign. Resign. You can resign. You can resign. You can resign. Resign. You can resign. You resign. You can resign. You resign. Resign. You can resign. You resign. You resign. You can resign again. Don't resign. You can resign again. Don't resign. You can resign. Resign. Don't resign. You resign. Don't. You can resign again. You can resign again. You can resign. You can resign. Don't resign. You can resign. You can resign. Don't resign. You can resign again. You can resign again.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We got Titans League Day 3. Nice to see you. We have some nice round numbers right now. We have 270,100 followers on Twitch. And at least what I was seeing was 500 viewers on Twitch. YouTube viewership, I can't actually see. Everything was perfectly round. Very satisfying. I don't know why I introed with that, but yeah, you know, certain things just satisfy you a little bit. It's like having a perfectly balanced eco in Age of Empires. Hello, Chell. What's up, Petro on YouTube chat? Hello, Wizard Smokey. What's up, Joan? Welcome. Sholdy, you're welcome. Thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting TTL. Same to you, Boar Hunter. Wanted to spread a little bit of love. You guys have been good to me so far. Yo, Peter, thank you for the 20 months. What's up, Biza? Thank you for the 26. Hello, MP with the 22. Alez. Damn. We got a bit of a hype train starting. Hello, everybody. Oh, I didn't ping on Discord about being live. Oh, true. Let me do that. I don't know if you guys know this, but in the Discord channel, there's a stream notifications channel. You can get notified there if the notifications don't work on other platforms. If you want to opt into the notifications there, go to the rules channel and click the little clock face. I know that sounds weird, but that opts you into it. I don't know how many people actually get those notifications, but a lot of people rely on it. There's 2,700 people who've clicked that clock face there, but I don't know how good that is. Sometimes platforms just suck at notifying you, right? What's up, Britton? What's up, Jiggy? What's up, Alex? Yo, Ziv! Thank you. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Let's go. Hello, Alez. Hello, Ducks. Ducks, what was the channel points bet at the start of stream? I'm seeing people with, like, they bet on something, but I don't know what the channel points bet was about. I don't know what it's about. Oh, is it a heads or tails situation? Oh, just a coin flip. Okay, I thought it was something more than that. Got it. Well, then that's just the usual then. So no problem. So guys, one thing real quick. So the plan was always to have 3 sets a day. I have bad news. We only have 2 sets today. The Viper Vivi series will be postponed. So that means next week we basically get double the Viper, double the Vivi. So that was posted on the schedule yesterday. It was kind of TBD on if it would actually happen, but no Viper Vivi today. Viper is sick, and so that's going to be covered next week. We're doing our best to avoid that in all circumstances, but obviously if someone's sick and we have a 5-week group stage, that's just what we've got to do. Today we've got 2 sets. We have one set, which is Sito Dragonstar, which will be starting soon. And then we have, we close out Group B with some craziness between Hart and Vinchester. So I'll quickly just show you the groups again, just so we can remind ourselves of what's happened so far. Leary and MBL both had an amazing start in Group A. They were up against the newly promoted players. So that's the theme. If you look at Group A and Group B, the newly promoted players did not have a good time against the big names. They'll need to turn it around. But Barles and Tato in Group A, that's going to be a banger tomorrow. And then Hart and Vinchester in Group B, that is later today. And then in Group C, we have Running and Sebastian it's Running and Nikov, and then Sebastian and Andy that will play tomorrow. And then here in this group, we've got Sito and Dragonstar that will play today, and Viper Vivi, like I said, is pushed back. So, yeah, and then that'll be the first round. But my plan after the stream today, I really don't know if it's going to help, because I don't know. I feel like only the most dedicated individuals would watch a video where a streamer talks about the schedule. But type a 1 in chat if that would be helpful. After stream today, I'm going to do it. So if I can help just one person, literally, because we're going to be going back to silver, gold playoffs, and platinum. Okay, that's at least like 12 people. And 50% of you guys might be lying to me. I'm going to make a video where I say, hey, this is basically how it's going to go. All right? Because there's going to be so many games. And then maybe you guys could plan around it a little bit more and be more informed. All right? But basically, the game plan is to always do platinum Friday through Monday. But then there is a period of time where we have silver and gold playoffs too. All right? So I'll let you guys know with that. And yeah, just look over the Google Doc calendar that I have, basically. We work off of. And if we could make it public too, we might have a doc where we make that public. Somebody asking what my plan is for Valentine's Day. Oh, dude, we are. Thanks for asking. Why are you asking me out? You want to take me somewhere? I could be wined and dined a little bit. Just, I am engaged, so we shouldn't make it too intense. But no, I have no clue. Thanks for asking me, and thanks for reminding me. I have no clue. When is Valentine's Day again? Is that like the 24th or 14th or something? We typically will do something like the week after because we don't want to go places when everyone else is. I really should have that date memorized. It's the 14th. Okay. 14th. Well, I'll be casting Titans League. 3 sets that day. And hopefully that's romantic enough. Does that count? Hopefully that counts. That's my plan on Valentine's Day, is casting T90 Titans League Season 5. Yeah, romantic. But no, we have kind of a tough week. Tomorrow night after TTL, like almost immediately after TTL leaves, I'm flying home for my grandmother's funeral. So this is going to be a very stressful week, to be honest with you. It's been a very stressful year so far. But, TTL's been really good. I'm happy to go home for that service and, see family and kind of remember her and all that. But won't be the most fun week. So I think come next weekend, we'll probably just want to chill and not do too much more. So, yo, Captain Communist, thanks for the 10 months. Figgle, thank you for 64. Damn. He says, any chances this is the promised 48-hour stream? Figgle, stop reminding people of that, okay? Stop reminding people of that. For context, I once said if we got 1,000 subs, I'd happily do a 48-hour stream. What year was that? That was like almost 10 years ago now. I didn't expect the community to grow. It was a dead game. All right. So yeah, somebody screenshotted this. And it wasn't like in official capacity. I just randomly responded to somebody in Discord and they screenshotted it. I said, TBH, if I hit it's 3,000 subs, I can't even be mad. I do 48 hours, 11. I didn't sign a contract that said I would have to do that, okay? In my defense, I've done a lot of 24-hour streams, and there's another one which will happen this year, okay? It is happening this year, I promise you. All right, the plans are in the works. Announcement will come eventually. I know. Life is a bit different now. It's very busy. I'm thinking of all these events I'm going to and all these videos I need to make, but it's happening. And I'm very curious with this next 24-hour. I think the content's going to be insane. I got so many ideas for it. And we do special things on it that we don't do any other time. But also, I'm not as young and as spry as I used to be, you know? So I'm going to be, I've got my game plan for it. I am curious exactly how exhausting it'll be. I think I'll be fine, to be honest. But there's that little bit of worry that's like, will you be? You know, there's that little doubt in the back of my head. So, all right. So getting the draft situated here, they will be drafting very soon. We got the civs. We need the maps. And I'm not seeing the maps. I'm wondering if there's a slight chance this Civ draft I'm seeing that doesn't have their names is them. And they didn't change their names. Or maybe that's someone doing a practice series. There's a couple different ones. Maybe Arbase has sent it to me. I will look in their scheduling channel. They should be typing it there. T90, what are your thoughts on whiskey drinking by the fire? Sounds great to me, man. I love that. Are you asking because I said the other day that Dave and I were doing that when he was down here? Yeah, Arbase, I'm not seeing it, but I think I can get it. Yeah, okay, they hadn't started yet. So they're just going to do the maps now. Just the timing on when I looked was a little bit off. Here's the maps. Give me some more Coast Arena, dude. I would I've loved that map. I think it will be banned a lot in group stage, but holy crap, what a map. Sato won't want that. I think Sato's the favorite. So that will probably be banned here. He goes for High Tides. Dragonstar's got African River. Dude, African River, so popular, guys. It's so popular. It's crazy. I looked at that map and said no one's going to want to play it. It seems to be the map that people have really been practicing. High Tides doesn't surprise me. It's a really high APM map, lots of multitasking. Even Reverse Acropolis, too. I thought Reverse Acropolis would be played less than it has been. Jongman, thanks for 3 years. Wow. Thank you. Nothing makes me... Well, maybe there's a couple things that make me happier than this, but mostly nothing makes me happier than seeing my chat filled with just a variety of different badges, you know? People who've been there a couple months... Appreciate you. The people who've stuck around for years. I really love the sub badges. So the whole blend of colors, it makes me happy, you know? Thank you, Healing Monk, for the 16. Spud, sorry I missed you. Thank you for the 41. Yes, many, 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 many months. Yeah, pretty soon, for a few people, they're going to go past the 100-month mark into the 9-year sub badge. That's like a handful of people. But we based our sub badges on the Age of Empires colors. So like one month is blue, or 1 year is blue, 2 is red, and so on. So there's only 8 colors in the game. We're going to move on past that. It'll be interesting to see those badges. What's up, Dizzy? What's up, Lucas? Thank you. Alex, thank you. Toasty, thank you. Sheesh. We got Valley Game 1, by the way. I have a prediction. My prediction is that we are going to see a lot of militia from Dragonstar, okay? He is going to use this new version of Valley. I think he's going to spam militia and go crazy. That's my prediction. I don't think Sato will. They still have to pick the civs, obviously, but keep that in mind. Dragonstar like to do that on Chicken Arabia? A lot of people now are now there's a lot of chickens and a lot of hares in the middle of the map. So, and just welcome. First time watching. He says first time ever live chat. Long time YouTube watcher. However, hey, welcome. Can you guys tell me? Could the YouTube viewers tell me what happens if I'm live streaming again on YouTube, and you guys were watching maybe the VOD from yesterday? If I go live, does that mess up your watching of the VOD, or is it separate? It might be different than Twitch. On Twitch, if someone's watching the VOD and I go live, it immediately goes to my countdown, basically. It's fine on YouTube. Okay, I thought it was separated. That would make more sense. A VOD is just a YouTube video. Okay, cool. Awesome. I figured. I always feel a little bad if someone's watching a Twitch VOD and then I go live, but it's like, what am I going to do? I got to go live. Okay, so the Civ draft they posted is the wrong one. It has their names, but they're actually Civ drafting on this one. And there we go. So they're getting the bans out of the way. So civs that come to mind here. Dravidians, Japanese, I guess they've been bad. Japanese could be really strong. I could see Malay being solid. I think Incas actually deserves a shout. I could see Dragonstar really wanting the Incas, honestly. Would love to see Italians as an option here. Vietnamese, always solid. Wu, I could see being solid picks. It's first pick to Sito right now. T90, will you do a hot tub Super Bowl party watch? Will you do a hot tub super, spelled it wrong, bowl watch party later? What, you want me to just sit in a hot tub on stream as we all watch the Super Bowl together? Is that what you're asking? Wow, Satogo's Inca's first pick. I think that's definitely a pick that Dragonstar wanted. Guys, I have way too much self-respect to ever be in a hot tub in front of people on the internet, okay? I have way too much self-respect for that. That sounds ridiculous. Why would I ever do such a thing? What, for like a joke? No way. That sounds horrible. There are...
FaceTime has just donated $250. YouTube is superior to Twitch. Signed a non-chatter from the opposite side of the world. Thanks for TTL anyway.
Space time? As I'm being professional and talking about hot tubs, $250. Damn. Well, thank you so much. I'm inclined to believe you, okay? He says YouTube is superior to Twitch. And a non-chatter from the opposite side of the world. So I'm inclined to believe you. I don't think I could disagree with the dono like that. That's crazy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is maybe too adult and too boring, but that helps a lot because last minute flights to fly home for this funeral, we're not cheap, and taking the time away from a couple days off of work as well is rough. So thank you so much, man. There you go. You heard it here, guys. YouTube is better than Twitch. But man, I am so unbelievably tempted for the people who are watching live right now to troll them. I'm not going to do it. We can't make the jokes just yet. For the people who are new, we can't do it. Not yet. Not yet. Civs are really good overall. Lots of infantry civs for Dragonstar, man. He is going to go crazy today. I don't know if it'll work, but he is going to go crazy. I promise you. Sato's got fairly standard picks here, and they get one more pick each. But yeah, Space Time, I guess you don't chat, man. Like, I'm not seeing you in the YouTube chat. I'm not seeing you in the Twitch chat. He signed it as a non-chatter. Thank you so much. All right, so Kiwi wants an explanation on the overlay. So, game number 1 is always the bottom map, okay? And that's going to be Valley here. Then there's the home map for Dragonstar, and there's the home map for Sito. So the maps that we will see are in green. A lot of maps get banned by the players. And basically the way Game 1 gets determined is after all the picks and all the bans. Game 1 is basically the neutral map. Then you have civs who are banned. There's a lot of civs in the game. Some civs can be incredibly strong. And so you have some bans in there as well as the picks. It adds a little bit more variety when you have a long group stage to have those bans in there too. So that's essentially how it works. But yeah, series is going to begin on Valley here very shortly. The schedule was supposed to be 3 sets today. The goal is 3 sets every Monday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. But the Viper series got pushed back because Viper's sick. So next week, we'll have a day where I do 4 sets in a day because Viper and Vivi are going to have to double up, essentially. So only 2 sets today. We'll be back to our 3 sets tomorrow. How's everyone's predictions going? I'm feeling pretty good about my predictions. I'm actually a little bothered by one of the games from Dark yesterday because I needed Dark to get a win. I think I predicted Mihai winning 2-1. And I didn't realize it at the time when I was casting, which was probably good. But I felt as though Dark could have maybe got a win there. And then my predictions would be perfect. But I think I'm doing pretty good so far with my predictions. Fantasy team, we still have some of my players yet to play. But let me pull up the predictions and look at the leaderboard here. I am currently tied for second with probably like 24 other people, but I am tied for second. There is one first place player, and that is Wang Dang Doodle. Shout out to Wang Dang Doodle. He got everything correct so far. That's one person out of 671 predictions. That's impressive. We'll see if he can keep it up. As for the fantasy team, I still haven't had my players play, but I am tied for 133rd. Sounds bad, but tied for 133rd out of 1,244 entries isn't horrible, I suppose. We'll see how that goes. We'll see. But yeah, I'm really happy so many people submitted. I think we only had a couple hundred last time. So seriously, thank you for letting me spam that and say that so many times. And for actually playing along, guys. It's not easy stuff to set up and get working. So of course we have the probabilities page. For those that want to look at all this stuff, you can look at the TTL site. YouTube, I have all the different links pinned. Twitch, you just use the TTL command to go to the site. But yeah, like this isn't that valuable right now because so few games have been played in Platinum. But you look at Silver, for example, you could look through all this and look through the potential probabilities, look through the potential results, and look through all of our leagues here. And for those that used it last year and the year before, it was not very stable. So we made changes. Look how quick and responsive it is. We were like crashing it because so many people were using it last year. So to have it functioning smoothly is really cool. So I'm happy about that. Thanks to WDW, who should be listening, and Hardy's contributed a little. Just thanks for all the work, man. While in London, are you going to the jousting tournament? There's a jousting tournament? They still do that? Or are you joking? I don't know if I would go to a jousting tournament. I wouldn't participate myself. But watching one, I don't know. I never thought of it, I guess. Amy, thank you. Thank you for the 18. Thank you so much. Thank you for the Prime. How to see your team in fantasy? You go to the link and then you search for your name. If you submitted it, you just search for your username. It should be there. You just use the search function, my dude. I don't remember what I predicted for this, but my heart's telling me 2-1 for Sito. Dragonstar always does a really good job at just snagging a win. So I think what kept Dragonstar alive in Platinum before was he never got swept. Doubt and Margugu got swept a couple times. And then Dragonstar went up against Doubt and Margugu, and I think he beat them both 2-1. So Rhino says, I forgot my team name, how to find out. Yeah, that's tough. I think the only thing you can do is search for what you submitted it as. So if you didn't make your team name something affiliated with your username or anything you can remember, I don't think there's a way, to be honest. In the future, we can have people like link things to the sites. But we didn't want to make it that complicated. We just want to make it fun. So there's always things I'll try and improve and change. Ator says, "Are you covering our YouTube chat, brothers? Salutations from Spain." Yes, I do. I do look at it from time to time. Hello. I'm not able to have it up. Like, it's not allowed to have all the chats combined because of a Twitch rule, which is kind of stupid. I also don't even know how that would look, but I do have the chat up. Yep. I do have the chat. And if there's support on YouTube, I'll try and do my best. But obviously, there's lots of games happening. We're about to have game number 1, so I might miss a couple things. That's where Twitch chat just calls me blind, so. Where's everybody watching from? He says he's from Spain. Where's everybody else watching from? In before somebody says they're watching from Mars, the moon, or North Korea. Okay, those are 3 things I always hear. But apart from that, okay, so we got Canada, we got Germany, we got various states in the U.S., the land of overtaken. Estonia. Estonia, that's cool. Scotland. Someone said Minnesota, but they said Minnesota, which is funny. I like that a lot. Someone is watching from their toilet. No, that's not what I meant. I meant like location, okay? Uruguay, sick. Antarctica, okay. Mariana's Trench, really? Damn, you got some good signal out there. Awesome. Netherlands, Ohio, Taiwan, hot tub. Cool. Well, welcome in, everybody. Thank you for watching. I personally feel like we just get so used to that, you know? We just get so used to it. But like just everyone being connected and having everything be accessible. But that's pretty dope, right? That we have people from all over the world watching the same thing right now. And we're all probably the same, where the people in our lives, like the in real life friends and family, might not really like Age of Empires or ever want to watch it. So we all maybe felt like we're alone. That's how it was for me for years. Only I was the content creator. I was like, how does no one like this game? I don't get it. And I just, I did not understand how I could never find people who also like the game. But here we are now. And, we've got... we've got a situation here. So what happened? Game number 1. Sato and Dragonstar started without spectators. Yay. So they started without spectators. So they're going to restore. So and enough of the game had played out where Dragonstar had a really strong start. And he's like, it's kind of unfair to start over, which is completely fair. They got to get the settings right. So they're going to restore. I'm completely fine with casting from the restore. I'm fine with that. And you guys get that too, right? Yeah, Arbase, even if they weren't playing for more than 2 minutes, I can tell you that the build and the start is extremely... I already know what Dragonstar is going to do. I already know. I talked about it 10 minutes ago. And the first 2 minutes are critical. But we might have to restart it. Because I don't think if you don't have spectators on when you start the game and you try and restore it, it doesn't let you change the settings on the restore. Okay, so we're going to be restarting, it seems. I really hope we don't have drama over this. Because, like, what if... Let's see. I'm reading their messages right now. But, like, the reason all the money is contributed to these events, the reason things happen is because, it's an esport, right? That's why World's Edge just puts up all the money and, viewers really matter. It is unfortunate though that the lobby settings don't. It's super unfortunate that you can't change the spectating settings when you go to restore a game. So I think my understanding is they're going to try and restore and see if you could spec it. See if it... Yeah, it won't work. Yeah, so this is what happens. They're going to try and restore from wherever they were, and it doesn't let you change any settings on a restore. And the default spec delay on a restore is 10 minutes. Forgot about that bug. Sometimes you can't even change the spec delay, even if the allowed spectators is on, and you got to sit there for 10 minutes. But yeah, I think they're just going to have to start from zero. I think maybe Dragonstar had stolen a boar or like had a good start. I don't know what, but they were only 2 minutes in. Because in this tournament, the way it works is, and the way it should work for all tournaments, is players sit in a voice channel. So if they like screw up a setting or there's a bugged map, our admins can hop into the voice channel and say like, yo, you need to restart. So anyways, I'm watching one of my admins and the two players talk right now. So this is a super fun start. Thank you for your patience. Sato says, so I think Dragonstar lamed him. Sato says, it's up to both of us to have checked. We should restart. I can send you a sheep. And I think Dragonstar is maybe a little bit annoyed with the whole situation. I think, and then Dragonstar might be annoyed, like. It's all right. They're getting their... This is an intense tournament. There's a lot of money on the line. You guys would love nothing more but to see this conversation play out, would you not? You guys are like, what are you looking at right now? But it's fine. It's not... This particular conversation is not meant to be displayed to the world. There's a little bit of high tension because the game started and there were no specs. I think a sheep or two was stolen. And so they're gonna start with spectators on now. All right. Can we not just watch the save on this one? No, I'm not, play like a 60-minute game and then start over and watch the rec and then they have to wait an hour to start game number 2. No. What happened at Red Bull should have never happened. What happened at Red Bull Game 7 should have never happened. They should have been in a voice channel, just like we have here. The second that they didn't have spectators on, the admin could have gone in and said, hey, restart. But they didn't have that set up, and we did here. The difference is, on this map, in the 2 minutes before we realized, Dragonstar must have stolen a sheep or something, and so he thought his start was good. And he probably wasn't the one who made the lobby, so he wasn't the one who made the lobby, so he doesn't think it's his fault. But it's on both players to check the settings. It's on both players to check the settings. It's not just on one guy. It says so in the rules. So, you guys love the drama, though, right? It's all good. But that adds a little bit of extra intensity to start it all off. This is the first game for both of these two. Thanks again, everyone, for being here and supporting TTL so far. Means a lot. Welcome, Heinrich. You didn't miss anything. Game 1's about to begin. Here's another look at the draft. We'll do another round of ads before everything begins. But yeah, 2 sets today because one of our sets got postponed. So that set, Viper Vivi, is going to end up being next week. And our round 2. And we've got the official game number 1, Vietnamese against Aztecs, 2 minutes until we are in. And I would expect the lames. Expect the eagle from Dragonstar to go forward. He's going to look for a boar. He's going to look for sheep. And my prediction here is we will see a very long Dark Age from Dragonstar. It's a build order he's very familiar with. I could be wrong on that. But with all the hunt in the middle, I think he's going to go for a pretty ridiculous build. Dragonstar isn't as fast as a lot of these players. He's not quite as adaptive. It's all on creating some strats. So, yeah. And Cryptic says, can you see if spectators is allowed while in the lobby? Yeah, it should say spectators on. So that's how they know. When you're in the lobby, it says spectators allowed at the top left. So they probably just didn't notice it. But typically, like, you get in, for TTL, we have people get in the lobby. The admin joins the lobby, looks at all the settings, says, okay, you're good to go. They started without the admin verifying, and then they missed a setting. So that's how we got here. Shout out to my team, by the way. Wouldn't be a Titans League season without a little bit of drama, you know? So we worked this season up to a 100K prize pool. I'm very proud of that. It's been a lot more work though, right? Bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. All these ongoing games. So it's I always try and reiterate, this is a really big project, which is great for the scene. But there will always be some growing pains here or there. It's just, you got to roll with the punches. But now, you know, they had that 2 minutes to have an understanding. We also have Vietnamese here too. So I really think it's going to be lame city. Let's go though. If we could get some hypes in chat, that'd make me very happy. Let's go. All right, folks, welcome in. I expect heavy lames right away. So a little bit of context. This is the opening round for Dragonstar. The opening round for Sito. They played about 2 minutes of a game, and Dragonstar had stolen sheep. There was no spectators on, and Dragonstar said, like, my start was really good. This is unfair because they couldn't restore it and add spectators because the game doesn't allow it. Sito's, he's going to offer a sheep or something? He says, they're talking now in Dark Age, which is crazy. I would send a sheep without the BL no fun thing. So Dragonstar did the bad luck, no fun instead of good luck, have fun? Oh my God, that's hilarious. So Sito's like, I would have sent you a sheep, but you jokingly, I assume jokingly, said bad luck, no fun to me instead of good luck, have fun. And Dragonstar is forward again with his eagle. Now, I didn't get to see the early one because they didn't have spectators on and they should have waited for the admin to verify the settings. But this is probably around the time where the admins came in and the admin said, hey, you don't have spectators on. You got to replay. And so Dragonstar was like, I had a good start. And then, you know, we ended up in this scenario. So we got Valley game 1. I told you guys. I'm sure you all believed me, but there might have been some guy probably named Tim who didn't trust me when I said we are going to see a lot of militia from Dragonstar. This is a build that he started the early barracks. He would do it a lot on Chicken Arabia. And on this version of Valley, there's so much hunt in the middle. So with that eagle, with the extra gold you start with the Aztecs, he could make a lot of militia. He could make 5 militia without having to mine gold and then still get loom. But yeah, this build is very tough because if you want to produce militia and villagers early, it gets complicated. And not building a lumber camp can lead to some pretty big inefficiencies. The eagle's still here, hoping to delay Sito. Sito lost these sheep. This is the smart move from Dragonstar. He put his sheep in the corner there. It's not about bringing the sheep to your base. It's about denying them from the opponent. Now, there is 1 or 2 pushable deer. In this case, Ibex in the middle. And that would be something Sito is possibly looking for. But yeah, the militia are going to be on the way soon here for Dragonstar. Dragonstar does see his other board. Dragonstar might need to collect his sheeps. I'm going to add the flags up here. And we're also going to look at the groups. But this was a really intense start. Once again, thank you, everybody. If you're watching live now or watching later on YouTube. Big event. Goes till March 22nd. This is just the opening round. Every win matters. Every single win gives you money, but more importantly, positions you nicely in the standings. And for Dragonstar, last time he played TTL, as his eagle is here, it was about can he survive in Platinum. There's a lot of people out there who think maybe he's not quite good enough to belong in Platinum League with everyone else in the group. But he helped contribute to Margugu and Doubt being relegated last time. So, Dragonstar, there's a lot more money in Platinum now. So even surviving in Platinum gives you a bigger payout. He wants to stay top 24 in the world. But Sito's not getting that boar because he sees the eagle is there. I think Sito kind of knows what Dragonstar's going to do as well. Look at this. He's getting loom and he's now building his own barracks to add militia. Now what he's doing is the more standard approach. You get the lumber camp up and then you go for the barracks. Militia are on the way. I think Dragonstar really wanted to kill the boar even. That's an option. And now he's trying to block, but unfortunately, Sito has handled that very nicely. So he pushed the extra Ibex. He brings in the boar. Now he's going to add militia. But guys, Dragonstar will not stop. He will not stop. He will add more with this build. And now he's got the lumber camp. And now he's bringing villagers to take the food in the middle. He'll eventually want to drop a mill there. And he's already applying pressure. What he'll do is he will get enough militia that he will take down your houses. And he will take down your lumber camps. And the best way to beat this is to go super fast feudal age. If you go super fast feudal age, you can go archers, but you need the food for that. So that's why it's so strong on this map. Because Sito could only push in 1 Ibex. He couldn't push in like 3 or 4 deer. So this is why the Aztecs are picked for the additional gold. You can get Loom and still make the 5 militia. Sito added 2 militia. But there's 3 militia here from Dragonstar. I think he's actually going to heal that one up in the TC. And meanwhile, the lumber camp's going down. Sito really needs those sheep right now. Sito really needs the food. He can't take the food in the middle like Dragonstar can. But Dragonstar has spent a lot more res too, so he will be later to the next stage. I'm seeing more villagers walk to gold. This will be 2 villagers to get 10 gold each to make another militia, I'm guessing. He might continue that. And Sito is just hoping to get the res to feudal age to get to archers as quickly as possible. But he doesn't have the food, guys. This is such a nice build. Those 2 sheep were so important. He doesn't quite have the food. I think he'll have the idol here and stop producing villagers. So some people are not going to take this additional hunt. This is kind of what we wanted of the new version of Valley. The old concept had a hunt there, but it wasn't enough, and you could always just push it with the scout, so it would never happen. That's a really nice fight for Sito. Ooh, but now Sito's villagers are exposed, and Dragonstar is going for a block. Dragonstar wants the kill, and Dragonstar is going to get the kill as well. So he kills a villager. Sito still cannot click up to the next stage. Sito's villagers are on straggler trees. Dragonstar's economy is actually pretty good here, too. He's going to build some farms. He'll build a mill over on the berries. He still has all the villagers on the chickens and on the deer in the middle. What a build from Dragonstar. This is crazy. Finally, Sito clicks up. But if he wants the gold, for archers, he's going to have to work hard to get there. This is not an army that can really contribute at all right now. But yeah, the downside for Dragonstar still. He'll be way later to the next stage. I think overall, Sito's done a pretty nice job. He only lost 1 Vil. Archers can completely end this game if Sito is in feudal age and Dragonstar is not. And now Sito is over here on the golds. But yeah, the food gets dropped off, and now Dragonstar's on the way up. And so Dragonstar can compete with his own archers. Maybe Man-at-Arms is still possible. Couple Vils are going to gold. They're just going to double check the ratios. So he's got 5 on wood. I think you really would want like 7 or 8 on wood for an archer range. But guys, he's going to produce more infantry now. I didn't show this, and I really should have. But with the Civ draft situation, it's kind of crazy. Dragonstar has all civs that could do this build. He's got all infantry civs. He's got like Romans. He's got the Aztecs here. I think he has Goths too. So we might see this every game from Dragonstar. This is something he's really familiar with. But you can notice that Dragonstar's micro is really not the best. Like, that unit control wasn't amazing. But that's just why he makes more units, right? he's just gonna send more. Wood upgrades there for Sito. Archer range is on the way up. All this is expected. He is a very good archer civ against infantry, which should be strong. I think Dragonstar's villagers in the middle are going to be exposed. So, you know, it's high risk, high reward. Eventually, you might want to wall up a little bit, but this is a tough map to wall. That's the other thing we changed from this base versus the base version of Valley. And there's the Man-at-Arm upgrade. I mean, that's about to be 5 Man-at-Arms. So Sito has to completely leave the berries. That is kind of okay, though, because he does have farming eco. You don't necessarily need the berries. Farmers can all stay safe. So it's the Man-at-Arms can potentially kill villagers. They essentially put Sito under a lot of pressure, but you still need an archer range, in my opinion. And there's the archer range, too. So he will have that. He can make skirmishers to counter the archers. And this is just still a weak militia and a weak scout for Sito, so that won't do too much. What a game. What a clean, very interesting game, but a clean game considering the the builds on display here. And so Sato's feeling good because he has the archers, but now there's the skirmisher there. So suddenly this gets a whole lot more awkward. Now you're thinking, well, what more can I do? Can I add scouts? Not really. Not if there's man-at-arms there. You just have to out-micro these skirmishers. I think wall. If you're walled, the man-at-arms don't contribute a lot. But Arson could eventually come in too. And if Arson is in, then the houses will go down very quickly. Dragonstar wants to run through. Sato saw that. So Sato got some walls ahead of time here, and Sato will get the walls behind. Dragonstar has a decision to make. He's going to keep running. He also is losing a skirmisher over here. He continues to run through. He's crazy, man. I don't know if that's worth it, but that is a lot of idle time for Sato. His whole wood line is idle. Villagers were idle inside the TC, and the man-at-arms are forcing reactions. I think that's what Dragonstar puts value in. You might not get the kills, but you're forcing reactions. You're controlling the game. And so now the man-at-arms could possibly prevent walling up on the sides. Tough, though, that the Eagles and skirmishers can't necessarily meet up with the army. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that from Dragonstar's perspective because of the man-at-arms are just going to get less value long-term. So if you wait any longer, these are useless units now. So it did something. He's just attacking the farms here, so the farms are idle for Sato. He doesn't see the stable, though, so he doesn't know scouts are coming out. He's adding another archery range here. He is mixing in the occasional eagle, but mass scouts would be a problem if he just has mainly skirmishers. And Res Collect is higher for Dragonstar. He's got farming eco. He's got the berries. He's adding more farms. He's moving forward. But, you know, he can immediately do damage to Sato, which allows Sato to move out. And Sato's army is sneaking now. This is a good move from Sato. No sense in keeping your archers at home. Dragonstar needs to have a sense of this. I think he does because he's producing army and he has it in the middle. We'll see how sneaky Sato chooses to get. But if he knows the range is here, he might not want to attack here. He might want to loop all the way to Dragonstar's base. And Dragonstar could get picked apart here by Sato. Sato's managed to defend and balance out his eco pretty nicely considering the circumstances. Okay, Dragonstar knows if his scout is here, Dragonstar 100% knows the army's probably here too. Just the way Sato is moving, he's moving with a purpose. Dragonstar's going to bring his army home, and he does actually see the archers. Is still a gap back here, but that's okay for now. This isn't okay, though, because he's now getting attacked by scouts. What a game from Sato. Resources are looking really good for Dragonstar to think about Castle Age. I do think the villagers in the middle are going to start to be exposed. He needs a spearman and an eagle here to help against the scouts. Dragonstar doesn't know there's a hole back there. So Sato's thinking he's going to be sneaky, but Dragonstar's double-checking. This was a horrible loss for Dragonstar on the front. That's a lot of skirmishers down. The spearman's there now, and Dragonstar's finding this. But how's the micro? How's the micro in both situations? Here, the spearman gets pulled in towards the archers. That's good for Sato. Sato gets away with most of the scouts. And Sato is so far getting away with most of the archers. That's really good micro from Sato. And I really do think that's the difference between the two players. Dragonstar is going to have the different builds. He's going to try and counter you with different units. But the micro's not necessarily part of it. It's about making the counter units or making the superior army. But he didn't take any eco losses this game, Dragonstar. And he's on the way up. More scouts are coming from Sato. Sato will have forging, so Sato could collapse on this. But Sato needs good engagements. He could not take any poor engagements now because he's about to be down in age. I'd love to see just full eagles now from Dragonstar and more barracks because I think skirmishers are just not going to contribute now that the scouts are in. Clearly, he was never expecting the amount of scouts and upgrades that Sato is going for. But, I mean, the vills in the middle are still taking food. You have the scouts and archers being here isn't that big of a deal. He dropped a house there. So he blocks off the army so the archers can't loop around. And so, yeah, Sato's not coming from this angle. Sato is not attacking at an angle where Dragonstar's exposed. He might reposition to the middle now. Where Dragonstar has a lot of army still. And I think it's enough army to hold at least until he's in Castle Age. Once he's in Castle Age and he gets the upgrades, then obviously he has got the superior army. But, I mean, you kind of gotta stay home right now. If your opponent is fully walled, you might want to wait It's a really important moment. It's an important game. Every game's so valuable, so he doesn't want to wait. But you gotta wait, Dragonstar. You gotta come home right now. Here come the scouts. The scouts are gonna have full feudal age upgrades. The Dragonstar's coming home. The villas are moving now. He'll definitely lose at least one villager. But he's up. He's in castle. What does he do now? He goes for elite skirm and crossbow. He's not switching into eagles. He's just going to stay range units. He is not fully walled, but Sito doesn't know that. Sito might want to run through with the scouts. I'd love that move, and that's exactly what he'll do. Sito knows he needs some pressure. Meanwhile, archers are on the wood line. This isn't something Sito can deal with. That's his only wood line. The scouts are in, though, and the scouts are just going to massacre the eco for Dragonstar. This is brutal. It's actually the right play to fight it back. I know it looks bad, but you're going to lose vills if you run. Here, you're at least killing the army, and when your own army arrives, you can clear up the scout raid. Sito's got a lot of work to do still. Luckily, he house-walled here, and luckily he has a wood line in the back. But Dragonstar is still just a significant lead to Castle Age. If he can come clear this army right now, Sito is working with 0 army when he gets to Castle Age. So normally you're thinking counterattack, and you want to do damage, but I feel like from what we can see, Dragonstar needs to find this. He needs to kill this. And oh man, a slightly better patrol with this army would be so nice for him, but he's you could tell he patrolled that before. And crossbows are just taking down a farm right now. It's going to be 1 archer range, 1 stable for Sito. His eco is not the most balanced. And man, like what a great game to start off the series, man. It's still crazy how he's still in the middle as well, and he's getting away with it. I love it. Some players will take the res. Some players are just going to completely skip it. But this is what Valley's supposed to be about. It's what the concept should incentivize. He cuts off the archers so the archers can't get away. Sito is basically going to have to run to the corner now. And so I don't think this army will ever survive for him. And Dragonstar still 1 town center. He's getting ballistics now. But this is a beautiful find. Because if it was crossbows and knights, could be a tough army to deal with. Now it's just going to be knights. But what's confusing to me is that Dragonstar is still producing skirms. Like, if he's producing crossbows now, he could deal with the knights. Maybe it's because he sees his opponent has skirms and he wants to match it. Second town center is a possibility for Dragonstar. But he's going for the full army approach. Ballistics is in now. He'll kill the whole army. What a find! What a find! What a great find there. At what point, guys, would you leave the middle? Or would you never leave the middle? I'd be consistently thinking about how I'm ahead, and I don't want to lose my lead. I don't think this is a good position to town center either. Look at how much army Dragonstar has. Look at how aware he is of those 2 knights, for example. Sito thought that was an easy kill. Nope. Not an easy kill at all. That army gets pulled back, and 1 knight goes down. Okay, he's leaving the middle now. He's leaving the middle now, so there you go. I mean, now he needs farming eco. He doesn't actually have a lot of active farmers, but he's fixing that. You look at Dragonstar's eco, he's just a different type of player. The way he plays the game is very unique, but it's working right now. I know he's behind in vills, but he's got so much military, and he'll have 2 town centers, and he has more than enough army to defend himself. Those knights will try and run in. I don't think they was expecting Dragonstar to have army there, too. Like, Dragonstar's got so much military. And Dragonstar will be in this house, and this is horrible for Sito. Sito might need a panic town center. This army's all being chased down and lost, and the army's in, and Dragonstar's just relentless. He's just relentless, guys. +2 armors in for the knights. There's only 7 crossbows here, but oh, this is still so frustrating for Sito. He has to move the gold. The eco is so inefficient now. Obviously has to clear this to have any chance in the game. Dragonstar will get some good value. Dragonstar puts his units in the choke point. The skirmishers are kind of blocking. So the crossbows are getting some hits, but the eagles are also stuck. So that's not exactly how you'd want it. As Sito has to lead a mining camp, Sito will get the clear up. That's good for Sito. Had to get the clear up there. But 2 town centers for Dragonstar. Who knows how many monks he's going to make. I do think he needs a monastery right now. It's primarily knights from the opponent and your Aztecs, so collecting these relics would be really valuable with a 33% more gold per relic. 71 pop versus 64. I know I've been applauding Dragonstar a lot, but let's applaud Sito because Sito has been under constant pressure and he's still up in Vils. That's pretty incredible. He's also got decent eco upgrades. He has Wheelbarrow, which Dragonstar doesn't. He got Horse Collar, which Dragonstar never got. Monastery is up now for Dragonstar. I mean, I think the key here is going to be the mobility for Sito. If Sito can start to take control of the game by raiding, then obviously this gets really difficult for Dragonstar because his army is very slow. But the TC has Bodkin Arrow and Ballistics. Dragonstar will house wall behind. Sito will dive through. And this is not going to be what Sito is looking for. He's going to lose his whole army here. Maybe not that knight. That knight's going to make it away. But beautiful job from Dragonstar. I'm still seeing a lot of idle time. I'm still seeing a lot of vills inside of the TC. And a lot of villagers not working. You could tell the stress is there. But knights aren't cheap. So that clear up's probably worth it. But I'm just wondering if this is going to add up for Dragonstar mentally. Because, again, I'm seeing villagers inside of that town center idle. And all those villagers underneath. He's got to be double checking his idols here. He has to get the balance right. But Dragonstar has evened up the vill count. And he's got to get his army forward now. Still is a massive army. There will be siege now from Sito, and it's going to be 2 mangonels. William Shaking Spear, thank you for the 25 months on Twitch. I love reading your name. I love an Age of Empires themed name, and that's good. A good cat, thank you. Thank you for the 61. Wrecking Ball, welcome. Yeah, Dragonstar needs to be careful. The first time that you encounter siege is the most dangerous time. Once you know, then you understand you need to pay more attention to the fights. And okay, he knows now. He backs up. Sito is full micro, though. He's one town center. I do think a second one could be good, but you just know his focus is going to be primarily on the fights. Dragonstar kind of moves like he's an AI sometimes. He's got a lot of different units. They all move in one group. He's got the villager lead now. He's got a lot on gold. I would love to see full eagle. Full eagle with your crossbows and your skirms could be a really good play. He's going for another monastery now. Okay. I mean, Aztec monks are strong. He's about to get the second relic. He doesn't have any stone around that he could take. Maybe he could sneak over to that stone, but it's just going to be full army. That's a monk down. That's the worry with monks when there's this many skirms and knights. It can get real easy to lose track of them. I think if Dragonstar can spend his resources right now and get like full armor and spam eagles, it could be good. But he still only has one barracks. This gets dangerous, guys. This gets really dangerous. There's a lot of skirms in that group. I don't know how helpful the skirms are. Dragonstar is fearful of this. He had a decision there. He could stay on the hill. That's the best fight, maybe. But he's going to leave. He's going for more monks now. Triple monastery for Dragonstar. Oh, Sito is on the prowl right now. We even have the university. Sito is locked in. Crazy economy. Just 2 minutes of idle TC here. Redemption is in for Dragonstar now, but that's going to be another monk. Oh, that monk actually survives. Sito kills his own skirmisher on the monastery. Whoops. But he's hoping to take down the monasteries. And he knows how strong the siege is going to be for him. He doesn't want to lose any of the knights or the siege. Dragonstar snipes the mangonel with the eagles. At what cost, though? That's a lot of eagles that'll be tossed away. Oh, there's just so much pressure right now, guys. There's so much pressure, and knights are so good. These are 20 knights with full upgrades. But can you dive? Because redemption is in. That's one conversion. The other one he has to delete, so now the siege is gone. And now if he gets anywhere close, there's still a town center, and there's still a lot of crossbows. I don't know if Sito could dive here. He takes the siege. What a good decision from Dragonstar to add in the monasteries. He's definitely panic queuing monks. He's got 9 monks in queue. I don't think he realizes that. And now he's got an 11 villager lead. It would be a very Sito thing to do to send some vills onto stone and plan around a forward castle here. I love the siege workshop. The devotion upgrade is 100% necessary now. You're still hoping your siege can get value, but obviously you have to recognize you have to clear the army at some point. Will the conversions be perfect too for Dragonstar? If he can get conversions with what will soon be 17 monks, that's obviously insane. He wins the game, but like, if you click all the monks onto one knight, then all the monks have to recover, and that's what you can't do. And you also have the full army and all your eco to stabilize as well. So Dragonstar's not really a player I typically see control monks perfectly one by one by one. But maybe that's why you make so many of them. Like, holy monks, dude. And they're tanky monks too. They've been in the gym, 60 HP. And with more monk upgrades, you get more HP as well. Dragonstar, okay, he's starting now. He starts the conversions. He can convert the siege. So Sito is diving, but Sito just deletes the siege. Maybe he could kill off some of the monks. That's what he's trying to do. Dragonstar will start the conversions. The knights are there. That's a lot of red dots. That's a lot of red dots for Dragonstar. He will get conversions. And he gets conversions on some healthy knights as well. There's 3 conversions in there. There's more monks hoping for conversions. The crossbows are still here. I think the fact that there's still monks in there healing and there's still crossbows firing is good for Dragonstar. Can Dragonstar win this fight? He also got pikemen with armor in front, guys, and Dragonstar's going to hold. That's why he made the monks. He lost a lot of monks there, but he always had more monks on the way, and he was able to lose the monks and still win the fight. Clock is ticking. It's still 1 TC for Sito. It takes a long time to build up 20 knights. It takes all of Castle Age to build up those 20 knights. You can't do that very easily again. I think Dragonstar feels like he just won the game. He needs to chill a little bit. There's still some skirmishers there. He lost his relics. He doesn't have a lot of farms compared to the amount of wood he has. He still needs to be careful. I mean, this is not a situation where he's just straight up won the game. He needs to balance out his resources. He's dropping the barracks now. Look at how many barracks he drops immediately. And I guess with the skirmishers out, he's thinking eagles again. But he's taken down the rams. He has enough stone for a castle now. He went to stone on this left-hand side. I'd love to just see a castle to protect a gold somewhere, because he's actually running out. He just ran out of gold. Oh my god. So he needs this gold, and he will castle in front of that gold. I guess when you make like 20 monks, you're destined to run out of gold at some point. I think, though, once he completes his castle, he'll still have the gold. But I don't know. Like, Sito's still got a lot of space here. I know he's down by 20 vils. Sito's actually out of his gold, too. What a game. But Dragonstar has to be careful here. There's a lot of skirmishers there. And he's tossed away a lot of eagles. A lot of monks and a lot of eagles have died. He's still... Okay, he has the Eagle Warrior upgrade now, so that's better. And you just get the villager lead so you could lose army, right? You get the villager lead so you could essentially make mistakes. I think we're just waiting for Dragonstar to really start to shift queue those Eagle Warriors. Because now he's got 6 barracks. But yeah, needs a TC on the gold. Would love to get more relics than 2. Sito, though, his eco is wide open. If he ever gets raided, this might be game over. What an amazing game of Age of Empires. I'm loving this. We got some Jags out, too. Let's go, Jags. Dragonstar continues to overextend. But he has the castle there now, which makes life so difficult for Sito. The Jags will actually do pretty decent in there. Jags will be very strong in there. They're very good against melee units. Their weakness would be ranged units, but not necessarily skirmishers. The Dragonstar's crossbows have just been tossed away again. And he's losing the archer range there. But again, for Dragonstar, you've got the villager lead, you've got the relics, you've got a castle up. You could maybe build another castle with 27 on stone. You have to factor in the nerves and the pressure here, guys. These are not 2 players that could consistently deliver their best every single time. When there's pressure, you tend to see some back and forth. I think for Dragonstar, his strategy has put him in a situation to survive if he takes a bad fight. I'm still worried about the lack of gold for him, though. Like, There are golds in the north he could eventually find, but I think he's just selling stuff to get golds. And so far, he's still holding. I think he's torn. I think he thinks that Jags are the best play. I'm not necessarily convinced it is. I'd still like to see Eagles, because at least Eagles are faster. But, I mean, Jags should be good against Knights. They will struggle a little bit more against the Skirmishers. But it's sick we're seeing Jags in the first place. There we go, another castle for Dragonstar. And he's still got a 30 villager lead. Sito is on the second town center. Monks just continue to just overextend, though. At Dragonstar, he cannot win fights against this comp very easily, man. His monks are being microed. But just trickling in units, man. He needs to just mass up. I feel like you've dealt with the threat. Just mass up and be patient. And maybe start to shift your monks over to look for relics. He doesn't know about any of them. He will probably need outposts towards the north. This is a good call, so you can't be raided, though. Because now Sito is coming to raid him. Oh, man. Oh, man. Dragonstar sees it. Look at the commitment to the walls. There goes Sito. It's 2 castles for Dragonstar. Sito is still kind of open at home. Dragonstar needs to deal with this. He gets that wall down just in time. He gets the gate down. These villagers as well. They're going to get the wall down just in time. This is such an important wall. I love how he converted the siege workshop. It might be worth just converting the houses, because when you patrol to chase Sito's army, you're going to attack his houses instead, which is really annoying. Horse collar's on the way. Sito could drop a castle soon. As for where, I just don't know. But rats and archers could be a good call if the opponent's going for Jags. And nice job from Dragonstar. There was, like, a moment ago, he had maybe 13 on food or 15 or 20. Now he's up to 50 on food with horse collar. And he will win this fight if Sito stays. Sito is imping, though. And Dragonstar, again, I'd just love to see him think about the north a little bit. I think he will naturally have to do so because Sito will raid him there. But, yeah, imp is probably the best way to change the game. Drop a castle and start to treb these castles down. Dragonstar expected he would be vulnerable in the north, and he's got his skirms microing. I say microing. He's just patrolled them, and Sito is using the cav archers against them perfectly. Dragonstar is going to castle drop Sito's face, which would deny the rest of that stone. He's got 20 jags. He's got 20 skirms here. He's kind of having some issues up here, but he is going to send it. I don't think he needs to send it right now, but that's just where his brain is at. It's some good harassment from Sito. He will end up losing these cav archers eventually. There's currently no villagers to build the castles, so the castle foundation's just going to wait till later, and Sito gets pushed away. But this is a huge fight, because now Sito will have to drop a castle back here, and he can't take his stone, and he can't have a castle that's in a good position for trebuchets. Will we see Elite Jag in this game? It's so rare with the Aztecs. We typically just see the skirms and just see the eagles. I think Dragonstar doesn't need this castle. I think if he knew the stone and gold was in the north, he could just castle there, get the relics, and be fine. But this is the type of castle you place when you know it's an important game. I love the energy. He's bringing 25 ills. He's a madman. That castle's definitely going up. And he still needs some army in the north. He still needs some click walls in the north because Sito's brought his knights up there. Okay, this is an important find for Dragonstar. He finds this gold and will raid the gold. And over here, he's still having some issues. But the knights are dying underneath the town center. Sito's still trying. Sito's losing a lot more villagers than Dragonstar is. What a crazy game. We have 0 on gold for Dragonstar because his gold miners are garrisoned inside of that TC. And he's now losing villagers. Is it 0 on gold for Sito? Oh my god. Sito doesn't even know where the sheep are back there. But yeah, the sheep are still hiding, which is hilarious. He's running out of wood, too. This is a lot of pressure. It's a ton of pressure. And I don't think he knows about... Oh, he does know about this gold, but he needs to shift over there. And then he just got pushed off of this area. So Dragonstar's castle's just giving him time. And he was always eventually going to clear this army in the back. So he's back on his gold. He's going to be an imp as well. We're seeing upgrades for skirms, which makes a lot of sense because now that the knights are gone, it's mainly ranged units. And he'll be in the back of Sato's base where he has farming eco as well. Look at the idle eco time for Dragonstar. Just doesn't matter. He's such a unique player. Just doesn't matter. He game plans for that. He game plans for who he is as a player. He's got to make more units and just send it. He's never going to out-micro the other guy. I mean, that's been consistent throughout this game. The Jags are in the back getting the raids in right now. A couple Cav Archers will go this way from Sato. Sato does move over to the gold. Sato is trebbing down this castle. This castle will definitely go down. Adlado's on the way for Dragonstar. I still think Dragonstar always wins this game if he scouts the north. If he does not scout the north, he can lose it. This area, outposts, 2 outposts, stone and gold, finds them, could be game over. But he's taken all this gold. After he loses this castle, he could end up losing all these villagers here, which would be a big loss. He's also losing the Jags in the back. He has an amazing food eco compared to Sato, and he is going to find that Sato is exposed here and will start to kill villagers. Really like the archer range conversions, too. He converted 2 of the archer ranges on the front, which is a kind of a big deal. And he's got rams to take down the rest of the archer ranges, too. So that's nice. Actually, this range ejects skirmishers into the castle fire while the castle's still standing. And oh man, no way, dude. We have Sato at the town center in the north now. He doesn't even know there's a stone there, but he'll find it. Dragonstar's outposting, though. Dragonstar's realizing he needs to keep a close eye on his opponent's whereabouts. And he'll find that. So he'll know he can target that. And he's also sending army over here. He's building another castle in the same spot. He's just like, nope, I'm going to take down your buildings. I'm going to keep your gold. And GG. Game 1 goes to who I would consider the underdog, Dragonstar. But maybe he shouldn't be the underdog. That was an amazing game. Dream scenario for me, okay? I made a video about it on YouTube. Because Valley, if you go load it up in the definitive edition right now, it's all deer. There's not as many deer. And it's very wallable. And so what you would see at a high level on that version is people would push in all their deer. They would never take the middle. They would full wall their base. So we opened it up. We added a lot of unpushable food. This is the type of possibility I wanted. Now, everyone's not going to do that. But Dragonstar did. And Dragonstar's game plan worked to perfection there. That's a really nice lead for him economically at the end of it. The 66,000 resources collected. More of every single resource. Was the micro pretty? Not necessarily. But he just made more units. He made more units. He made a ton of units this game. And I think these castles were just another example of what Dragonstar's mindset is, right? Like, Dragonstar's mindset is, I'm just going to freaking send it. Like, he just knew. Like, I need to keep pressuring you there. YouTube wants me to look at the sheep. The sheep are still alive. The sheep that started it all. Those sheep were actually really important for Sato. His feudal age was a little later because he lost those sheep. But yeah, game 1 goes to Dragonstar. We'll move on, of course, to more games. It's a play all 3. I would expect Sato to have a response. But that was fun, man. That was great. So, Sato will look to turn it around. He's got High Tides as his home map. And we'll probably be into it very quickly. Sato has Incas first. I think Sato could always go for the same build with the Incas. That was the civ that I expect Dragonstar to pick. He ended up getting Aztecs. It was a later civ pick for Sato, but Vietnamese are very good. So it's not like Vietnamese are a weak civ there at all. Yeah, Dragonstar's committing a lot to the game right now. I'm well aware of that. Dragonstar is going to basically go full-time, AoE, commit everything he can to TTL and beyond. So he's maybe has a little bit more time and energy for this. But no, I mean, that was classic Dragonstar. Just different strategy, early militia. I don't know if he can do that on this map. Like High Tides, I feel like you have to dock, but you could still see lots of infantry with his civ. It just won't be... I'm expecting it not to be the early barracks, but he could. He could do it. Yeah, Bilbo, I know Dragonstar. I think he went to school. I don't know what he was going to school for. He might have even completed his degree. But if he really loves this game and he really feels like he doesn't want to have any regrets, you could still go to school, finish your degree or whatever, and then give it a go, right? Give it a go here, and then if it doesn't work out, you can look back at it later and say you tried, you know? But if you just go do your job, whatever that is, you start being an adult before you give it a 100% effort, then maybe there's going to be some regret later on, you know? So I like it. Now, I'm going to pay very close attention to Dragonstar's base here in Dark Age because game 1, he went for the militia. Game 2, I could see it. You have some bonuses at play here. You get extra food income when you build your military buildings. So maybe instead of going for the early dock like most people do on high tides, maybe what Dragonstar will do is he'll go early barracks, pressure Citeaux, and then add the dock later. It'd be kind of similar to what we saw in the previous one. The other thing that Dragonstar really likes is he liked the mill in the middle in the previous game. And no one goes here, right? So I'm wondering if maybe that's something that Dragonstar has labbed out. I think he's going to do it again, guys. We got 2 villagers on the straggler tree. I think he's definitely going for the build order again. By the way, I spoke to Dragonstar. So I saw he got like 2,600 on Arabia or something. So basically on ranked ladder. This is a couple months ago. And he sent me his early barracks builds for the chicken maps. And he considered it. He said, I cheesed my way to 2,600. He said, it's free wins. And then I tried it, and it was not free wins for me. But he's really good at it. Where's the Vil going, though? Vil's going to go over here. What? All right, so barracks is in the middle of the map. I mean, you do have some understanding on where your opponent's town center is going to be. So if you're fixated here, your opponent's always going to be centered there. This almost makes me think he's going to bring a villager forward. Again, water in the north on high tides. This is a hybrid map, so I'd expect Citeaux to go out there and dock, which he's going to do. This definitely is just one of those strats where the viewers are going to see the militia, but you need to remember the economic side, because this is really poor for your economy. The reason people don't typically do this is because it's so risky. And oh my freaking god, is he going to... Citeaux is doing the same thing? Did they train with the same person? Because, like, you're not going to train with someone in your group because you don't want to show someone in your group the strats. But they might have trained with the same guy. This is like... I mean, the difference again for Citeaux is he goes for the early lumber camp. But it's wild how they're both have built these off-center barracks. I think Citeaux just knows. And, oh, he also knows how important the elephant is. Villager was kind of morphing through the scout there, so Dragonstar doesn't get the block. But yeah, Dragonstar sees the house wall at least, and he's bringing the militia in. But pay attention to the economy. Interesting from Citeaux. Yeah, it goes for the barracks into the dock. That's pretty sick. And he's getting loom. Yeah, he knows. He got loom at a good time in the previous game as well. And now here come the militia. And now he needs the quick walls because loom isn't in yet. And, ooh, well played. Okay, but yeah, what you do now is you just attack that house and be annoying. But Dragonstar has no scouting on the fact that Citeaux has his own barracks and could do the same to him. And Dragonstar still no lumber camp. Might need to place one soon. Does have the elephant and the goats underneath the TC. Citeaux tries to trap him. Citeaux tries to trap him, and it didn't work. Dragonstar was paying attention to that. This is all really close to the town center, so I don't think Dragonstar has any hope of actually getting kills. But yeah, here come the militia. Dragonstar doesn't have loom. Citeaux doesn't know about the base layout or where Dragonstar is going right now. If he were to lose this scout, this would be horrible. You should never lose your scout on this map. Hello? Oh, goodness. I mean, Dragonstar could have easily killed the scout there. But Citeaux was looking here. Dragonstar was looking here. Now there's an elephant being brought in. Now there's the villager exposed. Villager's super close to going down. Villager doesn't go down. That villager's getting pulled back as well. We've got elephant issues. We've got militia over here. Militia attacking Dragonstar and not killing a villager. This is absolute chaos. This is absolute chaos, man. Normally, Dark Age, I could tell a story about that time someone once called me chicken. I could tell a story about one time I was doing a training game with so-and-so. In this game, man, this is nonstop. This is must-watch AoE. I wish more games were like this. But you have to have the perfect mix of players. The Loom is on the way for Dragonstar, who's sending 4 villagers to the north right now. Which feels like a dock, but 4 villagers to the north is a little crazy. You can tell how locked in these guys are to the timings, though, because Sito is looking for a dock. And he's going to miss it. That's so crazy. So he's going to convince himself that Dragonstar's not docking, at least for now. So the dock is on the way up. Villagers are going to be on the shorefish. And now Dragonstar is on the way to feudal. So even though Sito has had more total workers, Sito will not have the same feudal age time. And Sito's worker lead is the fish. And we'll see if he can defend it. But it really just comes down to what he scouts. And okay, he does scout the dock. So now he knows. But guys, it's not just fire ships. Dragonstar's also on gold. So he's going to make more militia. He is woo. So the weak infantry there, that will actually regenerate in feudal. So this is going to be a lot for Sito to deal with. Dragonstar is cooking right now. The builds are insane. He's also coming down here. Okay, guys. There is no player who has respected my vision for my maps like Dragonstar. Oh my goodness. I feel like I need to cry right now. This is insane. We have someone who's going for the north. We have someone who's going to the south. We have, like, everyone always completely avoids the south, or no one goes for the chickens in the middle on the previous map. Oh, it's beautiful. It's so beautiful. I love it. He's going to have a lot of food eco. The militia are going to meet up. He's going to have 5 or 6 man-at-arms. He'll find Sito's barracks, which he didn't know about until now, but he does see the flag, so he'll expect man-at-arms at least. There he goes. In the north, Sito got the quick walls down. Sito's got 2 docks. Dragonstar's going to drop docks as well and make fires. And Dragonstar, this is a game where he should get arson. So if it would be man-at-arms and arson, these houses are going to go down so quickly. And Sito will never look down here. I don't think he's ever expecting that. I think there's just too much to pay attention to. No, I don't think Dragonstar needs to do anything fancy here. I really think 6 man-at-arms take down the house very quickly. I think it's actually easier for him to just stay here. But he also needs to be walled. He saw that flag. So he should know that there's units coming, but can he deal with it? And the man-at-arms are on the way, and he sees it. Yeah, Dragonstar just sends everybody. He sends everybody. He tries to drop a house. Sito is blocking. Man-at-arms are over here now, too. So much multitasking. We got the fire ships in the north. This is where having that additional food eco in the south could be really good for you, though, because as long as it's not spotted, it's working uninterrupted. Yeah, arson's on the way. Sito will loop around this way. Sito's still defending on water in the north, but Dragonstar gets the repairs in. Oh, those are some clutch repairs. And there's a demo in queue as well. And arson is in, guys. So if all the man-at-arms focus on the lumber camp, they'll be in. Sito needs to repair. Dragonstar needs to repair. Dragonstar is repairing. More fires are on the way. The demo's going to be clutch here. There's also archers for Sito we have to pay attention to. Dragonstar's still not full focusing the lumber camp. His ships are very weak for Sito and he backs away. Sito's still back here. We got a tower from Dragonstar. The demo, though? The demo? Oh, that's so good. That's actually so good. You don't want to demo the ship that was already going to go down. That's actually good for Dragonstar. The tower helps him defend there. He might end up taking the water against Sito. Sito will need his archers to change the game. And he's got the archers here now. What a crazy game. Sito's on berries. Sito can start to farm. Sito's still being competitive on water in the north. He actually had fishing ships, which Dragonstar's never had. But the man-at-arms are in! The man-at-arms are in! And a villager goes down! But you see how hard Dragonstar has had to fight for even one vill. Just one villager kill. He had to work that hard. Sito has managed it so nicely. Maybe now he starts to lose the fish. Sito really should be checking down here, but I just don't think people are accustomed to it. Watch how fast the palisade goes down against Arson. Yeah, he drops the stone wall. Sito's shoreline villager is coming home because I don't know exactly what happened there, but he had some issues. And Dragonstar's man-at-arms. And they're going to run away. You want to keep these things alive. I think Dragonstar needs to accept that range units are needed here. The previous game, he had skirmishers almost right away. If these archers get into his base, he could have some real problems. The tower is good because you've got the wood and the gold protected, but he needs some archers or some skirms of his own. And if he ever gets spotted down here, Sito can find value, and Sito looks... That's an amazing reaction from Dragonstar, to be honest. But Sito finally realizing, oh yeah, there is that southern area. Dragonstar was also checking that too. He was checking with that one unit there. I mean, he'll only lose one villager. It's not too bad. Demo in the north. Bam. Oh my goodness, dude. I mean, crazy game. Double archer range now from Sito, who might not have a fishing eco any longer. The man-at-arms are underneath the town center because of course they are. There's a tower from Sito there. And Sito will kill off the one man-at-arm. And I also think he killed the villager underneath the TC. I think he sniped that. You can tell it's a messy game because Dragonstar just pressed the go back to work hotkey. And they're actually going back there too. There's no way that was intentional. I think there's just too much multitasking and he gets lucky. No, they're coming back. No, go. That's fine. That's your safe space. Sito will never expect you there, bro. That's funny. That's funny. This is a wonderful thing. I wonder if Dragonstar chose this wood line for this reason. The fact that the towers protected both those resources is crazy good. Still 0 fishy ships for Dragonstar. Still has 6 man-at-arms, though. And while there are a lot of archers for Sito, they can't be everywhere. I think the problem's going to be when Dragonstar matches his archer number. See, because Sito's thinking, let's go Castle Age now. We might even see a market, and he'll buy his way up. And then it's going to be full army flood from Dragonstar. He can take this wood line away from him. He can take the gold away from him because Sito doesn't have enough for another tower. I'm still hearing the occasional ding of ships on the water. But yeah, really the focus is going to be here. There's the market. Dragonstar does not have the food eco to go to Castle Age, but he's got such a big army here. And he denies the market. As Sito's army is just not where it needs to be right now. Another kill for Dragonstar. What a build. Army's still looking for damage that he can't really find. And Sito doesn't have the food eco either. Sito just realized I can never go Castle Age. I need full feudal as well. Because he's making more man-at-arms and he's getting armor. I think if Dragonstar goes to the gold right now, it's a game-winning move. If he brings everything just to the gold, Sito is completely pushed off that. Sito is just not able to handle the pressure. He'll go to the stone, so he could soon build the tower. Man, it's a lot of infantry and archers. And it's rare in competitive AoE that you see this much infantry in feudal. It's also rare in competitive AoE. You see 1 on food versus 4 on food 22 minutes into the game. So much idle time, too. Well, Malian infantry should be better against the archers because they naturally have the greater pierce armor. And then he also researched the armor upgrade. So what a great job from Sito to recognize he can't go castle and to add in the infantry like that. 3rd archer range now for Dragonstar, though. So he's going to go full feudal army. And on water, I think he lost his fishing ship, but he is going to take the fire ship now. It's a ridiculous game. Thank you, Barnett, for the support. Thank you so much. Swooshy Cube, thank you. Nessif, thank you. If you enjoyed TTL, sub goes a long way. It's basically going to be going on for 2 months. Support's the same on YouTube and on Twitch. Whatever's better for you guys. I've got plenty of other housekeeping stuff to talk about, like merch and all that crap, but I'm living the dream right now. I'm already living the dream that I can have you guys here and talk about my favorite game, but like, this game is insane. 4 archer ranges? 4 in feudal? Sito's not doing that. Sito's going to click up to Castle Age, and Dragonstar is just going to run in. He just says, just passing. See you later, bro. Is it 4 or 5 archer ranges? 4. Satow could probably hardly believe what he's seeing right now. This is insane. But yeah, he drops the tower. He'll drop a market foundation to block that off. That's really good damage control from him. And if he's in Castle Age faster than Dragonstar, that will make a very big difference here. This essentially just becomes an archer battle. But look at how many archers Dragonstar has. He has 20. And it's only 10 for Satow. Again, great job from Satow. I've been praising Dragonstar a lot because Dragonstar is... He set the pace of the game to be this crazy, right? His whole strategy has given us this varied approach, but Satow has adapted well to it. He's adapted really well to it. And here he should defend again. The tower might be up just in time. Here, this isn't actually that big of a concern because he doesn't have many villagers there. He's gaking some good trades. Dragonstar will click up to Castle Age himself, but Dragonstar's gonna be late to upgrades. Castle Age can make a really big difference in this game. And it will, too. I think now that Satow has the towers as well, he doesn't need to even wait to clear this army if he doesn't want to. If Dragonstar does the same thing, though, if he drops a couple towers, it could be fine. And he would have to buy this stone because he's not mining any stone right now. Or lots of walls. It will drop some, but who knows? He'll see Castle Age. And he'll want the fight. Yeah, he sees Castle Age. He knows that this army will be upgraded. He'll dive in to take the fight. That's such good micro from Satow. The skirms were on the front. The archers fell back and sniped the man-at-arms. That was really nice micro. He will lose all of his units down here to this group of archers. But that's not really that big of a deal. Sorry to any man-at-arms watching, but you are just not important at this stage of the game. This was always, as exciting as the infantry is, going to turn into range units. If there's a hole here, I think Dragonstar's dead. But if he can pull back to this wood line and drop a tower back there and wait, he's probably fine. John Swordsman is a really nice option for Dragonstar, so we can see infantry again. And yeah, I mean, he also clears up most of the archers as well. So the army for Satow is basically just skirmishers, but again, base is really open for Dragonstar. Satow can fish, Dragonstar can't. Dragonstar still has so much army. He just needs to wait for the upgrades. But you maxed out on your range units first here, I think. He's going to go for the John Swordsman. John Swordsman are a high Pierce armor. For those that have never heard of John before, it's kind of like his buddy Husk, who's over in the Goths military. John and Husk, they go way back. They went to school together. That's how they ended up having similar careers. But yeah, it's like a mini Huskarl here, but you can make it out of the barracks. And considering it's just against skirmishers too, it's a really nice addition. That is without a single armor upgrade. So, yeah, really strong. Little archer army will run in there. I don't know if it'll do much. This is just goats, by the way. Oh, sorry. Carl. Carl, his last name is Husk. Husk Carl. That's his, that... That's funny. That's his name. I think, again, we have an even game, but I think I would slightly prefer Dragonstar's position just because of how the army will scale. He will also have ballistics here in a moment, and he can spam the John Swordsman. His farm count's good, so is Satow's. Satow will also have the fish, though, so... I don't know. If Satow can get up to like 6 to 8 fishing ships, start to mix in some knights with the skirms, it could be very strong. He does also have the second town center. Wow. Well, if he's on the second TC already, I think I prefer Satow's position. Obviously, needs to react and keep the villagers alive. He does lose 2 there. But I don't know. Like, Dragonstar in the previous game, he had a much bigger lead. And so he was able to take poorer fights and eventually hold on. Here, I'm not necessarily certain he's got a significant lead. I would feel like a good opportunity for a siege workshop in the middle if this town center's there. And someone in chat named Tiny Hippo 458 says, please never consider doing stand-up comedy. Well, so, normally I'd be offended, but someone named after the 458th Tiny Hippo cannot get under my skin. If it was Tiny Hippo the first, then I'd be like, oh damn, I really losing hope for Dream. I'll do, as someone said, I should do sit down comedy. Not good enough for stand up comedy, but plenty good for sit down comedy. I think that is one of my favorite Twitch chat comments, and also the person who recently said, I'm the Mike Tyson of casters because I put people to sleep. I get it, chat. It's too powerful for me. I really enjoy making cringy jokes and watching you guys cringe. So I guess it's kind of like what half the motivation behind a dad joke. Zato's 2 town centers and he's adding his 3rd now. So Vil count's still climbing. He does have a gold down here, but he might get pushed off of this gold. Still no additional town center from Dragonstar, and he's got 9 on stone, which makes me think it's going to be full army, and it's going to be a castle drop. He has come with such crazy energy today, guys. Dragonstar just sends it. He takes risks. Clearly, he's practiced. I've heard him talk about it, too. He feels he's got good chances against maybe everyone in the group, but maybe Viper. But he feels like he'd be more prepared than everybody. Oh, man, that's really good stuff here. That is really good fight. Those Jean Swordsmen are tanking so much right now. The range units are doing a good job behind. The villagers might be coming forward soon. Still a villager lead for Sato. Still the fishing ship lead for him, too. And long term, the stones and the golds in the north and the south become very important. Where's the castle go? I think the castle should go here. You should deny this town center. You already have the army here. I don't mind running in with Jean Swordsman. There might be a couple monks around, but Jean Swordsman are really good underneath town centers. You just always need some Jean Swordsman to protect your archers here. And where are the Vils? Hey, let's go! Let's go, let's go, let's go, Dragonstar! I hate to sound like a biased caster here, but Dragonstar is just too damn fun to watch, dude. And he has not accomplished as much in his career as Sato has, even though he's been around a long time. This is crazy. But Sato's no stranger to his own forward castles, and I swear, if you give him the idea, he'll do the same thing to you. I still would really have liked the castle here, but then you don't deny the gold, I guess. And you don't deny the north expansion. So this isn't going to be a bad castle by any means. And yeah, he loses his Jean Swordsman. There is a Mangonel here. And there goes the castle. Can he complete it? Dragonstar, who contributed to relegating Doubt from Platinum League last season, may have placed a Doubt castle here. That castle needs to go up to have any chance in this game. He's 20 villagers behind. The Mangonel's there. The Jean Swordsmen are going to run in. Sato can wall it in. Sato can actually wall in the Mangonel. That's crazy. That was not part of his plan, but it's a genius move. He walls in the Mangonel on the other side of the castle foundation. That's sitting there at 50%. Now, the Jean Swordsman could just attack the house, maybe, and eventually get in. I don't really know. He's building a town center down here, Dragonstar. He also has skirms getting damaged down here. Sato does not see it at all. Monks are around for Sato to convert the Jean Swordsman, which will be huge because Dragonstar's making his own Mangonel to take down that Mangonel. And if there's Jean Swordsman to snipe the siege now, the castle also still might not complete. Let's see. Dragonstar's waiting. Does Sato see any of this? I think he's reacted down here. Okay, he sees the siege workshop. But yeah, there's no... He lost the Jean Swordsman. And now there's a castle from Sato, which could also be denied. And he will free his Mangonel. And I think Dragonstar just has to try and complete this now. I think you just have to try. I don't know what else you do. You're so low eco. I guess you've done a lot of damage. You could wait for a monk, convert a Jean Swordsman, add a few more yourself. Your castle's at 50%. If you delete it, you could still build another one. Maybe that's the play too. Oh, no, it's too late. No, he deletes it. That's the right play. Yeah, you have to delete it here because then you definitely throw the game. Great job from Sato, but you just go over here now, Dragonstar. You just go right over here. I'm really worried for Dragonstar, though, because Gabetto is a pretty nice unit for Sato to make in this scenario against the Jean Swordsman. I like this castle a bit more aggressively than Dragonstar initially placed it. Yeah, I like that. And then you can take the stone. Sato's really paranoid about all of this right now, as he should be. And this whole area of his eco is going to be disrupted now. Town center in the back for Sato. Brains must be melting for both of them. This is extremely messy, but Sato's got the eco lead. Sato's got the army lead. Sato has got the eco upgrade lead. Sato could still do this. But I don't think it falls into the category of should do this right now. It really comes down to how well he can push in the middle. Monks are the key. If he can convert the Jean Swordsman again, no problem. And he's got him. He's got him. That's a huge fight. Dragonstar will dive, but Dragonstar needs defense. We haven't exactly looked back here, but he does not have fortification set up. The town center in the back gives Sato some access to gold. He'll eventually end up losing this town center. I think Dragonstar's military of choice might end up being fire archers. He's made a couple of them out of the castle so far. Oh, man, but Sato is in. Sato is in. These Jean Swordsmen are a bunch of traitors. Sato has been able to manage the chaos. And he's just gutting Dragonstar's economy. Imagine if Dragonstar would have just placed the first castle here. I mean, and then he wouldn't have had to dive with those Jean Swordsmen. It would be good damage. It wouldn't have been game-ending damage, though, which is what I think he was going for. And he's losing his army here. Oh, man, he's losing his villagers back here, too. Sato is flying right now. What a game. What a game. This is a lot of pressure. But I think for Sato, it also really helps your mentality going into game number 3. If you win this. You lose this, game number 3, you might be on tilt. But I think he's got to realize now the score is looking good for him. He sees all the villagers running from the gold, and there's no town center here. This castle, it will range another town center, but I think Sato could still be in a fine position here. Beautiful raids. More Jean Swordsmen are coming home. Now here, I think this will actually be cleared. The monks for Sato are back here with the Mangonel and in some other areas. And I guess this is now a test of the Fire Archer, because if the Fire Archer is amazing, maybe there's comeback potential. But I don't think the Fire Archer falls into the category of amazing for me. You don't pick the Wu for the Fire Archer. All right, which TC will Sato go imp in? He goes imp in that town center, which should survive. Had he gone for it in this one, it would have been a problem. The Jean Swordsmen are chasing the skirms. Nice job from Sato to at least try and save a couple units, so he can fall back towards the castle. Would love to see Sato focus heavily on bombard cannons. So I think when you get to imp, you research chemistry, which research is much faster with the Malians, and then you can go bombard cannons and trebuchets to push these castles back. There is a unique tech for the Wu. Your fire archers deal fire damage to ships and buildings. It's actually really good at melting buildings, but that's really expensive. 400 food and 250 gold does not feel realistic for Dragonstar. And half of his food eco is just villagers down here on the shorefish. It's not even farms anymore. But yeah, Dragonstar's still cooking here. He's still trying to get something from this game, and he'll move in. He gets some decent trades, but there's always another tower. There's always another layer of defense for Sato. And Sato gets the guard tower upgrade. So he loses 2 town centers here, but he's still on 2 town centers, and he'll even drop a tower back here. Yeah, Gebetto are perfect. Gebetto and a couple monks, and the Jean Swordsman, which otherwise would be very strong, just get shut down. But just the castle for Dragonstar, the position of it, and the fact that Sato was able to wall in that Mangonel was so sick for Sato. And you never really plan to wall it in like that, but to see that in the moment and realize you can do it is really good. Jean Swordsmen are still running on by. Maybe they get some kills. But I mean, Dragonstar is still nowhere near the Imperial Age. He can't do much damage at all. He'll be here, running around, but these Jean Swordsmen are going to die. And Sato can make his first Treb. He's also got an army up here. He'll make his first Treb here, though, for these castles. And he clears up the raids in the back. And chemistry's on the way. He's got plenty on food, plenty on gold. Long term, he could always maybe bring an army up here. Maybe even make some ships up there just to control that island as well. He's just got to be patient here and take his time. And you can't lose the siege here. So you you have to keep your siege alive. Seems like the army play for Sito is going to be Cavalier. So that upgrade's on the way and some upgrades. Dragonstar is quite a bit of time to try and fix his economy, but trying to fix this economy might take a little too much time. And Sito's done such a good job with getting the upgrades too. Yeah, Fire Archers do pretty well against Trebs for a Castle Age Archer with only 4 attack. And so down goes the Trebuchet. Trebuchet gets burned down. All right, Dragonstar, that's good. That's a nice hold. Still will have an army coming to his base soon that he'll have to deal with, but he's making some crossbows. He's making some skirms for that. This army isn't really that strong for Sito. And Dragonstar holds. Dragonstar holds. Sito would love to see Bombard Cannons here. Still a 30 villager lead, though, for Sito. It's not like he doesn't have access to gold. If he didn't have access to gold, that's different, but he can still take gold. Stone is the only thing he doesn't have. But, I mean, Cavalier raids into Dragonstar's economy, and Dragonstar is cooked. And I think this might be enough Cavalier to just end the game. I think these 5 Cavalier could clear this whole army. He doesn't even need to take these castles, but... Dragonstar just can't help himself. His opponent's got Trebs, and he's going to drop a castle next to it. I don't know about this, bro. Uh-oh. I mean, he might lose the foundation. All right, well, not advisable. Don't drop castles against enemy trebuchets, guys. But, hey, maybe it can work. I mean, it's working. Cavalier are going to wreck him. We know that. His castle's going to go up. The Fire Archers can maybe take the Trebs. The Castle Fire will help the Fire Archers. It feels like a painfully long time to take down the trebuchets, though. And yeah, the Trebs are going to be repaired. The Trebs are still firing. The castle's going to fall. The Cavalier numbers are going to keep coming. And Dragonstar taps out. Man, what a cool game. What a cool game. Seriously, I mean, maybe strategically the most interesting game we've seen so far in Titans League. This immediately makes Sito and Dragonstar sets must watch for me. It's 1-1. And the storyline is Dragonstar is trying to set the tone, but Sito did some great things here this game to just accept the chaos. He went for his own early barracks. He added more man-at-arms and got armor in late feudal age. I think the key for him was a lot of using the market early and dropping some of those defensive towers in feudal, and then obviously denying the castle. But both games have been amazing. Both games matter so much for these two, and only one player is going to get the second win. No guarantees in this group that these guys are going to be top 4. Let's be real. Like, all these groups are really difficult. I think based on player reputations, you'd probably say Sito is more in the conversation of top 4. But all those players in there are very good. Mihai already got 3 wins to start it off. Viper and Vivi can be dangerous. So, yeah, the wins matter for so much here. Next game is going to be on Dragonstar's home map. So I would expect chaos. But a beautiful game from Sito to just right the ship there. Just manage the ridiculousness of the moment. This is maybe very fitting for a resub on a Sunday. Thank you so much to Did You Forget Your Laundry? We might have some people doing their laundry and watching AoE right now. Thank you very much. Did You Forget Your Laundry for the 4 years? That's a long time. Scores 1-1. They'll be in the next game. I think I have some support shoutouts to get to here. Wrecking Ball, maybe I can't personally reach out to Fourth Wall. I would suggest, I saw your comment earlier, just reach out to Fourth Wall. They have pretty good customer support compared to the old site. I do have a contact if a lot of people are having an issue, but try that first, dude. Try that first and see, if you don't mind. Appreciate you, really appreciate you looking into buying the mouse pad and the merch. But I that's all I can tell you at the moment. Game 3 is going to be on African Clearing, and it's Goths versus Incas. I think we're seeing an early barracks again. And I think we're seeing forward vills. It's been 2 straight games with an early barracks. It's another infantry civ that can do it. I mean, that's just Dragonstar's build at this point, right? So maybe I'm wrong, but it's definitely a man-at-arms game. And it has been man-at-arms even with normal players. So, sheesh, man. Thank you, Reliance, for the year now. Captain Kirko, thank you for the 13 months. Pi Omega, thank you for the prime. Red Assault, thank you for the prime. Letox and Barnett, thank you guys all for the primes. Damn. Some Angry Jeffs and some T90 primes in chat for the wave of primes. Thank you, guys. The schedule for today, we have one more series. It was supposed to be Viper and Vivi as the 3rd series today. Viper unable to play because he's still sick. So the next round is going to be double Viper, double Vivi. So sorry about that, but just wanted to let you know in case you were looking at our schedule yesterday. Unable to make it happen. Big Bomber with the bomb. Thank you. Dude, this has been a bomb of a series. This series has been the bomb. And so we have 2 games where they've gone crazy, and now they're on the same part of the screen. It's just perfect. It's just absolutely perfect. This is exactly what you want for the deciding game. The Dragonstar's gone for the early barracks and lots of militia. It's similar to High Tides, where you know that the docking is going to happen. What's different is you can be a little bit sneakier with the fish. There's 4 different pockets of space where players can end up docking. But yeah, Incas was the #1 pick for Sito. I think Dragonstar would have picked it early if he didn't. So I think Sito picked it because he knows Dragonstar's style. That will not be a surprise to Sito. But I think some of you guys are just catching on to this, just realizing this. This is what Dragonstar likes to do, and even if you run from it, even if you expect it, rather complicated. You know, just noticing here, if he wants to try this straggler tree situation, because he's walking kind of far to this tree. There's also this tree. There's this tree. There's this tree. I consider 4 of these trees acceptable. This is going to be a barracks again. But, I mean, Sito's adaptation in the previous game, or I guess it was more so game #1, is just walling your vills. And that is really easy to do on this map, because you've got more HP on the trees, and you can wedge your lumber camp into the wood line. So Sito's completely fine there. Like, that is not an issue whatsoever. So I'm not certain that going for the early militia is necessarily the best if you want to disrupt the wood line. But maybe you could disrupt other things. Maybe you could deny a dock. The fact that Dragonstar is scouting with the water buffaloes in the back right now makes me think that he wants to prioritize a mill on the hunt. Again, talk about someone who's done their research. It would not surprise me. Because there is hunt in the corners, but some players have never even gone to the outside. Here he comes. 4 minutes into the game. We've got military on the way. So, he'll be looking for a wood line. He'll be looking for a dock position. Villager's already on the move for Sito. But Sito didn't scout the position perfectly. He should know the way the spacing is. He should know where the water's going to be, but he has to confirm that. He should also know that it's Dragonstar at this point who's going to send the militia forward. Is Dragonstar pushing the zebra with his militia, or did he try to attack it there? I'm not sure, but one militia's just standing around. This militia's coming in. He'll find the wood line, and you can't do anything about that. And now he will look for the dock. How thoroughly will he check for the dock? I think pretty thoroughly, because he can't do anything else, right? So if you can't disrupt the wood line, you obviously need to find that dock. He's pushing the zebra with the militia? Dude, you got hunt here. Like, bring your militia to attack or something. That's crazy. But okay, all right. Live your dream. He's adding more militia. That's tough to manage. He never found the dock. So maybe he's convinced himself because of the previous game that there is no dock for Sito. But yeah, he's pushing in the zebra with the militia. All right. So that's an extra 140 food. Ooh, found the Vill coming home. Okay, so now he knows there's a dock. That villager doesn't just walk back from the north for no reason. And so he immediately doubles back with his scout. And he will find the dock. That was... I don't know if it was part of the plan for Sito, but that was actually a really nice dock position. The annoying thing is your fish will always get attacked by the militia, though. So he's going to need some army of his own. I still think the plan for Sito is play Man-at-Arms, but he just wants to go Feudal Age. What do you do with the militia? Do you just park them next to the dock, probably? And Dragonstar, with all these builds, has always had a really competitive Feudal Age time. So it's not the opening that wins you the game, it's the follow-up. And for that, you need to have really good eco management. I don't think he's seeing that, the fact that there's some ostriches back there. But that's still pretty far to walk. You do have the 4 ostrich here. What do you call multiple ostriches again? Ostri? Ostri? Ostray? No, that's not it. Osprey? No. Anyways, the ostri are all right here. And it's right next to the berries as well, so that's a pretty good mill spot. A flock? Nah. Nope. I've decided it's not a flock. I've decided we're going to call it what Twitch chat decides. Because that's how things work around here. Actually, do you guys remember the conversation we had on turtles? And what a group of turtles is called? Because I spoke to my friend who works with sea turtles, and I got an answer. And I forget the answer now. You know, maybe we should talk about this later. You could ask me about the turtles later. Sato's been able to manage the gold. What Sato really needs to do is Dragonstar sends a militia underneath the TC. What he really needs to do is he needs to get to wood. He got the 4 villagers on wood, but now he needs more access to wood for his builds. And here comes Dragonstar with 4 villagers forward. He's got 6 militia. Crazy. And Sato's got 2. He's got 3 more in queue. This is definitely going to be a tower from Dragonstar. He's going to tower the wood line. That's something that Sato might not see. He'll still go for Man-at-Arms. He's got the militia attacking the fish up here, so the fish have had to be microed consistently for Sato. But he's done a good job again. He'll make a fire galley, which can clear that. The eagle is luring these militia away. And now we have Sato with his militia waiting here. But he does not see the tower going up behind his wood line. So he's about to have big problems when it comes to wood. And he's just defended himself in his mind. And oh man, really important that he deletes this tower. Really important he deletes his tower. I think you have to insta-delete it. But it's a tough decision to make, right? Yeah, he's going to commit to it. I don't think that actually accomplishes what he wants then. His gold is still exposed, and then he still can't take that wood line. Oh, and that's a beautiful job from Dragonstar. And you know what's coming now. He's going to pressure the fish. So he denies the wood line. He goes for a dock. What a series. Sato needs to go for a counterattack again. And same story as before, make some archers. But he has to leave the gold now. And his wood line he can't take long term. So tough for him to make archers if he can't consistently take wood and consistently take gold. Dragonstar is getting counterattacked. I think he senses that, though. He knows the army for Sato isn't here anymore. And so he's making even more Man-at-Arms and sending the Man-at-Arms back into his eco for when that happens. And he just melts that mining camp. What a game. Guys, in a Platinum series the other day, right before the players went to do the draft, we had a player say, and I quote, "1 sec, I need to check the maps." Okay? Platinum League, sec, I need to check the maps. Dragonstar, while he is surprised here, he's clearly well aware of the maps, well aware of the strats, and so is Sato. And Sato's counterattack has done a lovely amount of damage. I think for Dragonstar, he had the idea, but he's still getting wrecked there. That's painful. He walls off the berries a little bit, so now Sato will have an issue on where he wants to mill. What's Sato's resource situation now? He has to be careful. He's about to have no wood for a lumber camp. Like, look at his eco situation. Oh, bro! That's so sick! That is so sick! That will never be found! That is so sick! Damn. Okay, that's a game changer right there. And it's not like that's 3 or 4 vills. That's 10 vills. 10 vills down there. And so Dragonstar is going to keep thinking this guy's going to be on wood. He will never check that location. I love that move from Sato. Wow. So yeah, he's got enough on wood. He doesn't necessarily he's not fully denied from berries. He's also on stone with the Incas and can build cheap towers everywhere. I think the game plan for Sito could just be counterattack now. Play tower defense and counterattack. Because Dragonstar's infantry can't dive underneath towers. Another pickoff from Sito, who, let's not forget, does have a fishing ship. So he could maybe add more, because he still has the potential on water. It's awkward, but I wouldn't hate it. Guys, I think Dragonstar's very confused right now. His scout is moving around, and he is looking for a wood line. He does not understand. He looked here. He doesn't see anything here. He's double-checking here. He's double-checking here. He has no clue. But he does add his own archers. And, oh man, but he gets found in the back. Sito! Sito with the sneaky counter damage, man. Now, he actually has nothing on food right now, which is bad. And he probably needs a tower here quickly, because he's about to come over to the berries. Those man-at-arms are coming back. The Dragonstar's had consistent food eco. He's had his berries. He's had his farms. He'll have skirms. He'll have man-at-arms. I don't actually know if this one tower is enough either. I think if this tower is not completed, and there's no other towers around, the Dragonstar can fully deny this. Sito's got the right idea. He has the right idea, but his villagers are exposed and he has to run away. And oh man, there's just so much time without food. His stomach is growling right now. He's so hungry. It's funny that Dragonstar has more idle TC than him, but that will change because Dragonstar has food income. He is the idle TC because he's been producing army. And Sito is dropping a market now just so he can buy food. And what a fun game. And Dragonstar, he doesn't know where the woodline is, but he understands the food difference. He's even attacking the farm so the farmers can't work. Which is a smart way of using your army there. Still, though, Dragonstar's eco is a mess. I see villagers standing around. He's not fixing that either. It's like he's strategically an absolute mastermind, but the execution is not what I think Sito's execution would be on the other side. I think if someone could steal Dragonstar's builds, holy crap, would they be dangerous? And I still feel like Sito is defended with towers. So Dragonstar can't do any continuous damage, and Dragonstar is still exposed at home. So maybe the one thing Dragonstar needs to try is get the stone, but he doesn't see that stone. This stone's exposed. His army's still moving around, and another tower from Sito. See, now you have two towers next to each other, and now Dragonstar can't be here. Two towers next to each other with fletching is dangerous. Counterattack from archers getting into the wood line. Is Dragonstar in trouble right here? I think he might be. It's been crazy messy on both sides, but beautiful job again of Sito, defending with the towers and counterattacking. And now all that army for Dragonstar, which he wants to be getting kills, they have to move over. Sito even has a dock down here. It's still crazy. This woodline completely changes the game for him. I need to go back to when he actually did that because I was not able to see it. It wasn't something that I was expecting to look for. You have this expected flow of a game, right? And that was not it. And, oh man, Sito kills another Vil. The one's weak in there, which he could realize. He can kill two more. Oof, just misses that one. Look at the idle town center. You could look at the idle TC from this game alone, up to this point. Add it up, and it might not even match the idle TC time that we see for the whole series for Vinchester and Hart in the next one. Like, these are such different games, such different metas, such different styles. I mean, if anyone's going to do it in the next game, the next series, it's probably going to be Vinch. Vinch does, like, his infantry builds. Guys, look at Dragonstar. He's looking for a woodline, man. He is looking for that woodline. He's like, where is he on wood? I do not understand. Clearing up the raid there. Still looking all around. Still not finding it. This would have been fine for Sito. To go back here, he could have just towered it by now. But that's just playing to your opponent, I guess. Understanding that he's trying to deny your res. So just don't go where you'll normally go. Fire galleys are getting the pickoffs there. Fire galley for Dragonstar kills a fishing ship, though. Down here, they're both safely fishing, which is kind of funny. But even that will change because Sito is making a fire. Dragonstar is making more infantry. He's making more man-at-arms. And Sito's going to go Eagles and Archers at the same time. And we are 23 minutes into this game. No one is on the way to Castle Age. Crazy stuff. Good micro from Sito. I think that's been the consistent difference between the two of them. Is his micro superior? Dragonstar, when he won game number 1, he still only had a 0.7 KD. It was just how many units he was able to make and how good his eco would be. Shout out once again to the random guy on YouTube who, over the past couple weeks, has just commented the amount of times that I have said the word crazy. I brought it up on stream, and now my chat will not stop saying crazy every time I say the word, and I'm extremely aware of how much I say it now. We do have the crazy emote. I'm sorry, but it's extremely fitting to say the word crazy, so I don't feel bad about it. But damn, dude, I should have never, ever told viewers that I noticed that guy. And he was just there for a couple weeks. He wouldn't say, man, really like this game, or what a build, or what good micro. He would just say T90 crazy count. And leave it at that. Dragonstar wants damage. He spent more food than his opponent on these armies. He's gone for man-at-arms and skirmisher. It's very food intensive. And we'll see if Sito can win this fight, because that is a lot of skirmishers here. And the man-at-arms will scare that away. And now the archers have gone too far. Dragonstar with the quick walls. Crazy quick walls. Maybe not crazy. Maybe expected quick walls, but that's way less hype. And he'll clear the archers. So Dragonstar now has an opportunity to try and push, but that's a lot of towers, man. That's a lot of towers. And you just got to think that if Sito falls back to where the towers are close together, that army might not be enough. Whew. I mean, Dragonstar knows he's up. Dragonstar knows he's up. And it's hard to find another word but crazy for this guy. Here he goes. He's sending it. He's bringing the vills. Man-at-arms and skirms for the army. Villagers for the towers. This is actually the correct play, I think. As ridiculous as it looks. Will it work out? I don't know. One tower will go down for Sito, which means the next tower goes down for Sito. Sito is repairing with what he can. He's garrisoned with what he can. The towers are getting a lot of kills here. They've got 10 kills, and now Sito is in Castle Age. So it was a good read from Dragonstar because he knows the army's only going to get better for Sito. But I just don't know if it's enough from Dragonstar. He hasn't taken down the towers. The villagers also get the armor upgrades for Sito now. Because they're in, he's in Castle Age with the Incas. And Sito will put a stop to that. And Sito will hold on. He's got the eco lead. And it's not a pretty economy right now. But if he can just get to Longsword, he could be completely fine just going for that. It's still really messy. He still tosses away a slinger. I mean, Dragonstar knew he had a timing. And if he didn't do something fast, it would only get worse. That's what that was. It looks a little suicidal, but otherwise, he just dies to Sito in Castle Age. And now he's dropping another tower. Now he's stuck here. He has to continue. And maybe he's got a chance. I mean, 10 farms is okay. Fishing ships is okay. Sito didn't patrol here, so Sito's not denying that. Oh, I would love to see a demo. Okay, the demo's down here for Sito. I would love to see a demo. Guys, if Sito wins the game changer was the sneak lumber camp. Because, like, still Dragonstar continues to look. I think he might... Okay, he just saw Vils there. And he's going down there now. He's like, I found you. Oh, that's so sick. But Sito knows maybe that the army's on the way. And Sito will drop a town center. That's wild how focused Dragonstar was on that he saw those vills. It's too late. The town center will be up. How many feudal age man-at-arms do you need to take down a Castle Age TC? More than 7. I don't even know if 20 is enough. And Incas are so nice because you can build towers. He just builds another tower. It's no problem for Sito. And now Dragonstar's like, no way you were here the whole time. He can take down the tower. Actually, Sito can trap him. Sito can wall him in. Sito can... Well, he doesn't see it. I think they're looking on water right now. We got some slingers and some fire galleys back there. And now Dragonstar's underneath the TC. And yeah, now the whole army will die. You can't do anything with this army. It was a wasted trip. Sito needs to just breathe, honestly. It's hard to because this game's been so chaotic. But he just needs to build a mill and drop some farms. Like, he could just farm in the middle of these towers, get some food economy, and he's okay. His economy could be better than it is right now. I think he's worried that Dragonstar's on the way to castle. Because if Dragonstar's on the way to castle, it's a different game. And Dragonstar might be on the way to castle soon. He's dropped his own defensive towers. He actually has stone income, which Sito doesn't anymore. He still has had some fish. He still has vills around. And I think he'll drop another tower, which will deny the wood line. This is a good move from Sito, though. He builds a tower to shoot that tower down, which means he can take the wood line again. And he's going to need that. We'll see if Dragonstar can click up, maybe. Dragonstar's pop is still pretty healthy. The Vil count's obviously better for Sito, but he hasn't been able to sort out the military situation. And, ooh, this could go poorly for Sito. Dragonstar garrisons the tower, and now he will come over to defend this tower. Incas just have had so many bonuses that have saved Sito. The extra pop space from the houses, the armor on the villagers. I think the tower will end up going down. But all this army in the back ends up going down for Sito, and Dragonstar's up. All right, I know you guys came here for entertainment, but this is actually a quiz. Pop quiz, okay? Dragonstar has a couple options here when he reaches Castle Age. I want you guys to tell me what Dragonstar will do, all right? You're being graded on this. This is important. This goes towards your final score, or your final, your report card, okay? Option 1, take it easy. Boom up and drop TCs. Option 2. Drop a forward castle on his face and go YOLO. Option 3. Well, option 3, drop a castle on his face and go YOLO. I mean, that was really bad multiple choice. There's only one option. It's Dragonstar. That's the point. There's only one option. We know what he's going to do. He's going to make like 2 knights, enough to protect him, and he's going to come forward and drop a castle on Sito's face. Now, where do you drop it? I don't know. But I'm glad you guys are paying attention. Well played. Well done, class. Well done. He's got 11 on stone. I think sometimes you can get into this situation where if you haven't fixed the military problem, you're only booming and you're only adding economy. And if you only add economy against a player like Dragonstar, you can have some really big problems. And this is just an invitation for that castle. Dragonstar will see this and he'll be like, perfect, because I need my castle to range a TC. You could actually place a castle that ranges both of these. And unlike the previous game, he will probably have the army to take down the siege. And unlike the previous game, Sito can't just like wall in his siege like he did in the previous situation. Still think this is key, though. Like, all this safe eco down here is really nice. But here we go, Dragonstar. What's it gonna be? He's bringing the knights this way to go after the mangonels. He'll see them. He should be able to snipe them. The knights have armor, and there's not a lot of protecting army. And where are the vills, Dragonstar? Where are the vills? One mangonel's down. Next mangonel's gonna go down. Siege is gone. Where are the vills? Expecting them. There they are. There they are. I mean, Sito could try and instinctually build his own castle here. That would be a mistake. I think you just have to run. But man, he needs military. And I don't know what military he's ever going to make. He's got 80 vills. He doesn't know he's got a 30 villager lead. He just knows he's getting castle drop. He just knows he's surrounded. He just knows he's going to be losing his control on water, too. So many things could go wrong here. I think Dragonstar's next area of focus is going to be the south. Like a siege workshop or another castle down here to pressure this. And it can become complicated when you are... when your base is split up like this, there's a lot of things in different areas of the screen. So it's not easy. I don't know where Sato's going with these villas just yet, but he is going to hold on water there. Dragonstar has a demo on the way, so you better be careful, Sato. And Sato is castle dropping down here. Okay, so at least he understands. The knights are coming this way. So he is going to go for a castle to protect the gold, protect the woodline, protect the TC. That's good. The demo for Dragonstar was made for the vills, but there's no longer any vills around, so he'll just hit the fires, which doesn't do enough. And the knights don't do enough because Sato able to get some house walls down. Some of the knights get through, but most of the knights will die, and now Kameyux for Sato seems like a pretty valid option. If Sato didn't have these towers here, it'd be a completely different game. His food eco is awful, man. It's really bad. I think if Dragonstar just adds town centers and booms, he's still completely fine, even though he's down 30 vills. Because the economy for Sato is just so weak. Huskarls are running around. Huskarls are going to try and raid the woodlines. My goodness, what a series. Who do you guys think wins from here? I think the game goes till imp from here. I think we have a very long game. I'm normally inclined to say the person with more villagers wins, but I don't know, man. Sato's still having some problems. He's got a lot of work to do. Yeah, viewers win. That's true. Huskarls are a great raiding unit. Sato will have some monks around, I'm sure. I think water control still ends up mattering a lot here. Random demos and fire ships could really contribute. I'm wondering where Sato's gold income's going to be. He's got gold tier, and then he's got the gold tier. Okay. Dragonstar second TC, Dragonstar third TC. So he'll have 3 town centers. He's got lots of military control still. But Sato is starting to stabilize that economy. And he even went for guard tower. These towers, especially if he has ballistics, completely cut this all off. And the pressure, if it comes down here, gets cut off. So I'm starting to see the eco situation improve for Sato. Farms are going up everywhere. The eco upgrades are really good. Yeah, I'm definitely leaning more towards Sato unless Dragonstar can do some big damage. And Sato is not giving up on water. So he's fighting from this dock and this dock. So he can control the river here and protect if any units were to try and run across. But this is what makes Age of Empires beautiful. The reason Sato has been able to finally fix his eco is because Dragonstar looked at his eco and invested into his eco more than he ever had, and then the pressure stops. So Sato, you could look at it and be like, oh, Sato can't do this. No, he had no time. Like, it wasn't that he didn't have the skills. He's never really had a moment where he could do what he needed to do, and now he's running with it. Nice defense there. He'll clear that entire army, saves the monks inside the tower. There are some Huskarls down here. Sato? This is what I said before. When you're not used to looking to a completely different corner of the map from your main base, sometimes you'll lose some vills. But that's fine, man. Like, a couple vills, that's nothing. Sato looking for the 2-1 victory in this play all 3. Before the series, I said that Dragonstar would maybe be happy with 1 win. Honestly, after watching this series, I think it'll be disappointment for Dragonstar because he will feel like these games were all winnable. And his strategy is really on point. And every opponent's going to be tough. When you get close to actually getting the job done and then you lose, then it can be frustrating. And he calls the GG. Yeah, he's just completely outboomed, guys. He sees the score. He understands. Sato has locked down the water. Sato has locked down the land. What a series. What a fun set. Maybe Dragonstar could play on a little bit longer there, but I mean, he's down by 40 villagers. He's going to start to get raided. He doesn't really have army anymore. There's slingers from Sato. There's eagles from Sato. There's monks. He was about to drop town center number 5. Amazing set of AoE 2. That was so sick. And possibly a sign of things to come. I think over time in Titans League, you tend to see a meta develop. Some of the things that we saw from Dragonstar and Sato today were very different than what we saw from other players. So that could just be their style, but typically what happens is really good players who would never come up with this themselves are going to look at that and say, ooh, that's a good build order right there. and maybe they could try it themselves. Yeah, more food for Dragonstar this game, but he just was unable to take the stone and gold. For me, the key was that lumber camp, and I need to know when the villagers left. When did they run, and where did they go, and did Dragonstar have a chance to see it? Like, this was a completely different state of the game. Man, he left early. So the tower goes up. He built his own tower. And Dragonstar's immediately thinking, like, all right, I got to deny his wood line. And Sato runs now. And wow, he actually starts here. And then he thinks about it and says, no, that's bad, which would have been horrible. He would have lost the game if he did that. And he does this. That's the game changer right there. And Dragonstar spent the entire game like, where is he taking wood? He eventually checks all these areas. He checks the back. He checked over here. He checked over here. He like looked everywhere. Never knew about that. If Dragonstar had a wood line to pressure, I think he would have won the game. Wow, that was super smart. Well played from Sato. And I don't know if that's something you really prepare for. I think that's just intuition in the moment. So, yeah, love to see it. All right, guys. Next series is going to be starting very soon. Next series, we've got Hart against Vinchester. Crazy set coming up. Thank you, Keith, on YouTube for the dono, man. Appreciate that. Happy to be streaming on YouTube. I know I haven't done it a lot in the past. I think I did it for a couple events, but I've never done it the amount of time that I'm planning on doing it. My goal is to do it for all of Titans League Platinum and potentially some of the silver and the gold playoffs. So support there is awesome. We'll still have the uploads on YouTube to the extras channel if you want to watch the full sets in 4K. But thank you everyone who's watching on Twitch and watching on YouTube today. Really means a lot. Hart and Vinch are actually drafting right now. So I'm not going to do my break music or anything, but I am just going to transition my scoreboard over. And I'll happily answer any questions you guys may have about TTL or just say hello to you all. But I would not expect this series to be quite as infantry heavy. I mean, Vinch will do it. Hart, not really a big infantry player, so. Yeah, you're welcome, George. You're welcome. Just reset the scoreboard here. But that was my favorite series of TTL so far. Holy crap, was that fun. That was a 2-hour set as well. I think it might have been the longest one. Every game went on for a pretty long time. I think every game went imp, right? Well, no, the last one was close to imp, I guess. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Uncle Skippy says this is the point where the YouTube video ends. So I was shocked when the video carried on. Yeah, you guys get to find out what I'm really like when there's no game in front of me now. So is that better or is that worse, Twitch chat? Let them know. Let them know what they're in for here. Forewarn them for how I am in between games. I'm messing with this scoreboard right now as I'm also chatting to you, so my attention's a little divided. It's worse? It's better? Okay, all right. All right, well, I mean, mixed bag, I guess. It depends. It depends, yes. You got it. What's up, Kettle Punch? Welcome. Let me just snag their civs real quick. I think they're in the process of doing civs. They pretty much started this right away. They were scheduled to start 4 minutes ago or 5 minutes ago, so. Yo, Chance. Also with the dono on YouTube. Thank you so much. Says this is a lot better than me fighting hard AI. Thanks for all the work you do for the game, T90. Yo, thank you. Salutes in chat, please, for Chance. Hey, don't sell yourself short. You could maybe have better idle TC time than Dragonstar and Sato did in that game against the hard AI. Let's be real. That was like 3 minutes of idle TC. 3 minutes of not producing villagers there. But I think it was also understandable, so. All right, I'm not going to play tunes, but I am going to just step away and use the bathroom real quick, all right? So enjoy the civs. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry to ruin the silence. They're about to go for their Sid picks here. So with Slopes, Monocle, and Zimbabwe, Zimbabwe is the one where you have to think about arena. So Bohemians was banned out. Portuguese hasn't been banned, though. Portuguese is really good. Mongols, too, could be interesting there because of the amount of hunts. Monocle, we've seen a lot of Armenians. We've seen a lot of Dravidians. We've seen some Burgundians as well. So I think that's what Hart is drafting for there. Slopes could be a variety of civs as well. So what's up, Grim? Thank you so much. I think Hart's bans are really good bans against Winchester. Winchester loves Mayans and Incas. They're gone. And then Koreans, Bengalis, Way are just good overall civs. Yeah, I will hydrate, guys. Thank you. The more I hydrate, the more breaks I take. You know how it goes. But Squidjet, thank you. Thank you for 64. Iron Spark, thank you for the resub. Quanto, welcome in with the Prime. Pterodactyls, thanks for the 24 months. You'll get another sub badge soon. Grim, thanks for the 8. What's up, Morwen? I don't know who's favored in this series. I think this one might just come down to who is prepared the most. If they're both on the same level in terms of preparation, I would prefer Hart, I think. There's just a couple sets in my mind where I remember Hart getting the better of Winchester. One was fairly recently with qualifying for Red Bull. So but it could be very close to 50-50 here. Yeah, I'll be watching the Super Bowl tonight. Not sure how many chatters will be watching the Super Bowl. But yeah, I'll be watching. I'm looking forward to watching it. It's a weird year, but like a good year because we haven't had these teams in the Super Bowl for a very long time. So I'm leaning towards the Seahawks just because I'm a big fan of Sam Darnold. He played quarterback for my team last year, and we didn't re-sign him, so a lot's being said about that. But yeah, I like the guy. And the Patriots won a lot in my lifetime, so I wouldn't feel bad for them if they lost. Armenians, Japanese, and Turks for Vince. So that's pretty clearly Turks for Zimbabwe. Japanese and Armenians for Slopes and or Monocle. Mongoose Arena, are you a Patriots fan? How many Patriots fans do we have in chat? Okay, you're a Patriots fan. All right. Have you been a Patriots fan your whole life, or did you become a Patriots fan when the times were good? Okay, raised in New England. All right, that's fair then. That's fair. You're not a bandwagon supporter, so. There are some viewers right now who are like, what on earth are you talking about? Did they add a new DLC? Patriots, what? Seahawks, what? I believe people who are not from the United States would refer to this game as hand egg. I've heard that joke before. But yeah, I'm sure you guys know what the Super Bowl is. I'll be watching. For sure. Just hanging out, eating some decent food, and normally I'd plan around a couple beers, but I had a bunch of wine last night, so I probably should just drink water. But it'll be fun. Verbal says, are you watching real football like Champions League? I'm a United fan. The last couple weeks have been great for me, man. So we've got our young players playing. Everyone's playing with confidence. Our defense is actually decent. I am expecting this to just turn around and change and turn into a dumpster fire again, but yeah. I have been following that as well. So my favorite sports would be American football, and then hockey. Those are my top 3 favorite sports. If esports counts, then, I mean, AoE's number 1. But for sports, those are my sports. And I can never win because if I say soccer, then some people are like, it's not soccer, it's football. And then if I say football, people are like, you mean hand egg, right? I can never win on the internet, so. All right, so what do we think of the drafts here? I really like Hart's draft. You know, when Vinchester plays, he goes for some drafts that later on have me praising him or just questioning him. That's not a bad list of civilizations, but Hart's got some good options here. I think maybe the most impressive thing I'm seeing from Hart is he picked up Mongol's 4th pick. He might not play that civ, but that is a civ that could be really good on Zimbabwe with all the hunt. So he's eliminated that at least, or he can play it himself. So you've got options in TTL. It's a play all 3, $30 per win, but big money on the line in terms of the overall prize pool. Both these players have gone in deep into the playoffs in Titans League before. Vinchester won the first season. That was the first S-tier tournament he won. Vinchester won the first season, and then the next season he got relegated out of Titans League, which is like, as a sales pitch on Titans League is crazy, right? If you don't play consistently, you get kicked out of the league. And yeah, Vinchester's obviously since turned it around and has done very well. But yeah, there's the overall prize pool breakdown for placement in Platinum. You also still have the $30 of money per game. So you got a decent chunk of change to play for, $64,000 in total. This is the group, though. And this I would consider to be the group of death. So, I mean, Hera, Yo, Hart, Vinchester, the 4 players at the top there could all go deep into the playoffs. Only 3 players get into a playoff position. First place gets a bye to the quarters. Second and third place go into the round of 12. Here's an idea of what that bracket will eventually look like. But then Lucho and Sizcon, I know they didn't get wins at the start. They might be lacking confidence, but they're really good players too. Those were the 2 players that were promoted up from Gold League. And so far, like Lix and Rapard were also promoted up from Gold League, and they also got 0-3'd. So far, we haven't had anyone who is promoted up who's done phenomenally well. I'm trying to remember, though, Mihai, was he in Platinum last? I think Mihai got promoted up. I think it was Mihai who got promoted up. And so, yeah, Mihai won 3 games in his group against Dark. So that was good. But yeah, they'll start the first game here in a second. We were supposed to have Viper versus Vivi today, guys. Viper is sick. That is going to be pushed back into the next round of coverage. So that would be next Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday. I think the plan right now is to do that on Friday. And that way, when Viper plays his next round, that would be covered on Saturday, Sunday, or Monday. So unfortunately, only 2 sets today. But thanks for hanging with me. They'll be launching in a second, so I could happily answer some questions. Predictions. Yes, prediction contest. What did I predict? I know before the day that Wang dude was in first. Okay, so Wang was in first. I was tied for second. What did Wang predict for that series? Wang predicted 3-0. Here, you can't see it. Wang, he predicted 3-0 for Sito over Dragonstar. So he got the winner correct, but he didn't get it perfect. What did I predict? No, bro. I thought for sure I did 2-1 for Sito. We got to look into that. I think there's been someone hacked my predictions. I could have sworn I predicted 2-0 or 2-1 for Sito. All right. Well, you could see my other predictions here. I predicted Hart 2-1 over Vinchester. Unfortunately, when you search for T90, there's a bunch of other submissions. So thankfully, I am slightly... Oh my god, T90 feet picks got that right, and I didn't. There's also like 2 different submissions for T90 feet picks. I don't know. There's also T90's left arm. There's also T90 blind unofficial picks predictions. I don't know who the hell that is. There's T90's left testicle. They're not doing very well. And T90 cardboard league. So yeah, we should... I think maybe next time we need we need to have some parameters set for the submission names. But hey, what are you gonna do? Sometimes your left arm just wants to be involved, you know? Toby, thanks for the 25 months. Thank you, Verbal, again for the 11. T90, do you think better pathing should be a civ bonus? Better pathing is a civ bonus? No, dude. But that's one of the funniest things someone's ever asked me. Better pathing is civ bonus. Like they've been holding back the good pathing the whole time, just waiting for a DLC, right? If they magically had the fix for all pathing problems, I think, and they were like, hey, you got to pay $20 for the pathing DLC. I don't want to give them ideas, but type a 1 in chat if you would pay for that. Like, bro, I'd pay for that for sure. But no, I don't think it would be for one civ. That would be stupid. That would be insane. Anyways, we got to do the ad break on Twitch and YouTube. They're going to start soon. And yeah, I predicted 2-1 for Hart here. I just think Hart has some recent confidence against Vinchester. I think that goes a long way. It was a fairly convincing victory for him as well over Vinchester. I think he won 4-1 in the Red Bull set. So I think that's the way I'm leaning on this. But play all three. 2 big names here. They're about to launch out. And we'll be into it in a moment. I'm trying to fix and set up the Civ Draft scene for in-game. What do you guys think of TTL so far? You happy with it? Hope so. We can't really change anything at this point. We're just hoping the games are good, hoping the flow of the event's good. I've been really happy with it so far. Yeah, it's been fun. It's been especially cool to see silver and gold. Can't wait for the silver and gold playoffs. At one point, we're going to be doing 4 sets a day over 3 days to cover some of the silver action. We'll do the same with gold as well. My plan for after the stream is to sit down and basically look at the full calendar for the next month and a half and make a video on that so you guys know. Because there will be a lot. T90, can you have 15 minutes of ads at the start of the stream and no ads then the whole stream? Well, 2 things. First off, it doesn't let you do that. Second, the point of ads is also to get some revenue from people who are not subscribing for the content. So I'm not trying to blast you guys with ads. That, of course, I want you guys to watch. But it also is a way to have some revenue, a bit of revenue for people who aren't able to subscribe. So I always try and keep it in between games. But yeah, there's some information on that. And here we go. All right. So welcome, everybody. We've got slopes to start it all off. At least for those that have watched live today, this is going to be a bit of a mix-up. Some people out there are maybe watching the whole way through, and they're going to watch every series. I expect a very different type of series here between Vinchester and Hart. Vinchester and Hart, I could both see the path would be similar. Maybe they could both get top 4 this season. Vinchester won season 1 before. He's been in amazing shape. Hart, I feel like, even though he's been consistently top 10 over the last year or 2, I feel like he could get even better. So, oh, and I said I was going to cast with Dave. Shit, I completely forgot. That's really embarrassing. We were literally together in person 2 days ago. I'm so sorry.
You always join. Oh my!
I know you were talking. I know you were talking. I'm so sorry. Would you like to continue, or should we start over?
No. It's your tournament, dude. Make the introduction.
All right. Well, yeah. Welcome everybody. We got Vinchester versus Hart. Both players are incredible. I am a horrible friend and co-caster because I completely forgot that we were casting this, but I'm excited now. I'm excited now too because I'm like, oh shit, I forgot we talked about this. So, I was just saying how I think both players could honestly be top 4 in the event. Like they're both in the running for the whole thing. So, will be fun to see what they show in week 1.
Yeah, I was pointing out before you got here that the maps are kind of flipped for them, right? Obviously on slopes you're gonna have to go for military early, but like you look at Hart's base, Portuguese, he's got berries and gold in the back. And then you look at Vinchester's base, and it's like super forward, berries and gold.
Yeah, true.
He does have the secondary gold back there, so he can wall up if he needs to, but I think that'll pressure Vinchester into some more aggressive plays a little bit, and maybe put Hart a little bit more on the defensive.
All of Vinchester's Civ picks, at least the early Civ picks, they all revolve around infantry builds. And Vinchester, he's the one who started the little 2 militia drush. He's not going to be quite as crazy as Dragonstar was earlier and go for the early barracks, but he's on 4 on wood. He's got Japanese. And so my expectation here is he's going to drop the barracks. There it is. And then you can take the side resources on slopes with the cheap mills of the Japanese. So it's a better map to do the 2 militia builds and the infantry openings than Arabia, let's say, because you can mill to get the food.
Well, I think Hart's going to struggle a little bit with this early build. Not too much, but he got that Ibex about like 70% to the TC, and then it went back. So he's not going to have any scouting or anything about what's happening. He can probably assume it's going to be, you know, some militia pressure or men at arms or whatever, but his information is going to be pretty limited here. And the Ibex is just going to be a little late.
Yeah, frustrating when you want to push in the Ibex and then it doubles back on you because you do have to go back over to the other side eventually, so it takes a little bit of time. Vinchester almost, I don't know if that was on purpose, but you should know where the opponent's TC is, and he almost got nuked by it. But he did also bait a garrison, and he sees the deer. He's getting some hits, and the militia are coming up behind this, and like we said, there's the militia from Vinch. So very clean from both players. Hart doesn't want to engage in the militia war. He wants to be feudal. And Vinch actually adding the 3rd militia now. Wow.
Yeah, a lot of infantry, right? You mentioned the Dragonstar set, dude. I saw that draft, and I'm sure Sato saw that draft, and it's like, okay, here we go. Like the entire draft, it was like Romans, Wu, Aztecs, Goths, Celts. Okay,
dude,
that was an insane set. I enjoyed that so much.
Dragonstar better be must watch for everybody now. Like that was ridiculous. And he's just such an interesting player for Platinum because he's gotten wins against players who are clearly more talented than him many times over his career, but he just has the strats. And his thing is make more units and have more map control. It's just super fun to watch. So I love that. But I would expect this to be a little cleaner and less overall craziness between these two.
Who's your favorite before these militia come in? Vinch is taking the long way around. He's being sneaky with it.
I have Hart.
Okay.
I think recent results have gone his way. I think I said 2-1 for Hart, but I don't think he was expecting the 3rd militia, and I don't think he was expecting this angle either. So Vinchester wants some value from the militia, and he's done a really good job at saving some of these vills. Can he save them all, though?
He's going to try, and he still hasn't killed the scout either. He had like 3 opportunities to kill the scout, but obviously it's a little messy back there. And Vinchester's going to get away with that. He does save 2 of them, though. A lot of idle time, but the villagers are still alive. They're still kicking, and Hart can focus on getting that range up on the front side, but it's going to be a while before he has any military to help him out back here.
That is sometimes the difference between this strategy being good or not, right? A little bit of damage control. That could have been 2 villager kills, and instead it's 0. And Hart should know now that Vinchester's probably going to play the sides. I'm really curious of what his scouting looks like. Because when I think of people that Hart's going to train with for this, he's not normally training with people who play like Vinch with the 2 militia and that would take the risks to mill the sides. And Vinch is going to do both sides.
And Hart's not even noticing that yet. He's been a little distracted. Like must be a little bit of a frustrating start for him for that drush to show up. And you add that to the deer earlier and everything, and it just must not feel amazing at the moment, but still, he's alive. He hasn't lost any vills. He's behind a risk collected because of the idle time, but he's going to be going forward with an archer and a spearman, and he doesn't go to the side.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I'm currently wondering, is he prepared for this map? Like, is this a map he's played a lot? Because the fact that he hasn't even checked either side is crazy. But at the same time, Vinchester's taking some risks. Vinchester has to know the opponent's had army for a long time and the scout. So to try and wall that when you're in the dark is a little out of the blue. And if he loses the Vill,
he's dead.
Yeah, that's sloppy. I think Vinchester should understand there that that's ambitious. So I guess some things to be critical of on both sides. Is Hart expecting the follow-up, Dave?
4 men at arms. He added another one. Like, he's back again. He still hasn't taken care of that wood line back there. One archer isn't that concerning for Vinchester. Might lose another villager to that, but if he gets value on this back wood line, that's totally worth it. If Heart's focused there, this is so worth it, dude. Vinchester, can he get him? Can he block it?
I mean, already impressive that he's been able to click these out and not lose any villagers. Vinchester gets the block, though. He kills a Vill, and he also pushes Hart off the gold, and the wood line's really in an awkward spot. I think he did lose another villager on his wood line, so well played to Hart.
Yep.
But I'm happy with Vinch's position because he's got 1,000 food on either side, and Hart never scouted it either. So he has no clue Vinchester's out there, and he doesn't have that himself.
Arson coming in for those men-at-arms. We have the archer range at home, so there's not really going to be a follow-up immediately from Vinchester. It's just going to be these men-at-arms. Hart should be able to take care of that, but this is just limiting the amount of villagers he can have on wood. Like, he's taking straggler trees right now. It's not a super efficient eco for him, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and Vinchester could, if he wants better wood lines later on, he has the villagers up there on the side, so he could end up taking the res. But we got to remember the risk is there, and that if Hart is able to find those villagers, which he's still not looking for, it could be 3 or 4 easy Vill snipes on either side. So long term as well, I just really love the Portuguese. I think the cheaper gold units and having access to Bombard Cannon and Imp give them the edge over the Japanese. So I think Vinchester's build all about the early damage. He needs to continue the pressure here.
I actually quite like the Japanese and Castle Age, though. Here, if you play into Cav Archers, it could be really, really nice.
Yeah, no, I think Cav Archer is maybe your best play. But what I always struggle with is getting to Cav Archers on an open map feels so brutal.
Yes.
Because you could get pressured by early crossbow or early elite skirm. So it's something that is a bit ambitious, and I think you need to have a lead to do. And right now, Vinchester just adding his own skirmishers.
Dude, Portuguese helped out Hart so much in this game. If he didn't have Portuguese here, he would have had huge wood issues.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, overloaded the berries pretty heavily. Berries are almost gone, actually, and he's walling up. And the other thing that you mentioned, the gold is on the back, so that's safe for him. Vinch does have more wood lines in his base, but it almost makes it more difficult because it's more stuff he has to wall right now. And he's not walled.
Just don't go for that wall. Yeah, it's just bad experiences. Don't go for that wall. Please just leave it. You've got a gold at the back you can take. He's pressuring forward now, and Hart tried to go up for a wall, and Hart's going to lose a Vill.
Yeah, evens it up. So both players in different positions. Also on the right side, Vinchester had to flee. So I think he left just at the perfect time because Hart's over there with some archers. So I'm not sure if Vinchester's aware. Damage control is key here. Hart's done a good job with that so far, but it's just the difference in the game is going to be who can mitigate damage while the other's in their base.
Oh, the archers are coming into Vinch's base. He didn't wall to the edge of the map. Could have been an easy wall there for him. He's going to try it now.
Ooh.
A little late, though. Little late. The archers are in. The skirms are there to block as well. It's not going to be easy to get back to the TC. Hart's going to manage to take one. Villagers now running back to the town center, and Vinchester needs to completely reposition all of his wood eco. He's still attacking, but he's not finding the villager kills that Hart can.
Click Hart's archer range and toggle to the production time for a second. That range has been up a long time. That has been producing 90% of the time. And then Vinchester's has been producing about like 60% of the time. That's the difference right now. It's one range from both. They both have gone for blacksmith upgrades. They both have made similar units, but Hart has just done a much better job of consistently producing. So well played. When you have to leave both your wood lines like that, that really delays your economy. So Vinchester, even though he's still got a small army on the front, Hart's defending from that. Vinch will lose another villager on the gold, and Hart can fall back. So I think score is a little deceiving right now. I really like Hart's position, but still close.
I don't know if Hart saw that scout. He didn't see the stable from Vinch. Vinch has the armor. And now the question is, like, if you're Vinchester, do you go for a counterattack with these scouts, or do you go after the army? Looks like he's revealed that he has a stable now.
Well, what really helped is that Hart got on the wrong side. Hart went a little deep there. He didn't patrol. And so Vinchester's able to snag a couple good hits there. There is a spearman coming, though, from Hart. So
yeah, he must have seen the scout. He must have seen it.
Hart's so good, I would always expect the game sense as well. But yeah, the spearmen are the difference between losing this entire army or not. Having said that, Vinchester's still weakened a lot of units, and the scouts have got great value here. He's actually just focusing down the range units and letting the scouts die.
Yep.
Huh.
There's
Interesting.
two really weak skirms there too. Still has a little bit of an army on the left side, but like total HP is 18 out of 150. So I don't know. I don't know how good that one's gonna be. Market now going up for Vinchester. Resources looking really solid for him. Res collected is identical almost.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that Heart's killed 4 villas. So there's been a lot of idle time here for Heart.
Close game, dude. 16 to 17 KD. I think the main difference is that one player is not that close to being fully walled. So Vinchester, there's still a headache. I think it's funny. It's still that same area that he tried to wall before.
Watch him lose another villager. Yeah, going out for that.
Yeah,
It's gonna happen.
I mean, he still needs to complete the walls. If Hart can just run into his gold like that, it's going to be a headache. But he needs to click up first, and he will have the resources for Castle Age. Much faster than Hart.
And the double range here. I mean, you mentioned it's difficult to get into Cav Archers, especially when your main gold is just constantly pressured like this.
Yeah.
I think he'll probably like he'll be forced to play in this skirm, and then once you have the gold loaded, that's when you switch.
Yeah, I think if you completely take map control with the skirms, then your opponent's going to go knights. Then you can go for the Cav Archers. You could convince yourself right now in Vinchester's position that you don't need any more skirms, but he needs to be careful with that because Hart's coming forward with a big army. Hart's balancing his res nicely to click up too. And Vinchester only has 3 skirms, so 3 skirms against 3 skirms, plus there's the archers behind. And Hart pushing in. Vinchester at least pushed off the gold for now.
Yeah, just take the gold at the back, bro. Like, there's a gold at the back. It only costs 50 wood to make a mining camp with Japanese. Like, just take it. You don't need to be on that front one?
Sorry to deviate, but I've had 16,000 people mentioning volume. I did boost you as much as I can. Is there anything you can do? It's not bad. It's like maybe 10% lower, but
I should be fine, dude. I don't know.
yeah,
Let me see.
yeah, if you can, it's like I said, it's not.
Mine's at max. Mine's at max, and I'm fine on my stream, so I don't.
Yeah. Okay. And now all the chatters who weren't paying attention to the like 1 or 2 people are saying it's fine here too. So you know how it goes. You can get really.
I'll
can get
just
particular on audio.
right into the mic, bro.
Okay, hold on. I gotta turn you down, guys. We gotta turn Dave down. He's too loud now. Yeah. Well, I was pointing out how ridiculous it is that I forgot to cast with you when you were literally here like 2 days before and we were hanging out in person. Oh, I feel so bad. Hearts Archers are headed to the north right now, but he might be expecting a town center up there.
Yep.
And
That's a good TC from Vinchester, I think. Just keep it condensed. You're playing skirms. You're going to play into Cav Archers. You don't need the sides yet. Just keep it condensed. Don't have any easy kills. Although Hart showing up on this TC might be able to snag a couple villagers before it goes up. Maybe 1.
I mean, if he built this with 4 vills, which is the standard, he would maybe never get the TC completed. It's a little risky to be moving forward with your skirmishers as well here if you're Vinchester, but he completes the town center. He'll focus down the crossbows first. He'll kill 2 of them. The other 2 will probably be cleared up. And
Ooh,
his
he's killing
skirms
villagers on the
forward.
woodline too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice find. He found some weak ones there. The Cav Archers are here. Hard's got a
Oh!
lot of crossbows in the ranges. He's got some knights coming out, and he just walks through. There's a hole.
There's a hole. And clearly not one that Hart expected. I think there's a chance that Vinchester could eventually lose this army against a couple knights, but if he can just force the issue right now, he's got 2 town centers and Hart is only on 1. This is amazing value for Vince just being here.
Yep.
So he needs to trade against those crossbows, though. If he could kill off the crossbows and lose his skirms, that's fine. If you don't kill the crossbows and you lose all your skirms, you might regret diving in here. I think this is still
He's
good
gonna
value
kill
from
a few.
Vinch. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a lot of idle time again for Hart. A lot of messiness, right? He's going up for that TC, still hunting down those crossbows. Great angles Hart has taken trying to dodge away from those skirms to even keep these alive.
Something that comes into my mind now is how many times I've seen Hart play and how influenced I feel he is by that first game. If Vinchester could continue to do that, continue to get some momentum here, maybe it could flow into game number 2 and game number 3 a little bit. Hart has improved on that, but he's definitely a little streaky in terms of how well he's able to perform if things go wrong.
Only
that
3 skirmed and 4 cav archers for Vinch. Those
Yeah.
knights are going to be a problem.
the difference between these two for me is the consistency of military production. Like,
Yep.
if Vinchester loses an army, it takes him a bit of time to get more military forward. Some of that could be Portuguese, though. It's one of the best civs to continuously make crossbows and knights, like in this instance.
Also, the fact that he went for early ballistics, right? So that's really gonna hurt his cav archer production. You can see it right now. Ballistics being in is gonna be nice against the knights, but with only 4 cav archers at the moment, it's gonna take a long time before he can even start to think about a counter raid or anything on Hart. He just needs to hold.
Look at this from Hart. So he knows Vinchester's army is here. He's got another army headed to the north right now. That would be an area that Vinchester might expand to a second town center.
Sorry.
So,
That call was from Pennsylvania, by the way, if you heard that.
oh,
Maybe it's your parents, bro.
did your phone just go off?
Yeah.
I mean, I get 1,000,001 calls from Pennsylvania. There's no one I know. It's all spam calls. But yeah, maybe Hart has the momentum now. He gets behind this wood line, which is already not looking too tasty for Vinchester. And Vinchester loses a bunch of villagers there, man. So Hart using the army on the left just to control the game, and he seems in a consistent position. The crossbows are still on the left side. He hasn't killed any cav archers. But third town center coming up for Hart on the right. 8 villager lead now, and only 5 military for Vinch. It's back to what we said. It's so tough to get cav archers going if the game is actually close.
It's just the production, like you said. It's 100% the production. It's just Hart has it. He always does every single game he plays. And Vinchester, a little bit inconsistent this game.
Yeah.
Although he is going to clear up the cav archers. Nice micro there from Vinch. Good timing on the splits.
And the cav archers
wow.
have +2 attack against ranged soldiers. So Japanese cav archer versus crossbow is way better for the cav archers if the numbers are even. So I think Hart needs to understand that, and he needs to switch into elite skirmisher here soon. If he stays on gold units, things could get a little tricky. Third archer range for Vinchester. That forward gold for him, that area that's still not walled, has been such an eyesore for me.
I think he's just been way too stubborn with it, right? Like, he could have taken that back gold a lot earlier. He could have walled up, played a lot more condensed. But he just kept having villagers here, and he's forced to stand his ground on that front side. He is going to start to clear up these crossbows, but it's always more military coming forward from Hart. And now he's making a switch into skirms.
Yeah, Hart will want good value. You don't have mobility right now. So if you lose this army and Vinchester's able to run over with cav archers, he can start to harass and you have to chase a little bit. Almost feels like Vinchester's planning for a forward castle. The way the game's flowing, it's like he's hoping to clear the army in the middle and go for a forward castle. 12 on stone at this stage with Japanese is not your typical buildup.
Well, he already sold 300 of it, right? So it hasn't been the most efficient eco at all.
Yep.
Hart also going for the siege workshop in the middle. He saw that Vinchester was on the stone, so he might expect something like that. I think he needs something like a forward castle to get an advantage back in this game, but I don't think he can get away with it.
Well,
He's just going to have to take his medicine, put the castle at home defensively, and then try and claw your way back.
that's so crazy, the timing
that's
here.
such a good cav archer raid. Oh my goodness.
Hart was just thinking, okay, I see he doesn't have cav archers in the middle. Where am I exposed? He's protected in the middle and on the right side, but the one area he's exposed, the house walls are a little late. So nice job from Vinch, and this is what I mean. Now Hart has to bring skirmishers back. He has to chase those CA, and that allows Vinchester to potentially move somewhere else. But
I think that engagement right there, killing those vills, makes Vinchester feel a lot more comfortable about a defensive castle.
yeah,
Because he's gotten something, right? He's gotten some damage. He knows that Hart is a little frazzled by that. Now he can start to try and even up the eco a little bit, play defensive, and hopefully push his way back.
I mean, Vinchester still does not have a very big army. He brings the cav archers to the middle, but now Hart is still camping the main gold. I just love Hart's consistency with production. Every time you look at Hart's resources when he's in Castle Age, you can always see the timing on the castle and for Imp. So right now, he's about to have the stone for a castle. His food count's probably going to start to climb a little bit. But Vinchester holding on. He just needs to deal with the siege. It's coming forward from Hart.
It's gonna be tough. You got to play into the late game. Like if you're gonna win this from Vinchester's position, you're gonna win it in mid or late imp, because it's a whole lot of clawing back that you need to do, and you probably don't have the better Civ in imp. Portuguese is better.
Yeah, especially in early Imperial Age. I think super late game, Japanese might be better with the towers and the cav archers. Vinchester just fighting this, Dave, and he is showing now that he is the superior military. Hart had a nice army, but he just, oof, hold up. That's decent. I mean, Hart will take that trade.
That was a crazy commitment from Vinch. I think a lot of players would have just backed off there.
I guess it's the confidence the cav archers give you. But you don't have +2 attack against skirms, so
no,
it's not as easy as it is against the crossbows. Do want to point out the entirety of Feudal Age and Castle Age, Vinch has had the score lead. So we're looking at the stats, and we're thinking the flow of the game is really good for Hart, but Hart doesn't have that indicator that tells him he is the lead, and it's never flipped either. So that's kind of interesting. I think it might just be scouting from Vinch, because he scouted most of the map and Hart missed some of it, but don't really know. It could be some other details.
It's a bit of like uncharacteristic macro missing here from Hart a little bit behind this too. Like usually you'd see him at this stage, he just added a bunch more, but he had 20 farms throughout that entire push, right?
Yeah.
With 80 something villagers. Usually you'd see Hart at 30 farms or something, and then he would have already clicked up to imp once that castle was up. He's clicking up now. He uses the market a little bit, so he's balanced it nicely. And it should be good going forward. But that opens the door a little bit for Vinchester, who has 38 on food.
Dude, Vinch has so many knights, and he's hiding them too.
Yes.
Yeah, honestly, might not need this many, but he's going for chain barding. And this is on the back of scale barding. So instead of going Imperial Age, he's going for knights and spending his food and gold on the army and the upgrades. He should clear everything in the middle. There's 2 crossbows there. So that whole army is dead.
Yeah, and then if you're Hart, you're going to have to build back up. You won't have that forward position when you finally do get to Imperial Age. Also, the left side of Hart's base still very open. He's got the castle on the right, but with +2 knights, there's a lot of damage to be done here, Tristan. There's a lot of damage.
Vinchester doesn't know about Hart's castle. He wants something on that right side. The villagers are just standing there out of range. Okay, now he finds out.
He doesn't lose a vill? Oh my god, I would have lost everything. Would have lost all of them.
That's all right. He loses the cav archers instead. But yeah, good pressure, and this makes it difficult for Hart, as you said, to expand his eco. I think if Vinchester knows that there's the castle there from Hart, he could just leave that be. But he needs to take the left hill. There's stone and there's wood, and it's really important to have the sides locked down for the wood lines here.
I think Vinch might actually manage to win this game. I mean, the +2 knights was a great play. He gets so much map control, and he clicks up to imp at a reasonable time. He's only 2 minutes behind. It'll take Hart 2 minutes just to clear these armies and then start a push through the center.
I think what I'm worried about for Vinch is the front of his base is horrendous if he's ever attacked there.
Yes.
He doesn't have towers. He doesn't have a castle there. So he needs to use this time to control the map. And once Bracer and Chemistry's in, Hart, he's pretty walled off for the most part. And he knows what Vinch is going to try and do. So he's not going to chase Vinchester. He's probably just going to move into the middle. And
I do like that Vinch is grabbing the relics now, though. He's going to grab the one from the center.
Yeah.
He'll have 2. And then there's a couple more, or one more nearby that he can grab as well.
Yeah, he's lucky to be able to get this one because Hart's moving forward. But yeah, he's dropping a castle on the right side, Dave. Hart won't have any clue about that, of course. But I love this move from Hart. It seems risky, but he actually just doesn't chase the cav archers and the knights. He's moving forward to Vinch's base, and Vinch wasn't expecting it. So Vinch is dropping towers now.
Gold, dude. Oh, this gold again.
It's the same
lock
opening.
It down somehow. Yeah.
The towers also aren't ideal to even protect the gold. So he'll complete the tower. I'm sure he'll get the guard tower upgrade, but main gold is still a problem. But stone could be a problem for Hart. I say that when he has so much stone, but I meant more so the left side. But the middle has a lot of stone and gold too. So it's a tough map to know where to prioritize your focus. Vinchester's clearly prioritizing his focus on the Treb push in the north. Hart is making a trebuchet though, which it's important to know if he moves out with a Treb, because he doesn't actually know there's a castle there. Wow, he cancels the Treb as I say it. So he doesn't know.
Can we just, like, do something about this gold, Vinch? It's bothering me, dude. It's bothering me, man. Every single time he takes damage, it starts with that.
You're so right, dude. I think one more tower, he's probably okay, at least until bombard cannons arrive. Hart needs to know this castle's there for Vinch, because it's 2 castle Treb production, and he's dropping the siege workshop. Okay, now he knows. And now he'll prioritize some siege there. But very little army for Hart on the front here. It's just 7. And I think those crossbows will be cleared. He's getting good value from it. He's got a 25 villager lead, Dave, which is so impressive. So I like his chances if he could keep his castle up on the right. A lot of his ecos only on the right side. He cannot lose this position.
Where's the army though for Hart?
He's got.
It's not much.
It doesn't have a lot. Yeah, I like the castle in the middle because that's an area that Vinchester's going to come through.
Oh, that's sick.
And
That's really early and really sick for Vinch.
It's also sick that Hart just had a bombard cannon denied at 70%. So if he would have known about this, just one outpost earlier, he would have gone double siege workshop behind. But then he loses the siege workshop and has to queue up another cannon. I think the game might just come down to this area right here, because look at Hart's castles. Hart's castles defend him completely on the other sides. It's all down to if he can defend here.
Bro, Hart has all of his TC's waypoint going to the left side.
Ooh.
I think the villagers are all still running that way. Yeah,
true.
It's kind of brutal here.
Yeah.
Bombard cannon trying to come in, and bombard cannon gets sniped as it's running away by the Trebs.
And this is Catapulto trebuchets as well, so this could get really dangerous very, very quickly for Hart. You do wonder, though, how the Treb RNG is going to be.
Yep.
You need a little bit of luck on your side. Hart having the Vills over to the left side isn't bad, because he could just drop a castle there. He just realized. I think he's going to drop a castle there. Hart's got an incredible eco, even if his villagers are walking across the map. It's all about the siege push now. All about the bombard cannon. Vinchester realizes the bombard cannon's there.
Oh, it dodged.
The Treb's back up for Vinchester.
Siege engineers on the way for Vinch.
Hart.
This is going to be an extremely deadly siege push, but Hart has the bombard cannons.
Ooh.
He's maybe losing that one. It's so close.
Oh,
he
man.
got away.
Yeah, Hart needs to realize why he has villagers in the left side, because I mean, he'll get some big raids over there actually, but he's still sending villagers that direction. I mean, to be fair, maybe it's a bit of free will on the villagers' part, because I don't think I'd want to be anywhere near my eco if there's Catapulto Trebs and the bombard cannons get sniped by the CA. What a play from Vinch. If the castle goes down, the Trebs could go down too. And meanwhile, random crossbows killing villagers at Vinchester's base. Vinchester's still 40 villagers behind, and towers are going up from Hart. This is chaos. It's a military problem for Hart right now, though. It's not an eco problem. It's not a map control problem, except for the right side. It's just really just military numbers. He's still so low there.
Yeah, he just needs a big ball of skirms and then some bombard cannons, right? But he's been struggling to mass them up. And the Trebs are still here from Vinch. Vinch is getting heavy CA. He's getting Parthian tactics as well. If Hart allows him to build up a big Cav Archer mass, that could be pretty deadly with these Trebs backing it up.
I was still wondering, though, where can the Cav Archers actually go? I feel like the Cav Archers are siege snipers, like bombard cannon snipers, but you can't actually move through the middle of the map if there's castles everywhere. Again, another instance. Vinchester's main goal.
Hallelujah.
Main goal.
At least he's making a castle there, though.
Yep.
At least he's making a castle. Just commit to it, dude. Lose 10 villagers, and then you don't have to worry about it ever again.
Hart's committing to the castle from Vinch, but this is against Catapulto Trebs. Is this worth it? Vinchester's clearly lost some focus on this fight, though, because his castle still isn't up, Dave. It still isn't up. The organ guns are there. He loses his castle. He loses his Treb, and Hart pushes this back. Crazy pushback from Hart. Great map control through the middle, taking all the stones and gold. Still doesn't have any relics. But now what for Vinchester?
Infantry armor on the way, so maybe thinking that Hart's going to make a Cav switch. And he is. He's going into Cavalier now. The castle is up. That's finally something on that main gold. And, well, Vinchester hasn't been taking it all game, as there's a pause on my end. I don't know.
There is on my end, too, so I think that's not a bug. Still, how does Hart not have top score?
I don't know. I don't know.
He's got ridiculous technologies in. He has decent KD. He's got 30 population lead. He's probably asking himself the same questions.
military score is the big differentiator if you hover over it.
Okay,
So
okay.
I'm assuming that Vinchester has just killed a lot more high value units than Hart has.
Yeah, it could be. Well, I just feel like while things have maybe gone wrong here or there for Hart, his eco has just been consistently above that of Vinchester's. And Vinchester's not been able to do as much with the raids, which is probably the big part of that. Doesn't feel like Hart killed 54 villagers this game, but I think the crossbows that got in on the
Elite
left
Samurai?
were really the key. And yeah, Elite Samurai for Vinchester, who has 2 castles.
Yeah.
He's thinking
Well,
through
they
his
produce
options.
super quick.
Yeah.
Like, they produce really, really fast. But still, it feels a little weird, right? Against the Portuguese to go to Elite Samurai, and I thought he was getting the infantry techs to go Hal because he was anticipating the Cav switch, but still not a lot of Cav on the field yet for Hart, so maybe the Samurai can get the job done. There's also the Cav archers there to potentially kill some of those, but the Trebs are exposed.
Yep, Trebs are exposed. One will go down, maybe more. I think Vinchester just recognizes he needs something risky here because he doesn't have the map control he needs to last in this game. The castle goes down. The main gold will be exposed yet again. 2 of the Trebs went down for Vinch on the right. And Hart can consistently spam Cavalier with skirmishers for a very long time. He's got the castles. Samurai can take the Trebs. Samurai do not solve the problem of these castles that Hart has set up. Love the fact we're seeing Samurai.
Yes.
But you go for the Samurai to defend, and you're usually going to have a really rough time. You need to be raiding with them, or you need to be pushing.
Vinch did clear the stuff on the left. So there is stone out there he can take if he wants another castle. He's still taking that last pile of stone in his base. Another castle would be really, really nice in this situation if you're going to go Samurai Cav Archer. Samurai Cav Archer is a pretty good comp.
It's a crazy comp.
Hart will struggle if he can keep affording it on the gold cost. Hart will struggle to clear that up, regardless of being Portuguese.
Hart's got the right
Very
idea.
dangerous.
Hart's got the right idea. The main fights are going to be rough, but he knows that it'll
Just
take
raid.
Vinchester some time to build up the siege again, and he's just going to raid now. And he's even going to maybe switch to more bombard cannons or even gunpowder out of the archer ranges too. Arquebus is on the way, so his bombard cannons will be even stronger. I think Vinchester will kill a couple of them with the Samurai if he can get his units through. Ooh, he backs off, but he's still getting raided, Dave. He's still so exposed at that main gold, and he only has 5 on gold, and that's it right there.
I wish we could like delete that area of the map out of existence.
I hate
for
looking at it.
Vinchester's
It gives
sake.
me anxiety.
It's just awful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's
Even look at like the way his base is set up. Like, what city planner made this base, dude? That houses and everything. It's such a mess. Even Hart's exploring it. He's like, who did this? What the hell?
It's funny how annoying things can be while casting sometimes. Like we're here to cast the highest level, and whoever wins wins. We no feelings one way or the other really, but like certain things are just tilting to watch and look at. Some of that's
Is
when people miss
Vinchester
tags.
also going for like max tech tree, everything? Like he's got heavy CA.
And now he's going champion?
He's going champion now, yeah.
Well, going champion would have been a good play when you saw you were losing one of your 2 castles. So now maybe he's like, I only have 1 castle. I can't produce Samurai consistently. It feels like a weird time to make the switch when he's running low on gold. Hart defends his castle here. The middle is everything now. Hart has defended the sides. He has to just push this gold. And I think he's got the army to do it. And Vinchester taps. Man, what a win from Hart. A little bit of a confusing game for me because every time I felt like
Yes.
Vinchester was in a good spot, I'd look at the stats and then he wasn't. So I'm not completely sure where it went wrong, except for the fact that Hart just out-managed his eco, out-macroed him in Castle Age. That was clear.
I think it was confusing for Vinchester as well. Like, to go Catapro to red away makes sense, whatever. And then you have skirms, but then you switch into heavy CA really early
Yeah, yep.
in it. Like, you maybe should have stuck to the skirms and then played skirm infantry. I don't know. I don't know what
Switching-
value the heavy CA got him immediately.
Even just early Castle Age, switching to Cav Archers is just so risky. And it was so tough, right? Like the left side of his base, he had 4 Cav Archers. He didn't have Bloodlines yet against the 4 Knights and the small amount of crossbows. And then Hart just moved over to that right side and picked off some vills. And as Hart's doing that, he's making super cheap army because he's Portuguese and booming up. So maybe the play for Vinch in early castle, just get to like 10 to 15 skirms, then switch to Cav Archers on 3 or 4 ranges. Either way, I think I've seen so many games like this between these two. Hart just seems to have this slight edge with the macro side. And Vinch, he needs to create the magic with the military.
Do you think there was like a window for... Sorry, there's freaking donation while I'm trying to speak, dude.
How dare they?
Text to speech.
I hate that.
But yeah, do you think there was a window there for Vinchester when he clicked up to Imp? He got all that damage to Hart, right? Hart lost his army, etc. Instead of going into like Skirm Treb, was there a window for him to switch into Cav and just continue that push while Hart is trying to mass up Arbalest?
I think his eco was too bad for it. His eco was so bad, and Japanese Cav's not good enough to justify it. But again, it's like, I keep thinking, why was his eco so bad, right? Like, why was he 20, 30 villagers behind? So, and yeah, it's we have the answer. The front of the base, it was the same problem with the first Walling villager. So, but I think we're going to see a lot of that. You look at all the picks for Hart, all these are picks that have crazy good eco to work with. So Burgundians, Vietnamese, Portuguese, Mongols, Hindustanis all have nice eco bonuses. You look at Vinch's side, it's like Armenians, okay, you have the mule cart, but you're probably picking Armenians for the potential for long swords. You have Turks, they have the gold mining, that's all right. Britons, you have the archer range and the sheep bonus. Viking eco is insane, but like Hart always goes for the really good economic civs. But this next one, dude, when you were hanging out here, we looked at some of the clips from what people have tried on this map.
Yeah.
And I'm really curious to see how much people commit to these elephants, because I thought that it would just take one rhino on Zimbabwe, and then they would say, okay, I don't want to lose my vill, I don't want to take the risk. I've been very wrong. And I know Vinch.
I want to see
quick
Dragon
wall.
Star on this map. Go Goths and send like 12 villagers out there just to collect them where they are.
Yeah. Shout out to the player Ali_Ghoul85, who has joined Vinchester's lobby. So Hart cannot join to play the game. Vinchester's going to have to kick that guy.
He doesn't look like a guy that's joining to Grief, the tournament, either. It looks like a guy that just like wants to play. He has no rating, nothing.
I mean, I don't know the motives. Maybe he just misclicked. Maybe he meant to join a noob's nomad game and ended up in the lobby. But it's Vinchester, it's the admin, and then it's this Ali Ghul guy with no rating. Just hanging out. He's played one game ever, according to his profile, and it was a 4-minute game. It was a 4-minute game on Arena.
Oh, this is a YouTube video coming in. The Legend of Ali Ghul 85.
So he plays a 4-minute game on Arena. He decides, nah, this isn't for me. He leaves. He immediately joins TTL 5 lobby with Vinch.
Yeah.
Maybe he has no clue maybe he saw Zimbabwe. It was like, ooh, that map looks cool. So get him into bronze, man. Maybe in a couple years he'll be a story, but that's funny. Important to restate just how difficult this group is and how it is, if you consider it to be 4 beastly players, which I do, one player is not going to make playoffs. And so you would typically think Vinch or Hart are always going to make playoffs, but like that is not a guarantee when you've got a group that also has Hera and Yo. And that's before Sizcon and Lucho, who might turn it around. Yeah. So
I mean, I looked at this group. It's clearly the highest level group out of all of them.
Yeah.
But like as bad as it sounds, this group, I think for these 4 guys comes down to who can farm Cisco and Lucho the most.
That's a thing though. That is totally a thing, right? You have to see, and for Sizcon and Lucho, their approach is going to be if I have a chance at surviving, I need to beat the other one. So Lucho is to beat Sizcon. Yes. And then maybe snag a win or 2 from the other guys to get like 5 points or something. But no, I agree. Because it might be, I think of the top 4, I look at Hera and you say, okay, Hera's probably going to win more of those sets, maybe snag some 3-0s. I think everybody else could go 2-1. I just bring that up now because we're going into Vinch's home map. So this is This has got to be a win for Vinch. You get swept here by Hart, and
You're in
it's-
trouble.
You're in trouble. Yeah.
I mean, and I don't think you can take much of Lucho's form off of Lucho's form yesterday, because I think Hera's a really bad matchup for him. He'll be way better against the other players.
Agreed.
I mean, that set yesterday, I mean, Lucho lasted a little bit longer than Ali Ghul in his arena game.
Yeah, I think it was a clear example of, like, he drafted to have to kill Hera fast, and then when it didn't work in the first game, he stopped, and then I think he was just mentally broken. So,
Yep.
Like, I get it, you're up against Hera, but I did say we see certain players like ACCMs and Yos of the world who have situations where everyone thinks they're dead, and they can sometimes claw it back, and that fight being part of their DNA makes them really good. So I do still have my concerns when I see resigns that quickly. Even if there's an explanation for it, it just makes me think, like, maybe that's something to work on for a player. But I'm not in that situation. I'm not at that level. And I've also, you know this, I've also had similar instances. The first 2 games, I try my best. It doesn't go well. The third game, anything goes remotely wrong. I'm just like, ugh. it's over. So, all right. Interesting Civ choices here. And an interesting map. Let's hop into game number 2. Just going to mess around with the colors here on my side again. So this is our arena map. We have a couple maps that could be seen as arena maps with walls. But this is Zimbabwe, and the key difference when compared to arena is you don't have as much stone and gold in your base. That stone and gold is always to the north on a mountain on the outside. And then you have the hunt, and we fixed it. So there's one rhino that's really close if you want to take that. But some people have wanted more. So here comes Hart. Vinchester scouts go the other way, Dave. So clearly Vinchester does not even seem concerned.
Yeah.
Or want to stop this at all, which is really weird.
Why on earth is his scout going over? Is he trying to push these in?
I don't have an explanation for you.
Okay, he's trying to push him in. But I mean, you're just opening it up for your opponent to be taking multiple elephants. Hart's already over there with a villager. He's taking one. He's going to take a second one here.
Now, if you had to
And
save
then the
it,
rhino on the way, maybe.
if you had to save your vill in a normal circumstance, you would you'd have to build a house or a palisade, but you can't do that on that little river. So I've seen people lose vills because of that. But once you're here, you can build. And Hart did get Loom, so he's just going to move along. This is still kind of risky, even with Loom, because rhinos and elephants attack pretty quickly. But
That's fine.
I think he's fine. And with the recent change where you could just shoot the animals with the TC.
Uh-oh, Hart. Uh-oh.
All
All
right.
right, they're in the walls. It's fine. They're in the walls.
Yeah. Just make sure he doesn't pull an MBL or whoever it was the other day that loses a villager anyways. But yeah, that's good work from Hart. And now Hart's scout goes over here and he's like, why is this rhino here? And I'm thinking the same thing. It's super weird from Vinch.
I mean, maybe Vinchester, he's labbed this out. He's played against people, practice, and just figured out that if he gets the deer in or the zebra or whatever, and he gets up to Castle Age and he does the things that he wants to do with Turks, you can't stop him. But still, it's weird to just give that as a freebie to Hart.
The one detail that's interesting, though, is all the walking time to get that hurts your resources collected because your villagers weren't collecting res. And he also got Loom, which means he's now down a villager compared to Vinch. So maybe
Nice.
Vinch is like, I have 2 boars already. I'll get on my zebras. I don't need to take my rhino right away, and he could just come out and get it whenever he wants later on. But I agree that's weird. I expected like Vill fighting. Sometimes people will bring a forward Vill and a scout, but none of that.
Does 4 on wood tell you anything about Vinch's approach here?
It tells me fast castle,
Yeah.
but the villager mining the gold right now, well, if that villager walks back to the TC.
I think he was just making houses and then bringing it back.
Yeah. JBR giving me some info here. He says, no one has ever survived with 4 wins. The number of players has been relegated with 7 wins. Yeah, so I think like the safety thing, the safe number in TTL is actually, I would think it would be 7, but 8. which is really difficult to do. But
Oh, he's just gonna okay.
that's
He
just
says,
such,
I get my zebra in, and then I bring in the boar, dude. And Hart's just gonna be there. And Vinchester kind of doesn't want to let him in, but at the same time, Hart doesn't really want to get stuck in there.
Hart can't follow now, dude.
That's so funny, dude. Yeah, he can't go in. He can't go in.
Oh, he goes
he's
in.
in. Oh, wow. Okay. That I don't know if that was intentional. That kind of looked like a misclick for
Like-
him going into the base.
Like maybe he clicked back to his base and it pathed him
Yes.
through.
Yes.
Well, now Vinch can just
But
leave with
it
his
will
scout.
I think it will force Vinch to think about Loom potentially. I don't. This
I'm
is
laughing.
really
I'm
weird.
laughing because he
Oh, he's
sees
gonna trap
Hart.
him in.
He
He's gonna
sees
trap
Hart.
him.
Oh my god, dude, that had the potential.
That would have been so sick.
Hart didn't know that was open. He doesn't know there's a villager up there. And he would never expect there to be a way to escape. That could have been amazing for Vinch.
I love the patience there from Vinch to just kind of like wait for it.
Yeah, agreed. I also love that Hart, his spidey senses were tingling, and he decided not to run into that choke point. That's
Dude,
kind of crazy.
If you're Vinchester now, feels like you can sneakily try and take in some of these elephants if you really wanted to with that scout in the base.
I think
it'd be a little stressful coming home, but
Yeah, I mean, Hart would see it a long way away. But yeah, it on one hand, it's actually kind of good for Hart to be in here because now you get to know if he's going to stone or not. Because we've seen Turks just boom and play towards Imp. They'll go light cav or they'll go for the castle. So I like that. Hart sees that zebra right now. He is locked in as locked in as he can be. And he really wants to deny that, but he knows the TC is dangerous. Nice shot from Vinch to get the food. And he's up to feudal age way faster than Hart is. 21 Vils without the extra food.
Hart's gonna go Ratons.
Interesting.
And Hart can't push in his zebra either.
Yeah.
The scout just chilling in the base.
Who wins, Rats and Archer or like Janissary in
Right,
early
right.
castle?
I mean, it depends on the upgrades, but
Yeah.
it also depends if the guns actually hit what they're aiming at.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a classic it depends situation, I guess, but economically Vietnamese are way better here. Especially if with Vinchester's build, he hasn't even gone to gold yet. So he's not taking advantage of any of his eco bonuses, which you would normally want to be doing. Vietnamese have cheaper eco upgrades, faster researching eco upgrades, and then also Rats and Archer is a really solid unit, so
He's
But-
gonna sell 100 stone here to click up.
I think this could be like siege monk push from Vinch, especially with the opponent's scout trapped. If you walk over to the stone and gold side, you could maybe start to get a push there. I'd like pushing from that angle because it prevents them from getting to the stone and gold with TCs later on.
It's a nice build from Vinch.
Yeah.
Really, really nice.
Yeah, he's going to shift to gold now. He only sold 100 stone. He didn't sell 200, so it could still be an additional town center. And Hart going for the market. And going for the blacksmith, but I don't think Hart's actually going early Ratons. I think he's going to just sell some stone and then just boom from the looks of it.
Dude, Hart knows that Vinch really doesn't want to get Loom. And he probably doesn't have the gold for Loom.
Yep.
And he keeps just like threatening these. And look, Vinch even had to go for the small wall on the
Oh!
on the gold. He deletes a wall to let Hart out. He's like, get out of my base, bro. I don't want you in here.
Wait, when did he delete that? Did he just delete that?
I think he just deleted it.
That's...
Because he went for the gate. He tried to trap him in with the diagonal gate, and
Oh,
it
the
deleted
diagonal
wall.
the diagonal gate deleted a piece of his wall.
Yes.
Oh.
But it worked. You know what? I think Vinch is perfectly fine with to be honest.
Dude, he's...
And Hart's fine with it, and it's just like, okay, Hart might have thought that he did it on purpose to let him out.
He's coping so hard. He's convincing himself that that was a good move.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to go siege
man.
monk push, it's actually really bad because you can't go to the middle now. So I think you just boom, which, you know, in some ways is fine. Hart did shift a lot more villagers to stone. So back and forth on what he's going to do. It will be Rats and Archers after all. And you know what the situation says to me? And I don't think Hart will do it because he's not this type of player. Your opponent has a forward gold. Your opponent is going for very little on gold and is going blacksmith market. You should castle drop the wall. They're clearly booming.
100%. 100%. Yeah.
But like that is not a Heart thing to do. Heart plays economic. This might be the first time I've seen Heart build up fast castle into a castle in tournaments over in years. So
Yeah.
I think Heart will always opt for a castle in his base near the golds or something. But Vinch is booming. Vinch saves the scout, which is weak from before. He'll make a monk to heal that up. I really like that detail. That's smart. And just lots of economy for Vinch, who's definitely the player who prefers the arena-style maps. But remember...
Hey, there it is. Ford Castle. Let's go.
Nice. Yeah, it's a good move. Yeah, that's a huge move. And now the Rats and Archers can actually get value. If this castle completes, that castle's going up, and we'll take down the walls, and he'll be in there on the gold. And Vinchester, he does see it, but there's literally nothing you can do about it, except use your light cav. Heart should really have this
Sealed it
walled.
up.
Heart, you need to
Yeah,
have
I
this
mean-
walled.
And
This-
it's kind of inexcusable to
this
not
is-
wall that off. I mean,
It's such an economic castle drop, right? Like, it's on the opponent's face. The light cav goes down. Vinchester wants a conversion. Vinchester keeps switching the conversions. If he converts a Vill, he could actually kill the other Vill, and then it's 2 Vills down. You don't want to
well,
lose the
I mean,
monk.
convergent switching with villagers is bugged, right? A little bit, or maybe it's intentional. Like it doesn't keep the.
Is it bugged? I'm really
timer?
confused what
Yeah, yeah.
happened there.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's specifically
Yeah.
with villagers, and Vinchester even saying, "What the fuck."
Yeah.
I think I saw something about it the other day. I think T West was hanging around. He knows 100%, but
This is why it took forever. Wow. So, but he was switching targets. Hearts has no clue. Hearts like, thank you, game. He says, I thought you were canceling. Yeah, I thought Vinchester was canceling as well.
no, I can't remember where I saw it. Maybe it was in T West chat, but I think the game adds in like an extra delay if you switch from villagers to military for some reason.
Ah, okay. And he was on the scout for a second there. So, I mean, in the end, I think what should have happened there is Vinchester should have converted the Vill, which he did. And then he should have probably saved the monk. So he was waiting for the conversion. He loses the monk. He's still 2 town centers. Hearts 2 town centers with good eco upgrades. And there's the siege workshop for Vinchester. So all things considered, I think this is okay for Vinch for his base. What's not going to be okay, though, is moving outside the map now. He doesn't have a scout, and moving to the other stones and golds is going to feel extremely risky with Rats and Archers around.
Yeah, this kind of feels like the situation you get in like hill forts a lot of the time, right? Where you feel comfortable until your wood starts running out and they start getting some range units. And there's really not many places to go.
Dude, I love when you get a player like Hart on an arena map for once, and you just get to... Okay, well, I was going to say you could get to see the level of micro he has, but he loses he loses the Rats on Archer. But I appreciated how nerdy he was being there with the scout. He still has the Vill lead, so... And he's on stone, which Hart will see. I guess now for Vinchester, maybe the plan is your own castle in Imperial Age, but... I don't actually like the fact he's this heavy on stone. I would just want food and wood and gold for imp and bombard cannons. But he doesn't have a lot of space. He doesn't really have a choice, does he? He has to stay here. There's no space for farms even.
What do you think is more annoying for Vinchester? The gold last game or the scout this game?
Well,
Ooh, the gold.
yeah, that answers that question. I mean, also, with how little he did to protect the gold, I don't really think the gold was that annoying to him. It should have been. Are we surprised at just how many Rats and Archers Hart is trying to make right now?
Not really. I mean, they're fairly cheap, right? He's floating wood, he's floating gold.
Okay. I mean, at what point do you just stop making them because it's not doing enough, though? Like, they're all split up. He doesn't have Bodkin. This is just not the unit you want without upgrades against Siege.
Can you talk about how good Hearts Micro is again? 'Cause
Dude, I
there we
swear.
go.
I was about to... Sometimes players like to say, you don't give us enough credit. Well, clearly, I gave him too much credit. He just keeps making them.
Yeah, they say that, and then you go watch a game with Hart at like a LAN event, and he's in the back. He's like, "What is he doing? He's an idiot."
Oh, yeah. Well, 2 mangonels for Vinch. He's has a really good economy considering the circumstances. Resources are looking good for Fast Imp. More Rats and Archers for Hart. Still without Bod Canero, but maybe because he isn't doing too much with them, it's not worth it to get Bod Canero.
Vinch is basically out of gold now.
Yeah. I think that he will have to sell stone. Can you go... Oof. Well, you can actually take this gold. I don't think the castle denies all of it. Maybe it doesn't deny the
Now,
one
once
tile.
you get... This castle is going to be a nice addition. There goes another Rattan Archer to that Mangonel.
More like
The
Flats
Mangonel's
and
still
Archer.
protecting at the back. True.
Yeah, I mean...
How long have you had that one in the chamber?
Oh, dude, I've said it like 20 times already, and I
Oh,
never
okay.
get any laughs. I've said
Well,
it in
you're
Twitch.
welcome.
I've said it in Twitch chats and got more laugh than I do when I'm actually streaming. Oh god, there's siege from Hart. Didn't know about that, Vinchester. But the micro was really good there with the villagers. He pulled the first batch. Oh man, if Hart was faster with this, it would have worked out. But I think the castle will go up, Dave. That's sick
just a
from
little
Vinch.
unlucky on the timings, right? If he was 20 seconds faster, this is like game ending
Yep,
almost.
Yep. Yeah, and now Vinch can go imp. I
Look
mean,
at the eco from Hart. He is not prepared to make that transition at all.
so his castle will go down then, right? Like his castle will get bombard cannon down. I think you have time though. I think you have to recognize that little eco Vinch has,
3,
and
2,
how little gold he
1,
has.
and boom!
Bro.
Oh man,
Bro.
Hart is just not. Never make a Rattan Archer again, Hart. Holy cow!
I mean, he keeps running along the walls from Vinchester, and rats and archers just don't have a lot of range. So, but I as bad as that is, I still think he has a win condition, and it just deny the golds. The outposts on the right side's really good.
Villagers going down on the gold. We don't have any gold for Vinch.
And Vinch
Boy.
is escaping right now. He's escaping or thinking about it to drop a town center there. Hart will see the siege
But
at
there's
least.
outposts all over the place,
Yeah.
bro. And like that castle from Hart has killed 6 villagers on that gold.
I
already.
think he got... Initially, I thought he got Bod Canero because of the Rattans. But I think he got Bod Canero because he saw those villagers were on that gold.
Yep.
Yeah, Hart's got a
This
really
is-
nice
This
build lead.
is so good. This is so good from Hart, having the outposts up here and then the Mangonel as well on this side. He gets shots against the villagers, a little bit of revenge with his own Mangonel.
And Hart finally is not going to be surprised. He can see everything. He does get hit. Nice micro from Vinchester. Vinchester will take the Mangonel. Villagers are there to repair. Hart micro, pretty decent there. Mangonel's down, but he's still denying the golds. Vinch still has no gold income as the Turks. He can sell to make a bombard cannon, but he needs consistent gold income. He needs to keep his vills alive, too. He only has 53. Hart's going for petards, by the way.
Yep.
And he just lost more Rattans, but he's actually going to try and petard this castle down, which is crazy.
I think he needs a ram if he's going to try that.
I thought that Mangonel hit them in the head. I don't know if they're wearing...
Yeah, they've got hats on.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know what their hats are made out of here. But in the end, Vinchester's TC is temporarily delayed. Vinchester's an imp. He's making bombard cannon number 1.
Okay, finally clears that up. It's just Turks without gold is brutal. Probably the worst civ in the game to have no gold with until you're in the super late game or something with Hussar. But
Okay, Hart needs to use that
Jeez.
Rattan Archer to run perpendicular to the castle to distract the castle fire when he tries to petard.
It needs to run perpendicular to the castle. It needs to be an isosceles Pythagorean.
Bro,
What are we talking about here?
the castle's gonna kill some of his petards, and it might not be enough.
Yeah, that's why he needs a ram. Oh, this is so dumb. This
That's
is
what
so
I
dumb.
mean.
This
That's
is
what
so
I mean.
dumb, dude.
That's what I'm saying.
No, this can't work.
If he used the Rattan Archer, ran
20
perpendicular,
HP! Kill him
repair.
with the castle! Kill him with
Repair.
the 1 HP! Oh!
All right, it goes down.
It's
Never
not
a
dumb.
doubt.
It's not dumb. It's not dumb.
Yeah.
1 HP castle, dude.
Well, Hart's castle's gonna disappear. Hart's going for knights now, which I guess makes sense if your opponent pretty much only has bombard cannons. But Hart also doesn't have a town center or anything protecting this stone and gold. And Vinchester's got stone and gold again. And Vinchester is an age up. So if Vinchester just senses the knight switch once, I think he could be fine here. He is massacring Hart, and Hart, it just goes back to this Rattan Archers. Did not get the value he needed here.
God. This is not the situation Hart wanted to be in. Like, he kills the castle. A little bit lucky Vinchester wasn't paying attention there. A little bit lucky the petards didn't die earlier, but now we look at his eco. He doesn't have enough to click up to imp. He's forced to stay in Castle Age with the Knights. They might get value, but Vinchester now has gold access. That's a problem.
Yeah, but
That's a big issue.
the bombard cannons are not exactly cheap, and Knights are coming out. So Vinch, oh yeah, he noticed the Knight. He noticed the Knight. He'll back up. He'll rewall that. That tells Vinch he's not on the way to imp, and he's going all in Castle Age. And you really just need to just breathe and sit back now. If you try and push, the Knights could work. But yeah, Hart was fortunate. That castle could have easily stayed up for Vinchester.
And now we have some Hussar even being mixed in from Vinchester. His food eco isn't that bad. He's got 23 farms with Wheelbarrow. It's fine. He's going to mix in some Hussars, some hand cannons as well. And there's going to have to be a lot of Knights to delay Vinchester from killing Hart and give him enough time to get up to imp. The bombard cannons aren't that exposed either because there's Janissaries and a TC there.
Yeah, I think it's just Knights are just not. Knights are a play of desperation here. You can't
Yes.
can't even take down or do anything about Town Center Fire when the Town Center has chemistry. That extra attack is actually quite helpful there. It's a good play from Hart. Waiting for imp, he would completely die, but he wasn't able to pressure Vinch enough, and Vinchester needs more quick walls here. Yeah, nice quick walls. The Knights will run to their
That's
death.
fine. Yeah,
And
that's
quick wall again. Nice.
Oh.
Nice quick walls. And quick wall again.
Oh, he got him again.
Oh, God.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, and meanwhile, that Knight's going to go down. Vinchester is pushing the stone and gold, saving up stone for a castle. I think Hart feels like maybe he's got one more chance. Still full Castle Age. He'll go Cav Archers and Knights now.
Yeah.
Could work if Vinch wasn't on gold this whole time.
I mean,
So-
it just feels, everything feels so awkward for Hart right now. He doesn't have that castle providing pressure and knocking off the gold from Vinchester. He's forced to stay in Castle Age and make Knights,
Yep.
which Vinchester, if he builds up enough gunpowder, is going to be able to counter. And the Knights can't really pressure the TCs either. And you even look at his base, and like, look at the way he set it up. The farming eco is awkward. There's not a lot of room in the main base to build eco. It's really, really rough.
Yeah, and castle in the north for Vinchester. That's a perfect castle. If this castle completes, I think Vinchester's going to get his win. I don't think Hart's really aware of it. Hart's still trying to deal with the Janissaries, the hand cannons, the Hussars, but he can't get to the cannons. And the castle's going to go up. And yeah, Vinchester.
Yeah.
This doesn't seem like it's relaxed, but he's actually been very patient ever since he realized Hart was all in Castle Age. Just taking his
Yes.
time. The more I think about it, if Hart would have gone for the forward castle and just Mangonel pushed, I'm really curious what Vinchester does. Just one Mangonel and Vinchester, he runs out of gold. He would try and go imp, but he can never drop his own castle. It would have been, and then maybe Hart doesn't invest nearly as much into the army that ended up just going down.
I
But
mean, he could have also just used the Ratans near the castle and pushed in a straight line.
Yeah, if he denied the castle, it's over. Yeah, if he pushed
He could have
faster.
just not gotten hit by every single Mangonel shot in the first 10 minutes of Castle Age. Like,
The rare moment where with Hart, after he loses, you say he just had to get good.
yeah,
He just
had to win fights,
He
which
just
is
had to
so
be
rare
better
for him, right?
Yeah, exactly. Vinchester slowly, methodically pushing Hart. Still has such a big army. Hart still can't take the bombard cannons. This is the same 3 cannons, I think, that have been alive this whole time. And Hart's got some counter raid attempts, but there's always a town center there. And soon Hart's going to be the one without gold.
Yeah, Vinchester's eco is looking pretty nice now. 95 villagers, still need some upgrades, but 32 on food is really solid.
Yeah.
Very, very solid. And he should be able to consistently produce Janissaries and hand cannons. And he still hasn't lost these bomber cannons, so he's done a really good job with that.
I'd like to see Vinch, if you're going to make this much gunpowder, I'd like to see an armor upgrade or two. I guess it's
Yeah.
more the damage output, but I guess
Or
he's
maybe
just
some
still
Hussar
thinking.
added in.
Yeah. I guess his eco he's producing a lot of ills. Doesn't quite have the food to have more Hussars on the field. I mean, credit to Hart. I've been thinking he's dead for a while. He still has good Vil Pop. He still has stone. He still has gold. But to stay in this game, he has to keep spending all of his resources and staying in Castle Age, which
Yeah,
is
what's
the concern.
what's the win conditions here from him?
Yeah.
Let's delay for another 20 minutes and then figure it out.
Yeah. But I like it. We had this conversation just before about some players, they resign super early, right? They're like, something goes slightly wrong and they feel like they're dead and they resign. Hart's fighting here. And he's doing his best to give himself some chances. It might not work, but this, with every game mattering so much, maybe your opponent makes a mistake. But Vinch is making 0 mistakes. I love the house walls on the back area of his walls to protect that TC on both sides. That's really good. And he's got a hole.
Knew it, dude. I think that's like a 2-tile gap, too. Like, that's a big one.
Yeah. Well, hopefully he notices that because he's still microing elsewhere.
Ooh, heavy camel could be really good.
If he doesn't see this, that's like 20 Vills dead. There's been a lot of curses with the casting here in this map. Vinch sees it.
Well, all from you. I haven't participated in this at all, dude.
Well, take a risk for once, damn it. Make a claim, all right?
I counted down into a mangonel shot, bro. I took a risk, all right? Could have been bad.
I mean, that'll give Hart a little bit of belief. He'll drop a Siege Workshop on the left side. He's still got army running around. I do think Heavy Camel
really
just
good
straight up
damage.
wins the game, though.
Yeah.
I think 10 camels
even, like,
clear everything.
Even if he had just spammed Hussar, like just even get some counter raid potential, it would have been good. But heavy camel is the next step
Yeah.
on the cavalry chain here for the Turks.
I mean, but for Hart, maybe you gain some confidence from this too. Even if you lose this game, maybe then you just think, well, I played on when I was behind for a long time, and he still didn't kill me. Vinch has done a fantastic job.
Oh my god, they're gonna live. They're gonna live. They have the extra HP with the Turks.
This is me
He finds
taking a
himself
risk.
That little gap.
Yeah.
Unbelievable,
That's
bro.
crazy.
He saves all of them. And did you see that little palisade gate to prevent the surround?
Yeah, it was so
the
good.
Cav?
So good.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and heavy camels would be able to chew up everything at this point. Well played for Vinchester. He holds on. Hart, it's just not a position you see him in that frequently. Going for a forward castle. I think it was the right play to forward castle, especially because the gold was there, but his rats and archers were not good enough. And yeah, I think the chance for him was maybe deny that castle. If that Mangonel was there 30 seconds earlier, maybe he does, and it's a different game. But Vinchester makes it happen.
Like, there's a lot of arena players that are looking at that game from Hart and going, like, what are you doing? Why
Yeah.
are you running in circles around his base with your archers? Why aren't you just taking advantage of your position and pushing into his economy?
I mean, look at that situation right when that castle goes up again. Vinchester has 2 tiles of gold, and Hart knows it's 2 tiles of gold. He scouted it. 2 tiles of gold. If you go imp off a 2 TC boom with 2 tiles, you basically are running out if you have to make any more than 2 Mangonels. So I would have liked to see Hart. Maybe you don't even make rats and archers there. You just go for a Mangonel, and then you just pressure the TCs, and then wait, build the outpost, wait till Vinchester tries to escape again. But so much of this change is just, if you make military units out of a castle and the unit die as frequently as they did, sometimes that's just the whole story. But well played from Vinch. Hart might want to ban that map in the future. He ended up banning Toulouse this time, which was also kind of closed. It's a regicide map. But maybe if that's how that's going to go for him in the next rounds, he might want to ban that one instead.
Also, credit to Vinchester. He ended up not really needing the elephants or the rhinos. Like, he pushed in his zebra, and then he sent the scout out. He got 1 rhino, and he's like, this is fine. And he had a really solid build. I think it was 23 villagers clicking up to Castle Age or something. Like,
yeah.
Really good.
His build was crazy. It was really good. Like, to beat the Vietnamese, beat the Vietnamese in the boom is really difficult to do. Because they've got the discount on the techs, and it's the Vietnamese player who had the rhinos and such. So, but yeah, this is kind of what was advertised. Close set, clean set overall. Small mistakes here or there maybe, but any mistakes that we could point out is just because the other player is playing like a god.
The last couple days, the sets have been so good. The Lucho Hera set basically didn't exist. So other than that, they've been really, really solid, dude. I was super impressed by Mihai. He came so prepared. I sent you a message about it last night. Like, I've never seen someone more prepared than that until we got to Dragonstar, and then he's clearly on the same level of preparedness of Mihai, and Sato played well there too.
Well, typically you have, when it comes to prep, in the past, there could be an argument for people to maybe not prepare if A, they're really, 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 really good. So like top 8, or B, because the money wasn't as high compared to other tournaments that happen, right? But now that the prize pool's much greater and it's 64K, I think there's more motivation. And for Hart and Vinch, they're in a group with Hera and Yo. So I think all 4 of them should recognize when they saw the group, like, we got to be ready. So, dude, the disparity in titles for player lobbies is hilarious to me. MBL hosted his lobby the other day. He was playing against Rapard.
It just said Rapard.
It just said Rapard. And then you have Vinch hosting, and Vinch, it's like TTL 5 plat, and he puts the clans in there. You know, Vitality Hard versus Oni Vinchester. He ran out of space to put all the information in there.
It's like an ACCM username, dude.
It's just so funny, the differences between different hosts. I mean, I prefer it this way, but oh man, this next one's gonna be fun. We're gonna have a lot of infantry. I knew when you saw the draft and it was Burgundians Armenians that this would probably be the matchup. This hasn't happened a ton in Platinum yet because it's just the first round of Plat. But in Silver and Gold, we have seen so many infantry spam games on Monocle. So,
do you remember when it was either this map or something very similar to this was in team game tournaments, like Battle of Africa or whatever? With the fish around the outside.
Yep.
It would just be like, you'd be like, oh, my team's doing really good. And then you see one archer raid and suddenly 25 villagers are just eviscerated.
Yeah.
It's so brutal, bro.
Fun
no
story
forgiveness on this map.
that was called African Springs. We initially had that in the map pool. And then as we were discussing it as an admin team, we kept confusing African River and African Springs. And so after like a couple of times where that happened.
Monocle, though.
Name. Yeah, Monocle was another map that had similarities, and we just decided to go for this version. But it's funny you mentioned that. It's basically the same map. So yeah, here we are, game 3, and again, this group is crazy strong. Really important that players end up getting every win they can. One win could be the difference between Vinchester or Hart going to playoffs at the end of the groups. Here we've got Monocle, which is dominated by these shorefish and this circle around the top. But at the start, we've opened up the wood lines, and there's some funky stuff you could do. If you wanted to lame, you could do so. Wow. And I think Vinchester even sees it, but I don't think there's much Vinchester can do about it, Dave.
Does losing the scout HP even matter that much on this map? That's my question, because you're going to go into early pressure with militia or men-at-arms. I think laming is probably really, really solid here.
I think it's really good against Armenians, too. I think if Hart's not up against Armenians, he doesn't do this because there is a risk to it. But think about the build. You go like 3 on wood. You want the early barracks before a mill. But now you have to go mill before barracks to recover the food, most likely, even if you push in some deer. So that's a good start for Hart. Hart is probably going to want to go Flemish militia and archers. And the expectation from Armenians is always that they go longsword spam. You have to have villagers on these shorefish because it's so strong. So
both of Hart's boards were at the back too.
Yeah, true.
So Vinch can't even really retaliate there.
Vinch does the right thing. You come home, you push in some deer, you look around. There are other groups of deer around. You can actually see one in the north, so he could still recover a lot of food. But
He'll be fine.
Do think the timing on the push will be a little delayed, which is fine. You remember in King of the Desert, the guy who got lamed always won?
No, it's not always one.
Well, you made it seem like
more
it was
likely. No. You made it seem like I made it seem like I said it's overall a little bit of a detriment. And it's
overall
really
a little bit of a detriment. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I've said this over and over again, that the lame is just not good in that instance. In this map, though, like I said, losing the scout HP doesn't really do too much to you. You don't lose much scouting time because the TC is so close.
Yeah.
And it seems like it is a pretty good play if the boar is forward.
So to switch gears a little bit before this gets intense, I have something that is important / not important to bring up. Do you know what a group of turtles is called? Like, genuinely.
No, but let me
Think on it, because
should
this got brought up, and I was really unsure.
Oh God, I don't even like. I don't know. Ninjas?
Yeah, well, I mean that depending on where you look, yes. It is called, and I verified this with our friends who work with turtles. It is called a bale of turtles. B-A-L-E, bale.
Like a hay bale?
That was my thought. I was like, there's no way. Chat was telling me it was a bale, and I didn't believe it. And I checked with Turtle Person, and yeah, it confirmed it's bale.
Like a Gareth Bale?
Yeah, like a Gareth Bale. Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Um,
So he might be a turtle. Okay, interesting. Vinchester is going very far afield for these deer, by the way, to recover from this.
yeah. It is, well, final thing on the turtles. It is the most commonly used. However, turtles are mostly solitary, so it's not used often. So there you go. There's your turtle facts for the day. But the barracks isn't up yet for Vinch, right? And that's what you would expect. The barracks would be up for the longsword build. Hart is looking around right now to see if he can find what Vinchester's choosing to do. It feels like Vinch is just going to not play it, at least initially, and he's just going to play archers to now defend from what is potentially Flemish militia from the Burgundians. So that's interesting. I don't hate that, though, because Flemish militia, you have to be in feudal to produce, so it does take some time. So if Vinch knows what's coming, if he thinks it's predictable, he's got good eco, and just need to be very careful on this map to wall up everything perfectly. The wood lines are really holy and awkward to protect yourself with.
Like pious or like
No, they're holy. There's religious significance to the map. Yep.
okay.
Yep. It's a whole history. That's
Dude,
the name. That's the name.
I can't get over what a terrible name that is for a group of turtles. We need something new, dude. We need to, like, it's stuck in my mind now. That's horrible. We need to come up with something funnier.
I mean, I'm not going to be that guy. I don't think I can compete. I'm going to let chat think of something else.
Yeah.
But this is where that weak scout plays its role. Hart is feudal age faster. Oh, Vinch needs to get this. Oh, okay. Hart's able to actually get away. But Vinch does have most of this walled up. So the Flemish militia moving forward shouldn't be able to get any early value. And Vinchester does kill the scout.
Do you think like there's an opportunity if you're going to play Armenians here? Do you think there's like a fast castle church potential on this map? Obviously, that's not what Vinchester's doing,
Well,
but I'm looking at how quickly he's walled up here.
It all depends on who you ask that question.
Oh yeah, true.
When I asked Phosphorus or talked to Phosphorus about it, he was like, "Oh my God, there's so many good fast castle maps this year." So
Yeah.
I think we'll maybe see it. Some of the players who might train with him a little will possibly debut that. But I think Vinch has calculated this pretty nicely. He got to wall up everything. He'll have a tower. He can just protect himself with the tower and that first archer. So Hart
This
is in a good spot still with map control, but he hasn't killed anything yet, which was the
this
plan.
is honestly very impressive from Vinchester. Look, he looks so calm.
Yeah.
Looks very cozy in here, and it's a second range for him. So Hart can't see that, not yet at least. Flemish militia are being pushed back. He still has more villagers on the shorefish, so he's getting more food income from that. And obviously, he's had the wood upgrade longer than Vinchester. I'd love to see Hart sneak in that second one if he thinks it's gonna be a long feudal. But oh, there it is. Cool.
Yeah,
He's listening.
I'm seeing some tiny details from Hart that tells me he's really well prepped for this. That tower, for example. A lot of people place their tower next to the mill that you're currently using, but he knows he
you're gonna
doesn't
run out of fish.
Exactly. He knows that he doesn't need that tower until maybe 2 minutes from now when the archers have massed up and come for the counterattack. So he places the tower where he's going to place his next mill. Vinch didn't have that luxury because Vinch had the tower. And yeah, it just every time you're on this map, if a player is farming or if a player is on berries and not on the shorefish, that is a significantly worse way of bringing in food. So it's all about counting the vills on the shorefish. Right now, it's pretty close.
Blacksmith now going up for Hart, so he's going to get the upgrades. He's holding the forward pressure, and I think that's fine. He doesn't need to kill villagers here.
So the normal opening is you go long swords and then Hart would play like Flemish militia and archers. Just looking at what is up against Vinchester right now, what if you just reverse the order, and now you start to think about longswords, because you can't engage easily into skirmisher and Flemish militia if you only have archers and skirmishers, in my opinion. And you
100%.
and you have the food.
And usually the bottleneck on longswords is usually the food, right? But if you keep these archers and skirms in defense and you have this tower,
Yeah.
that's an easy transition to make. You already have the barracks.
I saw a game I was screaming in Gold League. It was Daniel against Turs, same matchup. And Daniel drops the stable and wants to go for scouts because that's like the Arabia player thing to do. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, if only the Armenians had a unit that could completely smash Flemish militia and skirmishers in feudal age.
If only.
Oh man, but
And you know, if you ask Daniel about it, he'll give you 15 reasons why it's not the thing to do, right?
yeah. Well, I think the big thing right now is Hart needs to sense the archers are no longer here. So I think he does know that. He has the skirmishers and the Flemish
has to.
militia. He's clearly
Yeah, he's sending
expecting a
skirms back
counterattack.
already.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really, really good senses from him. And Vinchester, he's going to try. He'll probably expect that Hart knows he's coming this way. And yeah, he's looking right at his army, immediately backing off a little bit. But good defense from Hart. Hart will take that opportunity while Vinchester is distracted to maybe go in with the Flemish
Ooh.
militia, but he pulled them back. He actually loses a couple skirms along the way.
Yeah, actually looking at the other side where Vinchester's wrecking Hart in the fight. So I think both players looking at different areas, and both players thought the other person was AFK for a second. But yeah, Hart was able to
Villager
kill the
lost.
Flemish militia, able to kill the skirms, and some skirms went down for Vinch there, and he lost the Vil. But his res are there, Dave. If he wants to commit to longswords, it's like, what are you going to even do in Castle Age? Maybe you upgrade your skirms, or you want to go for
Good
strong
rush.
Castle Age armies. So you can go. I really wouldn't mind, maybe just from purely an entertainment standpoint, just to see double barracks longswords right now. I think it'd be super
it'd be
strong.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you could even make one of the barracks like a little further forward as well. If you switch some of these villagers and brought them around to Hart's side of the base.
Now Hart dropping a second archer range now, still just making more skirms. He will need a new lumber
Market for
camp.
Vinch.
Okay. I mean, Vinchester's micro at home has been really good. He still has the archers to catch Hart if Hart wants to go for a better lumber camp than the one he has. Hart is really focused on the micro because his lumber camp is starting to look rough. But maybe Vinchester needs to be a little careful here. Falls back towards the tower again. Vinchester just never seems like he's under any pressure. He's always so
No.
relaxed. And he defends again.
Even when you watch him play, like if he's got a cam on,
Yeah,
in
he's
the
just
most
like...
tense moment, and he's got like that slight head tilt, and he looks like he's bored. Honestly.
And then you have like Capoch, or kind of what I would look like if I made a land, like just looking like you're under so much stress and pressure. Nice raid here from Hart though. He gets to the shorefish in the north. That should be a villager kill. Maybe not though. And Vinchester uses the
Vinch is
market,
gonna
and
click
Vinch will
up.
click up. Wow.
But Hart's gonna do it naturally pretty soon.
Yeah.
Just needs to stop queuing up more Flemish militia, and he should have the golds shortly. And then he can kind of match the timing, so probably be about a minute behind. But still, it's going to be enough because he's still holding the forward pressure.
Yeah, Vinchester's still losing villagers to these Flemish militia in the north. That's 3 villagers lost. That's going to be a 4th villager loss. There's no tower up there. And the army, I don't think he's expecting the numbers coming from Hart. I think Hart would... I prefer Hart's situation now. Later to Castle Age, but you got the villager kills, is probably fine.
Yeah. And I think Vinchester was hoping... He was just taking a gamble that he can hold until he gets to Castle Age and get some churches up.
Yeah.
But Hart is doing an excellent job of distracting the main army over on the left side and then constantly sending his reinforcements in the north. And Vinchester clearly can't deal with it. And now we get to a situation where Vinchester's really running out of available food. I like this play from him to pull all of those villagers and bring them south now.
Yep.
Now that there's not a lot of army there from Hart.
Yep, yeah, some archers. I think that is his plan, is to play into crossbow. Still not sure I'm in love with it. Still would have liked to see the longsword play, but sometimes you just got to be in Castle Age to unlock all the options, whether it be the churches or the town centers. And yeah, Vinchester should kill off the last Flemish militia. The others in the north are still
Now the
annoying.
army's coming through the center from
Ooh.
Hart. Nice. I love the way he's mixing up his angles of attack. So
Yep.
really finding value. He's going to kill another villager here. Then there's another hole. It's extremely holy here.
Yep. And you can't just fight these back with villagers and have good results, especially once Hart reads Castle Age. So Vinchester has to pull back. So he waits all this time. He gets to Castle Age, and now his plan is Elite Skirm and Bodcanero. So took him a
Dude, there's
long
still-
time.
He's getting crossbow, and there's still 3 archers at the back of Heart's base.
Does he know the archers are there? Like, not Hart,
I don't
but
know.
Vinchester. 'cause
No,
they-
Vinchester. Yeah, I don't think he does at the moment. Hopefully, it's the idle military keys soon.
Well, Hart is going to look for a town center spot, and that is a really good town center spot. So maybe Vinchester gets lucky. Oh, Dave, warrior priests. Vinch could
Yeah.
make multiple warrior priests instead of longswords, and maybe that's a good play against the Skirm Flemish militia comp.
Could be.
Still need the food, though, and they're both still expanding their mills. Eventually, they're going to just wrap around and meet the other's base, but that would be a pretty long game. Vinchester's skirmishers are harassing Hart's wood line. That's an issue for Hart. That's his only wood line, and he needs wood for a lot of the military he's trying to
deleted
upgrade.
the house? Okay, he's bringing over more Flemish militia. I was wondering about that. The Flemish militia are significantly stronger now, though, in Castle Age. So the Skirms need to respect them a lot more. And the army from Hart is just going in here. The church can't quite range that. He's sitting on the hill. Didn't get elite Skirm.
He can't.
But he does have
Yeah.
Bodcanero.
I mean, he'll get it, I'm sure, but getting pushed on that wood line made it really tough to get that upgrade. And that is kind of a big deal here. Now it's 45 seconds away. He's still running around with his units. Still has the Flemish militia. Vinchester and Hart about to be badly housed because they're just so busy right now. And just full army and a close game. And the win matters for so much. Like, you have to play Yo, Hera. I mean, you have to play Lucho and Sizcon, who are going to be hungry for wins. Like, winning 2-1 here is going to be so nice for one of these two.
Yeah, and they know it's close to. Like, the score keeps switching back and forth. I think both of them would admit that Hart's probably in the lead at this point just because of the damage that he's done.
Yeah.
But still, there's potential here for Vinchester. He still hasn't noticed those 3 crossbows at the back. If those had come in at the fish, when Hart was distracted on one of those big battles, this could be a completely different game.
I'm telling you, man, Hart's going to drop a TC, and he's looking for an outer gold, and that is one of 2 gold TCs. So there's a chance that Hart goes that direction. Hart's just done such a nice job with military, though. The Flemish militia skirmisher spam combined with the Burgundian eco just
Crossbows
seems
coming
so
in.
smooth.
He
Oh,
realized.
man.
He realized, and they're going right for the fish.
Hart's really busy now, too, because he's got another army he's bringing in and the other army in the north. Hart notices it. That's crazy awareness. He didn't
Wow,
even get
that's
attacked.
So good from Hart.
He didn't even get
That's
hit.
so good.
Wow.
Wow.
I just don't know how some players do it, right? Like, that's an instance where you would always expect those crossbows to at least start attacking, and then you realize. But he's able to scan the minimap, pay close attention to that. He saw a little bit of movement come in. What a save from Hart. He still had to move all of his vills, but that's fine. They're safe for now. Still, Vinchester, though, has a relic. Could easily get more with the warrior priests, and he's built up a sizable ranged army. I just still wonder... Like, is this what he wants? Do you just want to play Skirm War here, or do you need something more?
I love the military production from Hart, just all game. Either Flemish militia or skirms or whatnot, and he's just constantly harassing. When's the last time Vinchester just had a moment to breathe?
Yeah,
in
agreed.
Space?
Agreed.
Maybe right now, but even so, when I say that, he's got an army coming in from the south, and then another one from the north.
Yeah, and Hart realizes, okay, he's desperate for shorefish. Those villagers are moving out to take some food, and
Weak bills on the gold.
he's going to find more.
Yep.
The skirmishers just still meeting skirmishers on the other side. And a church is the plan for Vinchester there. It's risky, but
Yeah, good
churches
luck with that.
do build really quickly.
And it takes him 40 seconds to build with one villager. This one is going to take
It's gonna get
forever to
denied.
build because it's
Yep.
not going to get complete.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is maybe the stage of the game now where you know you have the lead with the shorefish coverage. Maybe you do actually start to transition a couple farms in. As I say it, Hart gets horse collar, drops a couple farms in the back TC. We'll probably see a third TC. I would not hate to see Hart switch out of Flemish militia at some stage. Burgundians have really good cav as well, so you could go for the stable, mix in some cavalier or some light cav. But yeah, Hart he's got a massive lead all of a sudden, right? 54 villagers against 40, and he still has the military control on the sides.
Yeah, if this continues this way, the res collected difference in a couple minutes is going to be like 4K.
Yep.
It's going to be insane. And it's all going to go into army. Hart getting ballistics with 27 skirmishers. 9 skirms, no ballistics. Now 7 skirms isn't going to cut it. It's really not. The warrior priests are coming out. They have the +2 armor, fine. But Hart could add that stable, like you said, and even play light cav against them. It's fine.
I mean, it's clearly reached a stage of the game where Vinch will lose if the warrior priests are not good enough, right? This is all down to the warrior priest now. It's going to be tough. I like the church down in the south. He'll garrison that. But, like, warrior priest got to start to actually take some fights. Not pick up relics. Not just defend. You have to be moving forward. And, again, this just seems like such a wise decision from Hart. He just runs underneath the church. He's like, I don't even care about
it's
those
not
arrows.
Gonna do anything.
Yeah.
You lose. What's the worst case scenario? You lose 2 skirms? Oh, no.
Yeah. But, like, you say that, and I still just can't help but feel like Hart definitely played a bunch of games, and you come to that conclusion. So many people will see a fortification get garrison, and they just run away. But he's like, nope, no problem for me. He's whittling down the warrior priest as well, who might not even have squires. They look really slow. So they're never going to compete. I don't know.
Yeah, he doesn't
have squires,
Doesn't
yeah.
have it. Nope.
I don't think it was his plan, right? I think it's something that he ended up having to do because he's behind right now. And Hart is just flying economically. He will drop the 3rd town center. He does have enough skirmishers to defend the counterattack from Vinchester in the north. And he's just continually running into Vinchester's base. There's squires from Vinch. I think the way this game gets finished now is if Hart can drop a castle near the shorefish or just anywhere to protect his eco lead, right?
Or just get a decent farm eco set up. I think at this point, like, if you stay on the fish, it's really nice. It's a great eco boost for sure. It's fast food income. But you open yourself up to having some loose conditions, right? Like, Vinchester kicks you off the food and suddenly you can't make anything.
Yeah.
If he just adds 10, 15 farms, should be in an unbeatable position.
And every time we talk
he's
about
killing
it,
more villagers on the fish. Oh my goodness.
every time we talk about it, Hart's doing it, right? He's fixing the eco. He's adding those farms. He's saving up the stone. He's just locked in right now. Only area he's vulnerable is where Vinchester's sending in the warrior priest right now in the south. That's the only area Hart is vulnerable. If Hart can defend those vills, Hart is fine. But he could lose his skirms in the back. He could lose those villagers there, and this is a nervous moment. He's actually making archers now, so I guess his plan is to go crossbowmen, which is fine, because there's no skirms anymore for Vinch. It feels like he's still always just got just enough.
Dude, the warrior priests have been good. Like, he's chasing away that skirmisher army. They're really just tickling them as soon as they attack, and he's got 17 warrior priests. But there's the castle in the center. This is a big moment here. Can Vinchester do anything about that? Where are all of his warrior priests? They're on the sides. They're at the back of his base.
They're
He's not
spread
denying
out.
that.
Yeah, they're spread out, dude. There's like 3 or 4 in different areas. That castle's going to go up. And that's nice because Hart can actually just farm there, and that's where a lot of the wood is too. Vinch needs to go to the north now. He's actually bringing villagers. But Vinch doesn't really have much on wood right now. He's got 3 on wood. This game has come off the rails a little. It's sad to me that I keep seeing 16 warrior priests and I never see more than 5 in one area for Vinch.
Exactly. in one spot. But he's,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess from his point of view, Hart's been taking the fish this entire time. You have to clear him off of that. And then you need some in defense as well against these skirms. As the micro from Hart is so good with the skirms, bro. Like, Vinch just can't kill this army. And
Yeah.
it's hard to get him massed up in one spot for a consistent push. And now there's a castle in the center, so you can't send him that way. And suddenly you have to deal with Castilier as
Yeah,
well.
and
which
it's like-
should do really well against warrior priests.
And you need skirms again now. So you lost all your skirms. Now you've got to recover. It's just, on Vinchester's side, it's just a tale of how difficult high-level AoE could be against a player like Hart. And yeah, that castle and the unique units out there means that Hart is going to win every single fight. He's got the 40 villager lead now. I would just expect some of that cav to come down here towards the south to help against what's pretty much the only army from Vinch. Vinch does have a little bit of pressure coming from the north now. So some of the defensive warrior priests are here. But nice patient play from Hart. Eco's balanced perfectly, and he doesn't have any
the
vills
good
on
thing-
Shorefish now. It's just farms.
Yeah, the good thing here with the Warrior Priest for Vinch is that he's free to take that Shorefish for the time being. So
Yeah,
this
yeah,
is
yeah.
the moment where he needs to get something done. The next couple minutes. He's got a little bit of an opening. He's got some forward pressure finally. He's got the fish to take, but that only lasts as long as it takes Hart to mass up a big army of Castilla, and then you're done.
Yeah, and he needs.
You don't have anything.
He's not going to win the fight in the north, so he has to win the fight in the south. I would love to see Vinch try a ram Warrior Priest push on the castle. I think if you somehow had enough army to just push the castle, then maybe life is easier. But yeah, fight in the north is horrible. And at least
Fight
for
in the
Vinch.
south isn't that bad. Losing a few monks, though, that kind of
Yeah.
sucks.
Well, I was just going to credit Hart for that. But he can just fall back. Like, the Warrior Priests are just not good enough to do it all on their own. Hart will drop a castle to get rid of that castle. Or, sorry, not castle, but church from Vinch. And Hart just needs a couple more units here. 50 villager lead and counting.
I bet he's very happy that he dropped the farms earlier now because there's
Yeah.
nothing on fish for Hart, and he's even dropping some more. 106 villagers, decent eco upgrades for him. Vinchester just stretching all over the map, trying to get more and more fish. And to be fair to Vinch, like his food eco is really solid. He's constantly has food. He constantly has Warrior Priest coming out, but it's still 109 villagers against 58.
Yeah. Yeah, and Hart really, he hasn't been fighting with many upgrades on his cav, and he's just going to start to solve that. And he only had one castle, and now he has two, and with enough stone for a third castle. So
Castilla are in now. too.
pretty soon this gets
So Vinch
dangerous.
has to make he has to make like monks because the churches aren't doing enough. The upgrades are going to come in soon fully for these Castilla as well for Hart. And the villagers are all exposed. Every single aspect of Vinch's eco.
And
It's
military
just
is dead.
Yep.
It's all dead now. It's all falling apart. 70 population for Vinch. A great series from him. But this is a map that Hart played like his home map. The lame early was incredible. It maybe denied what Vinchester wanted in the longsword opening. And Hart is gonna.
That's a get out of my game castle.
That's a get out of my
right
game
there.
castle right there. Exactly.
Get out of my set.
Hart's like, I got
Give me
somewhere to
that
be,
point.
dude.
I want that $40. And Hart wins this one 2-1. Really solid job from both players, honestly. But just a bit of a better start here from Hart. And the thing I noticed is just unrelenting pressure. And
Yep.
he didn't get tunneled. Like when he was fighting on the bottom side, on the south of Vinchester's base, trying to push near that tower, he kept just enough there to keep Vinchester busy. And then he comes to the north. And then when the north doesn't work out, he goes to the middle. And then once the middle is plugged, he goes to the south again. And all of this time, he's just adding to his eco. He's keeping himself safe at home. Really solid job from Hart.
Yeah, just textbook on how you control a game with military every time Hart plays. And that's what he did in game number 1 as well. I think
Mhm.
the thing that Vinchester could have tried, it might not have worked, but there was a moment where he had to decide between Castle Age and not. And I still
Yes.
would have liked to see, like, you have a Castle Age unit available in Feudal that you can hit so much
Longswords, dude.
faster. If he does everything else the same and just plays 2 barracks or 3 barracks longswords, I actually think Hart struggles because Hart was on only Skirm and a couple Flemish militia. So either way, something that maybe we will see in the future. Part of that, Vinchester wanted the longsword opening, and he got lamed. But yeah, the level here to me just felt like a playoff set. So best of luck to these two as they play the next 4 rounds. They have to get as many wins as possible and try and get into the top 3 for playoffs. But great
I
sets
think
today.
they-
Great sets.
Yeah, and yesterday as well, like ACCM Lewis as well. We didn't mention that.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
crazy, right? That game 1 was so clean from both of them. Yeah, honestly, I don't think you can feel too bad if you're Vinchester going in against Hart. Obviously, this is a very important set because they're probably competing for the same spot.
Yeah.
Maybe that number 2, number 3 area, right? Maybe number 4 as well, because Mr. Yo is in this group too, which is insane. But 1 point is always good in Titans League. You just want to avoid getting swept.
Yep. And I think back to what you said earlier, this maybe sounds a little brutal, but with Sizcon and Lucho being the promoted players and with how it already went in the first rounds, I think you're right. I think if Sizcon and Lucho can get points off of any of the top 4, that could be what's the difference between like playoff spots or not.
It's a little early to say after just one round, but Siscon and Lucho definitely feel like the team that's been out of playoff contention for about 2 months, and it's just now griefing everybody. You know what I mean?
I mean, I do think it's early. I think both the matchups were really bad matchups for Lucho and Siscon. Siscon, I love the fight, but I don't think he had the confidence. And then Lucho, I think, just had no confidence and was up against the best player. So, but yeah, I mean, some of those sets, like I could see Siscon maybe taking a win off of Vinch. Lucho against Hart, I mean, they play each other on ladder all the time. Hart's not Hera.
Yep.
So I think that Lucho could get it.
I think Lucho could get some wins against Yo as well, with just the all-out aggression.
Agreed.
Early.
Yeah. So it'll be a fun group to watch. But yeah, really nice showings in Group B from everyone. Kind of expected so far in a lot of these groups so far. Hera and Yo getting the 3-0s against the promoted players. Hart and Vinchester trading some games. In Group A, Leary and MBL sweeping the promoted players. And then Barles and Tato tomorrow. I mean, that's also a coin flip for me. I'm not really sure what to think of that. Group C, we still have yet to see 2 sets. So it'll be Nikov versus Running and Sebastian versus Andy tomorrow. I could put both of those sets in 2-1 categories, one way or another. Maybe Nikov, you might expect over Running, but I think Running knows he has to be really prepared to stay up. And he will be. And Running on a closed map against Nikov, I could see getting the job done.
I mean, Running's goal should just be 1 point per set.
Yeah.
1 point per set.
And beat like
And
Andy.
if I get more than that, yeah.
Yeah, you get a point per set, and then you beat a player or two to survive. Something like that, maybe. The other series, which was supposed to be today, was posted on the schedule yesterday, was Viper Vivi in Group D. Viper is delayed due to illness. So this upcoming broadcast week, which will be Friday through Monday, we'll have Viper Vivi tacked on, and then we'll see Viper and Vivi play their second round too. So that's still a big question mark. What do you think about Vivi? I really feel like Vivi might have a good season. I don't know. Sato and Mihai looked really good. Dragonstar looks super prepped, and I don't expect Vivi to be a super prepared player these days, but like, I don't know, man.
I don't know. I really don't know. My dark horse for this group was Dragonstar for sure.
Yeah.
And it's even more so after today. But you're just looking at the players, like there 2 of them have to go down.
Yeah.
And who's it going to be, right? It didn't look like it would be Dragonstar based on the level of preparation. I don't think it's going to be Mihai based on the level of preparation. And then like the list gets pretty thin, right?
Yeah.
You're looking at Sato, Viper. I don't think they're going down. So that leaves Vivi and Dark.
Yeah. And Dark was the player who, maybe I shouldn't say this, but Dark was the player who said, Sec, I need to check the maps after they did the map draft.
Well, that's just classic Dark.
So, but like Dark last season was ready to go week 1, and he made playoffs and he beat Tato and he beat Yo. But like Dark, you just don't know what you're gonna get because he could be focused on. I think he's back to full-time dancing and stuff like that. So, Group D is definitely a group of. I said before the games that Group D is the group of inconsistency, but I've seen Mihai, Sato, and Dragonstar play and look very prepped now. So, yeah, I agree. It might be tough for Vivi. But I could just see on Monocle. Monocle's got a lot of like potential for crazy strats. The Valley stuff, you could do crazy stuff. Like I just feel like the map pool might allow Vivi's chaotic style to have success this year.
Well, Vivi, as you know, and I don't want to spend too much time talking about him, but like he is very day to day.
Yeah.
Like some days he shows up and you're like, why is this guy not going deeper in tournaments?
Yep.
He's insane.
Yep.
Everything's amazing. The eco is clean. The pressure is amazing. And then other days he shows up and it looks like a car crashed into his apartment.
Yeah.
He's trying to clean up the rubble. Like
3 cars, dude. 3 cars. Some
Yeah.
days you're like, no, I
Some
agree.
days it's just not there.
Yeah, I agree. I also think a factor for this season, I think like the Chinese New Year is soon. And so they think a lot of the Chinese players will take a bit of a break in the midst of TTL. So like maybe for Lix and Vivi, if you don't already favor them to be competitive, if they do take a break, that could hurt them too. But they could also come back refreshed. Who knows? But anyways, that's it for today's broadcast. Tomorrow we have 3 big sets, 3 out of the 4 that we just mentioned. Tomorrow we start off the day with Barles and Tato. We then move on to Freakin' Andy and Sebastian, and then we end with Nika versus Running. And then there will be a break for TTL Tuesday through Thursday before we come back on Friday with more. But yeah, plenty of games to come, dude.
Excited.
I love how when you were here in person, my internet crapped out. We already were trying to adapt to that situation, and then the internet decided to screw us. And now you're back home, and we're co-casting on Discord, and everything was fine.
Yeah, everything's way smoother, of course. Yeah. I will say, man, we've been apart for a day, and I already miss you, bro. I already
Aw.
miss you, buddy.
Oh, well
Yeah.
now, see, you say that, and I just feel even worse because I completely forgot to hop in the Discord to cast with you. So you are really making me look like an asshole right now. And I agree, I had a great time, but like I'm the guy who messaged you last night about casting today and then didn't join. A day
Guys,
after
he
we
dropped
were
me
together.
off at the airport 7 hours before my flight took off.
Well, your flight got delayed.
No, I wasn't going to mention that part.
I was gonna say, don't make it look like I was ready to get you out of the house that much. We had a TTL stream to do, and I dropped you off like 3 to 4 hours ahead of time because of the traffic, and then your flight got pushed back. So
I didn't get back to my place until 9:30 at night. Dude. He dropped me up at the airport at 8:30 in the morning.
did you find a decent bar at least, or no?
It's Terminal 2 of the Fort Lauderdale airport, bro. I could walk around there in like 3 minutes.
I've
How
never
long
been
it
in that
took me
terminal. I've never
to
been in that
do the
terminal.
loop. I had a few beers, I'm not gonna lie.
All right, well, at least it was decent. But yeah, dude, we'll cast plenty more. I'll hit
right.
you up for that. GG's, good cast. Thank you,
All right.
man.
I'll see you later, dude.
Yep,
Peace.
see you. It was a good cast. Sorry, I think I was maybe getting one guide a little bit. The audio was okay there, right, guys? I hope so. I think there was just one or two people who were really being particular on it. I did boost him as much as I could. I'll listen back later. Okay. At first it was a bit low. Okay, but after I boosted it, it was fine. All right, that's good to know. I was really paranoid on that. So I'll go to the testing afterwards and make sure it's good. You can only boost somebody so much. So maybe it was just at the start. Guys, the support's been great so far. Thank you so much to 10 who gifted $10. He says, forgot my Apple password. Don't want to rest. Said Apple password because are you drinking right now? Let me. This person says, forgot my Apple password. Don't want to rest. I think they meant to say reset. Said Apple password because then the whole house falls apart. Appreciate you and your work. What was/is a game I played relentlessly alongside statistics when I was about 14 years old. Viva the Longbowman. Okay, well, maybe you didn't sound too drunk. I don't know what the Apple password has to do with any of that, but thank you, 10. Maybe you have a different username and you're known as something else. Thank you, Sir Tenches. Thank you, Samo. Thank you, Smokin'. Thank you, Gib. Thank you, Wilder. If you want to support TTL over the next month, guys, subbing's the most motivating way for me because it's a decent split to me. You guys get the emotes. You guys don't get ads. So stick around. I'll be full on TTL for the next, till March 22nd. I am going to call quits. When I get offline, I'm going to record a video where I talk through the schedule for the next month and a half because we are doing Platinum and we're also doing the Silver and Gold playoffs. I don't know how many people are actually going to want to watch a video where I look at a Google Calendar. But I am going to do that because that might be value for you guys. All right. Tomorrow we're back with 3 more sets. Tuesday through Thursday is break time. Monday, tomorrow night, like immediately after the stream, I am flying home to see family because of a funeral. So I will not be able to do any silver or gold those days, but we'll be back in business as soon as I can. All right. But yeah, appreciate you all. Seriously, it's been great support. Thank you so much. A good start to the season. And I hope to see you guys around. Take care, YouTube. Thanks, everyone who watched live on YouTube. You can find the Extras channel with all the 4K uploads there. My team is working very hard to get the uploads up as quickly as possible in 4K. Appreciate everyone's support. I'll talk to you guys soon. I'll catch you tomorrow. See ya.
Oh push. Oh, you're dear. You better know. We're set up, man stone. Lives are on their own. You can send whatever army. They can fend them off alone. Go queue up, summer scouts. We'll always be holding out. We've got nowhere else to be when we play AOETD. We play AOETD. We've got nowhere else to be when we play AOETD. Fun and exposed, rush them down. You always know just where to move. Murder holes abound. You better move. We're set up, hard and trade. We've got some for days and more tasty kind of